Greetings, chess fans. We are back live with the action from Isle of Man, Douglas, which holds one of the strongest open tournaments of the year, or maybe actually 2 years. It's the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament, which has 2 places in the upcoming FIDE candidates cycle up for grabs. And there is a storm Caruana, which has passed Isle of Man directly, not really touching it. I trust everything is all right with the players on the playing venue. But we are going to continue today with no changes in the plans with the round 8. Your host, as usual, in the past couple of days will be the awesome Peter Leka, the legendary Hungarian Grandmaster. I'm Grandmaster from Latvia, Art of Nations. It's our pleasure to serve you for the next upcoming 6, 7, or even 8 hours. And, well, Peter, it's glad to be back.
Yeah, hello Arturs, welcome everyone. Certainly we had a marathon day yesterday, and well, big credit for Andrei Yesipenko surviving and defending that marathon game against Arjun. That was fantastic.
All right, and let's first check before we dive into today's action, see what happened yesterday, just to summarize some of the things, refresh our memory, because obviously one of the most important matchups was the top battle between Alexandra Goryachkina, one of the strongest female players in the world, against Anna Muzichuk, at the moment the only sole leader. The game finished in quite a fighting draw, although it was actually the Ukrainian Grandmaster who appeared to be slightly pressing after the opening. Still, the game finished in a rather solid draw. But what was really interesting and probably more best describing the Women's Grand Swiss tournament, that there's so many decisive games. That is the decisive games on the second and third boards.
Yes, very big victories for Vaishali and Antonetta Stefanova with the black pieces against direct concurrents Bibisara Asabayeva and Maria Muzichuk. By winning those 2 games, they actually managed to catch Anna Muzichuk. Yes, so there is a 3-way tie, I believe there. We're gonna take a look. Yes, it is Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali and Antonetta Stefanova, all of them with 5.5 points. Then Alexandra Goryachkina and Sophie Millier with 5 points. I do remember that Sophie Millier also started with a very by losing the first game to Anna Muzichuk, actually, just like Vidit, and bouncing back. And look at this, she's already back in contention.
Yeah, it's indeed very nice message to everybody who thinks that starting a tournament with a loss is sometimes a bad thing. I mean, sometimes it is a bad thing, of course, but Sophie Millier shows that it's possible to climb back to the top of the tournament. She lost in the very first round against the leader, Anna Muzichuk, right? And now she is playing today on the second board. And if you would go back now to the matchups and see what is happening in the round 8, we are going to get that in a moment. Here you see this is the matchup for the round 8. Anna Muzichuk faces Antonetta Stefanova, the former world champion. Antonetta yesterday was victorious with the black color. And again, now she is playing with black. Then on the second board, we have Vaishali, who is already on her way to get the Grandmaster norm. All she needs is to fix her rating to 2500, and she's playing a sort of an underdog, Sophie Millier. But Sophie, in the post-game interview yesterday, said that she's enjoying the tournament, she's relaxing, trying to meditate a bit, and it seems to be working.
Certainly, yeah, she bounced back. She's there already on board 2. And then on board 3 we have Tanzonji playing against Goryachkina. That's a very big matchup of 2 brilliant players. So much action to look ahead.
All right, indeed. So I think that what we could do now is once again go back to the results, but this time we are going to switch to the open section. And here you see the results of yesterday's round 7 of the open tournament. Obviously, one of the biggest matchups was Radoslav Wojtaszek's draw against Fabi Caruana. For most of the part of the game, it was not really clear who is pressing for the win. The game was rather long. It finished with a peaceful outcome. Also, Pretke pulled up some very nice defense against American top grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. But then it was all about Vidit Giri, right, who played this beautiful defense in the Italian game, and against one of the brightest talents coming from Uzbekistan, Vidit simply showed that he understands the game better, and by winning this game, he became the sole leader of the tournament.
Yeah, what a counter-attack it was by Vidit. Yeah, it was just fantastic to see. I did also watch his after-game analysis. Interview was stunning how much he have seen. He was also very open about describing what he thought, like maybe he wasn't that precise. He's always very critical of himself. It's so nice to see him in such fantastic shape, bouncing back after that crazy loss. But also Praggnanandhaa and Yesipenko's save yesterday. Those were very, very big saves with the black pieces against Nakamura and against Erigaisi. We also see Etienne Bakro winning a very important game against Yuanji, and Vincent Karmer winning against Anton Korobov. They are also catching up, and they are just half a point behind the leader.
Let's check the standings after round 7, because we had 8 leaders after round 6, and now after round 7 there's only one, and his name is Vidit Giri from India. And what it makes it even more exciting that he started this tournament with a loss. He lost a very heartbreaking first round game against the Dutchman Erwin Lamy, and you think he collapsed? No, he did not. He found some strength, and instead he came back with a very, very nice form, managing to score 5.5 points in the next 6 games, which catapulted him in the top spot. But of course, obviously, things are not over, because you see there's so many players trailing him by half a point.
Yes, it's stunning. Just looking at the standings, we already get the feeling why we are so thrilled with this tournament. Look at this. The players all the way till place 12, Yuri Kuzubov is the last player with 5 points, just half a point shy of Vidit's leading 5.5 points. And then on 13th place and 14th place we see giants like Alireza Firouzja and Richard Laporte, and many, many more players with 4.5. Just a stunning tournament and so much excitement. Everybody still got a chance.
So what's in store for us today? Obviously, it's round 8, 4 rounds to go in order to determine who is going to qualify for the next candidates tournament. Let's check the matchups of round 8, and it's going to be essentially a clash between two gigantic fan bases, because it's Vidit Giri, who has a huge army of fans from India, obviously, and not only India but all over the world. He is one of the most liked players on the circuit, playing against legendary already Hikaru Nakamura, obviously the greatest, one of the biggest Twitch streamers, again with a huge fan base all over the world. So I think this could be very interesting clash, and I will look towards to see how it's going to finish.
Yes, it will be very interesting. Also, Vidit is a very good theoretician with very solid, well-established repertoire. He can play e4, he can play d4. It's gonna be a big challenge on Hikaru. I'm already very, very eager to see the first move of that game. But we also see Fabiano Caruana against Etienne Bakro, Andrei Yesipenko against Vincent Karmer, two big prodigies facing each other there. Erigaisi again playing with the white pieces. I think this is good news for Arjun fans, because after that marathon game yesterday, getting another white is very nice against Yuri Kuzubov, the very solid Ukrainian player. And Bogdan Daniel Deak against Radoslav Wojtaszek, Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev, Sevian against Alireza. We are in for a treat.
Yeah, we're indeed blessed with this pairing, and every single day doesn't disappoint us, bringing more action. As you can see, these are the pairings for the boards from 8 up to 14. Caruana against Laporte. Aronian is climbing back in action. He is finding some face in the tournament, and he is looking for essentially a rematch against Hans Niemann, because you might remember, dear viewers, Hans Niemann recently beat Aronian in US Chess Championships. A rather nice game, and I think that Aronian is looking to settle some scores here. And again, a lot of high-level clashes like Chaprianov against Duda, and so on and so forth.
Yes, it's just fantastic. Also on board 14, Yakuboev against Praggnanandhaa. We see that no matter where you are, you face some incredible position. Let me also get to the games. No first move yet in the first game. It will be probably also interesting to keep an eye on the bird's eye view once the games are starting.
That's right. Here we are seeing this very, very nice view, right? That we can see the first 10 boards. They could always switch to the next page. Again, the evaluation bar gives us some hints what is happening, and usually we try to follow the most interesting action. Just to remind you, dear viewers, what is the tournament system? Both tournaments are the Open Tournament and the Women's Grand Swiss. They're open tournaments of 11 rounds. And in both of the tournaments, there are 2 places up for grabs in the upcoming FIDE candidate cycle. In total, the prize fund is combined of $600,000 US dollars, allocated 460,000 for open section, 140 for women. And perhaps the only difference is, if we compare these 2 tournaments, is the time control. Because in the open section, they have a rather long way to get to the finish, because it's 100 moves for 100 minutes, my apologies, for 40 moves, 50 minutes for 20 moves, 15 minutes until the end of the game, and then plus 30 seconds added. While for the women's section, it's 90 plus 30 plus 30, a little bit less.
Yes, and we already have also lift off some very interesting openings. For example, in Caruana, and Bakro, yeah, we see e4, c5, knight f3. The reason why I'm saying that it's very interesting, that Etienne Bakro has recently switched to the Timon of Powers, and he had always been an e4, e5 player, so it's very interesting to see a player that he's evolving and going for more sharper things, and especially against Fabiano Caruana. We see e4, c5, c3 in the Vidit versus Nakamura game. What does it tell us? Certainly it's a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, like you already, Peter, said that Vidit plays both e4, d4. He has a very vast repertoire, one of the world's leading experts in opening theory, and he's incredibly good with the white color. And I would assume that Hikaru is slightly surprised with c5. Maybe he was aiming for the Najdorf. We are never going to know. c3, okay, maybe he has seen Vidit playing some games. I'm not really sure if I recall any games of Vidit Santos Gurati playing the Alapin. Still, it's a move, and Hikaru continues with d5, one of the principal continuations to meet Sicilian Alapin.
Yes, it's interesting because Hikaru already had a game during this tournament against Sadvani. Sadvani played the Alapin, and that game featured e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4, and the sideline g6. Basically, I had the feeling back then that the reason why Hikaru played the move g6 after d4 was to try to spice things up, get out of theory. Now playing on the first board against Vidit, I don't see him repeating. I believe that he will be playing more traditional setups, but you never know with Hikaru. He's a very principled player.
And also, there was this game of Hikaru with black against Andrei Yesipenko, right? And Yesipenko started with knight f3, and that's the game where Hikaru played the hyper-accelerated dragon with the second move g6, right? And then the game became quite sharp. And at some point, Yesipenko, yeah, exactly like this. Yesipenko sacrificed the pawn in the center, but he found nothing better than to force a draw by repetition. So that was really high-level game. And the big question is what the American Grandmaster is going to do. Is he going to play g6, knight f6, or what else is here?
Yeah, it's a very big question because Hikaru has played g6 already in the tournament, and we don't know that. Was it his main repertoire, or was it, like I'm assuming, that he simply wanted to get his young opponent Raunak Sadvani out of book as quickly as possible? And Hikaru is taking his time. If he hasn't established a clear-cut opening repertoire, then it might be a bit tricky psychologically, because he certainly knows that G6 is the move that most probably Vidit had relied mostly on his preparation. So it's not that tempting to play the move G6. On the other hand, which setup is the one which Hikaru would feel most comfortable with? I think that knight f6, knight f3, bishop g4 has kind of a solid reputation. On the other hand, lot of theory. Another way of dealing with the Alapin is to play the move e6. That leads to a completely different structure, also with tons of theory, and we do see Hikaru opting for knight f6.
All right, so not yet revealing his setup, because I imagine he can still play bishop g4 at after white's knight f3. Speaking about their ambition for the tournament, Hikaru, in one of the post-game interviews, did not obviously hide his plans for the tournament. He wants to win it, and he said, if I'm going to win FIDE Grand Swiss, obviously is going to become the highlight of this year, right? So it's important for the American Grandmaster to qualify. Obviously, he has a great streaming career. He's one of the most known chess content creators, not only being a super grandmaster, one of the best players in the world, but also having a huge fan base and making some really nice content. But he wants to qualify for the candidates. About Vidit Gurati, the story is slightly different. He started this tournament with a loss. I would imagine he did not really expect that after round 7 he will be suddenly in the lead with the tournament. But Vidit, he has never played in the FIDE Candidates tournament. But being the sole leader, I think these thoughts already should be in his head, that there might be a very good chance actually to qualify for it.
Yes, certainly. There is also tremendous pressure. Yeah, it comes with those thoughts. You know exactly how important it is. It would be probably achieving your big dream. Yeah, because getting into the candidates tournament is, I believe, the biggest dream top players can have. One could argue that why not becoming world champion? Well, because in order to become world champion, you first have to reach to the candidates tournament, and it would be too premature to be dreaming of something where you haven't even made the very first big step by qualifying for the candidates. So I know that Vidit has been working the last 10 years, I believe, extremely hard. He's known to be a very hard worker. He works also quite regularly with Giri, another very big theoretician, another player who wants to get into the candidates. And we speak already about so many players who want to get to the candidates, but from this tournament, only 2 players can qualify.
Indeed. In the one of the interviews for Chess Space India, Vidit said that he's taking at the moment one game at a time, right? And I think I've seen this answer not only for him but also some other players, right? Because I think it's quite dangerous to think about that now you're going to suddenly start a fight for the candidates, because at this tournament everything can happen. And yeah, so we are going to see. Knight a3, by the way, is played by Vidit, which is a very common move for the position, because the entire point is if black plays c takes on d4 and hits the knight on a3 with the bishop, usually white includes knight b5, threatening with a fork on c7.
Exactly. Yeah. Somehow I had the feeling that Hikaru will play this line with e6. It's just that it has a very solid reputation. If you are not exclusively the bishop g4 type of player, then you certainly don't want to experiment it out over the board without knowing all the details. The e6 move gives the game a much slower character, and we see Hikaru moving his queen back all the way back to d8, making sure that the move knight b5 will not do any harm, because the c7 square is already protected. Then black would just kick the knight away, and it would be very premature from white side to jump so early. And now the questions are, how does white continue the game? I'm not such a big expert. Is white playing bishop e2, or is he playing bishop e3, or something else?
I mean, queen d8 visually looks a bit strange, right? Because, I mean, the queen is positioned in the center, nobody's attacking it, and comparing this position to one of the openings, one of the defenses where black positions the queen on d5 early would be the Scandinavian defense, right? And then the queen on d5 leaves it very early, and the reason is very simple, white attacks it, right? And then you go away queen a5, queen d6, or queen d8. Yeah, maybe now we can show it over the board here. And then after this knight c3, black has a choice, right, where to go. And again, tastes really matter. So without being forced to retreat with the queen is a bit strange, but I totally understand it, right? So what we have here on the board, because it gives black some flexibility. I'm myself more a fan to playing a6. I have played already this several times with black. Here, after knight a3 instead of queen d8, I prefer a6, take care of the b5 square, and then after knight c4, white targets the square on b6, black plays knight b to d7, and is thinking about playing b5 next. And this is where the theory is only starting, but I like these positions. But of course, I mean, Hikaru has different thoughts and probably much better preparation than I have. So queen d8 should be completely fine.
Yeah, queen d8. I think the reason for the move queen d8 is that black has already pushed the pawn to c5. Yeah, this is a very typical break that black wants to play in the Rubinstein French. Yeah, when we get very similar structures with d takes e4. Black also wants to play this in the Caro-Kann, breaking white's center. And what Hikaru means is that, all right, yes, you might be slightly ahead in the development, but I have a very solid structure. And also with the move queen d8, black wants to be super flexible, not yet showing his intentions. The big question as well, how big expert Vidit is really in the Alapin, or was it based on the fact that he wanted to use it as a surprise? He was ready for Hikaru's g6 line. That's still a very big question to me.
I mean, yeah, Vidit doesn't really strike me as a hardcore Alapin player, right? And clearly he has a lot of ideas, and I think that there's a lot of background psychology that we are simply not getting here, right? And the players like Hikaru, they try to be practical at the same time while not directly stepping into the preparation of the opponent. And maybe queen d8 is something like the fifth continuation here, but there's a good chance that the strong Indian grandmaster has looked for this continuation. But I guess it's normal, right? At some point you simply run out of the opening preparation and you have to start to play yourself. Peter, maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the other boards. Maybe there are some interesting developments that we could follow up.
Yes, absolutely. Because, okay, here things have slowed down. We know that it's an Alapin. Probably by this stage, both players are out of their preparation. I also somehow have the feeling that Hikaru was kind of improvising with the move queen d8. Just sensing, and you highlighted it very nicely, that he's a fantastic practical player. He always senses his opponent. And with queen d8, he just wanted to make sure that, okay, we get to unknown territory for both of us, and let's just play chess.
All right. Yeah, so we are going to get our bird's eye in a moment. So you are selecting another game. So maybe, yeah, we could do it like that, and we could check what's happening in one of the top boards. The second board, Caruana against Etienne Bacrot. I checked their results, how they have fared before. Caruana against Bacrot, they have played, at least according to what I saw at the database, 6 classical games. And probably it's not a huge surprise that Fabi has been scoring better. He has won 3 games, lost 1 game, and 2 games finished in a draw. But this is where it gets really interesting. Out of these 6 games, Fabi played 5 games with white, right? And again, he plays with white. So this marks the 6th game out of 7 in classical games against Bacrot with the white color. And naturally, of course, this was a big plus for Caruana to score more points. And Peter, has this ever happened to you, that when you're playing against certain opponents, for some reason you're paired against them, let's say, with white all the time, and against some players you are always playing with black?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, two names comes to mind instantly. One was Fabiano, yeah, against Caruana. I had tons of wide games, and I was putting a lot of pressure on Fabi. Only one game with the black pieces, and another, the complete shocker. And I'm actually very sad about this. That I never ever faced Viktor Korchnoi with the black pieces. I played over 10 games, I believe at least 15 games with him. And all of these games, I had the white pieces. It's just completely insane. I don't know how this works out, but somehow it's like a magical thing. It starts like this and it continues forever.
I mean, I think at the very high level, obviously, having this extra move for so many games, it does matter. And there you go. Again, we have Fabi playing with the white color. Speaking about Fabi's performance in the previous Grand Swiss tournaments, I mean, I think that we could talk all day long how strong is Fabi. He has been the second, the second highest rated, no, the third highest rated player in the history. My apologies. I think there was Gary Kasparov also. But obviously, one of the greatest players ever to reach one of the highest ELO ratings in history of chess. He's the reigning US champion. Just recently won it once again. He's been the second place in the FIDE Grand Swiss two times already, in 2019, 2021. Every single time somebody was slightly better than him. And in one of the post-game interviews, he said that he still does feel stressed, right? And the fact that he has already qualified for the candidate cycle, I mean, he's not relaxing here, right? He is obviously trying his best to win this tournament. And he didn't really enjoy the long time control, which I guess is a very common topic among a lot of players, because I keep listening to these interviews and players are saying, yeah, I mean, this long time control, it's not really that great. But about Etienne Bacro, I mean, he's obviously a living chess legend from France, right? And I do remember Etienne very well, Peter, because we are the same year, right? And he was a child prodigy back then, right? Super talent, obviously, and for many years he was over 2,700. They call him in France, I believe, Bucky. Yeah, that's his friendly nickname, so to speak, and obviously very nice guy. So I think that Etienne is enjoying this tournament really, and things are not going to be simple for Fabi at all.
Yeah, not at all. Etienne, I know him for a very long time. Yes, I do recall, like in 1994, I became the youngest chess grandmaster in the history at that point. And who was the player who broke my record? It was Etienne Bacro in 97, yes. And we did have a clash in 96. That was a very nervy clash. I was so-called the clear favorite. I had the white pieces in the Yerevan Chess Olympiad 96, but actually I got no chances of beating him. The game ended in a draw. Yes, Etienne has been a very good friend of mine. We have been playing many tournaments together, and I'm so happy to see him doing so great. I know what a fantastic player he is. He has also been working with MVL, with Vachier-Lagrave, for many years. And now suddenly he's there playing on the second board, but playing the Taiman of Sicilian against Fabiano Caruana. That's a very risky opening choice. I would have preferred seeing him switching back to his old love, the Berlin defense. And look at this. He's already caught by surprise in the opening. And I'm not liking this, that if in a starting kind of position, you're already burning more than 10 minutes for your decision.
All right, can we check very quickly what happened there? Sicilian Taimanov always has been slightly in the shadow of a more popular defense, which is Sicilian Najdorf. But I mean, I think that the reputation of Sicilian Taimanov is that it's more structure based. There's less theory, and maybe this is also the reason why Bacro felt that it's a good idea to try it against Caruana. I don't think it's possible to surprise Caruana by this. So A3, you know, this is becoming quite a trendy move, Peter, because a3 was already played by Hikaru Nakamura yesterday against Alexander Pretke, although against a different Sicilian setup. And it's amazing, right, how the theory develops, because I mean, something like 10, 15 years ago, probably you'll tell more than I know here, Peter, but something like a3 was always considered to be ridiculous. I mean, you're not supposed to play like that. It's a waste of time. And you should be playing some, more dynamic moves like queen d2, long castle, f3, maybe the English attack, or some queen f3 stuff. But somehow this a3, this slow move, not revealing the setup yet, in many open Sicilians is becoming quite a big thing.
Yes, I remember that in the beginning of 2000s, I was very happy when I started playing the queen d2 setup with long castles. I have many brilliant memories, winning many games. Then at some point, Black has solved the opening problems in a very special way. Then around 2014, 2015, the move you mentioned, Queen f3, appeared. And then White was having great results with Queen f3. Now it has gone out of fashion because Black has also found many interesting ways to meet Queen f3, and it gets out of control. And usually one could argue that if someone plays the Timon of pause and with the black pieces, he is probably expecting the very sharp Queen f3, so he's very well prepared. And especially if the Taimanov comes as a surprise to you, then you feel like it would be nice to play some slower system which does not require White to be so precise. A new trend had been the move g4. It was played on the highest level in the last couple of years, also in many big battles. However, the move a3 makes a lot of sense, and here it makes much more sense than in the opening yesterday, because the main point of a3 is that White is waiting for Black to show his cards. So what does Black have? Black has normally b5 or knight f6. There are these two questions that Black can play. I'm assuming that after a3, if Black starts with knight f6, then clearly White wants to play the move f4, settling to go e4, e5. And now we see the benefit of White having played the move a3. It stops bishop b4, a typical pause and move. And if Black plays something like d6, then White already has all these ideas of switching to this bishop e2, g4 plan, maybe even queen f3 with very sharp play, also with ideas g4, long castles. The game gets a very sharp character. And if Black plays the move that featured in the game b5, then here comes the point that White immediately captures that knight on c6. Now Black has a choice. Do you take with the queen or do you take with the pawn? Yes, it leads to two completely different positions. Queen takes c6 happen in the game. It's very much in the pause and spirit. White plays bishop e2. White switches the strategy. After bishop b7, he goes short castles, and somewhere maybe hinting at some bishop f3, e5, very quick activity in the center, trying to get the e4 square eventually for the white knight. So many finesses, and Etienne, after spending a lot of time, has answered it with knight e7.
Yeah, maybe the point why the knight on f6, especially in the Sicilian Tamarov and also the Sicilian Gant setups, is not always the best move, because it might run into this move, Peter, you already mentioned, bishop f3, and this knight on f6, despite the fact that it's hitting the pawn on e4, it might be causing more harm, because let's say, how do you stop this e5 threat? Let's say you play queen c7 and e5 is a move anyway, right? Because now you can't take on e5. The bishop on b7 is hanging, and bishop f3, queen f3 is even a greater trouble. So essentially, the knight has to go away, and Black is getting into trouble. But knight e7 is a very common move, and I have played myself all kinds of Sicilian Tamanovs and Khans all my life. I've always found them to be more intuitive based and easier to play than the Sicilian the Najdorf. And the point of knight e7 is that you want to play knight g6, right? And the knight on g6 is feeling really well in many positions, because you control some very nice f4, e5 squares. And quite common for these positions of Taimanov and Khan, You don't really want to lock your dark square bishop on f8. You want to play something like bishop c5, even bishop d6 is a move. So it's all about weird ideas. So I think this is what Etienne is trying to do.
Yes, 97 is kind of very thematic. The bad news is that Fabi keeps on blitzing. He's not surprised by 97. He plays the move queen d2. Obviously, Fabiano has a very, very clear knowledge of this variation. I'm not one of them. I have to openly acknowledge, yeah, I was much more the long castle type of guy. The queen d2, queen f3 kind of setups I know much better, but this is a very special position. One could argue that normally, if white plays solidly, the old wisdom was that black has nothing to worry about in the time of pausen, because long terms black has a lot of strategical trumps, yeah, based on this very solid pawn structure. But looking at the evaluation bar, looking at the speed, how quickly Fabi is playing, I have the feeling that there is some very special idea, some move pen move play, and it will not be so easy for black to complete development.
I imagine that Caruana intends to beat knight g6 with f4, prepared to limit the knight's potential jumps to the center, also prepare an idea to play in a very near future bishop f3, maybe even g3, bishop f3, position the bishop on g2, and then think about opening up the center with e4, e5 at some point later. Maybe there might be even a thematic idea, rook a e1, knight e5, etc. But I'm actually feeling not so bad for Etienne, unless there's something terrible happening. I think he's doing fine because, again, when you're playing against such a strong player like Fabiano Caruana, what you should play, I'm not really sure, because you have a choice. Are you playing with black? You know you are the underdog. I mean, literally everybody who's playing against Fabi with black is an underdog. So what you should do, I mean, you can play something very solid, and then your opponent most likely will torture you for 7 hours. So good luck with that. Or you try to spicy up things, right? Because you don't really have a lot of to lose. I mean, okay, obviously there's a lot of things to lose if you lose, but I can understand Etienne doing this, right? Because, I mean, fine, he's going to try to get a bit sharper game with some positional twist, and at least he has some counterplay. But I guess we are going to see.
Yes, we will see. I do recall that already in the World Cup, in the FIDE World Cup, he was playing the Timon of Pausen with black, yeah? So recently it seems like this is his main opening. I do recall him losing a very important and very painful game to Vidit. And Vidit has been knocking Etienne out of the World Cup. That featured some brilliant sacrifices by Vidit in the open Timon of Sicilian. So having that game also in mind, I'm a little bit surprised with Vidit's choice of going for the Alapin, because I feel like he is such a well-prepared opponent, such a well-prepared player, that why is he going for the Alapin? But okay, he has his reasons. We have already been dealing with that game. I believe we should be continuing and checking out what happens in the other boards. Do we have access to the bird's eye view? That would be great. If not, then we can continue one by one.
I think we have it now, and there you go. There we have the bird's eye view back again in action. And wow, what exactly is that position in Yesepenko's game against Vincent Kammer? Because it's some tactical mess. I mean, black is up a piece, but there's a very deadly pin at the e-file. I assume this is some big opening tier, is it not?
Well, if it would be big theory, then Vincent would not be spending so much time. Yeah, I feel like this will be the next game that we have to jump into. It's a very, very intriguing.
I've never seen it before.
Position.
I've never seen this position before. I mean, I have to confess, right? I was thinking maybe you, Peter, know this, and I'm the one who is out of any information here. But yeah, I don't recognize. Then we have some classical gospel structure board for ordinary guys against Yuri Kuzubov. A very, very famous setup, of course, an Italian game, Diak against Wojtaszek. Italian game always has been around ever since people started to look for alternatives, how to avoid the Berlin variation. And I think probably we have to thank for that to Vladimir Kramnik, who played it so well in the year 2000 against Garry Kasparov, neutralizing his white collar, that ever since the Berlin has become such a powerful weapon that it led to the eventual popularity of the Italian game.
Yes, and also one very quick update on the Vidit game against Nakamura. It's kind of breaking news, because just as we anticipated, we felt like after Queen D8, Vidit is on his own. He's thinking, he hasn't made a decision. It's very interesting. We do see a classical Berlin endgame between Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann. We also very interesting Richard Laporte playing the Leningrad Dutch against Sarana, and Firouzja going for the Maroczy from the black side, but it's a very strange one with the pawn on g4. I'm not exactly sure which move order was featured in that game. We're gonna take a closer look, but I think first we have to go to the Vincent's game against Yesipenko, because that's very, very sharp. Wow! But just when I'm saying this, Etienne has also played the move knight e7 to f5, which one should highlight that, yeah, e takes f5 is impossible due to queen take g2 checkmate.
All right, so it seems the action is slowly heating up, but I think that we are going to use this slight moment when the players are thinking after the opening phase which direction to take. I think that right after we come back, we are going to definitely check out this sensational stuff which is happening in Yesipenko's game against Vincent Kammer. I'm really curious how did they get there. But we are going to be seeing you in several minutes, and I would like to again remind you, the viewers, that there are some new chess spots, chess.com, available for you. So Twitch subscribers, stick with us during the break to meet November's host of characters. But we are coming back in several minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you very soon.
I have 3 puzzles here. Are you ready for the last one?
Well, I want more, like 10 more.
Okay, he wants 10 more.
I need to redeem myself.
10 seconds.
Oh my god. I did this exercise like before, because you know in Polish national team we had like exercises we had to do, like 20 of them I think in a month, and this one was one of them, and I spoiled it actually. And yeah, but I think rook e8 follows. I mean bishop takes e8 followed by queen g6 is it wins. Yeah, it wins because after bishop takes g6 there is knight takes g6 followed by bishop c4, queen d5, bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, like the second one, I'm pretty sure it's obvious. I'm pretty sure that it is rook to e8, bishop takes e8, queen g6, takes knight g6 and bishop c4.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's rook e8, queen g6. Yeah, rook e8, bishop e8, queen g6.
Yep, perfect. All right.
Rook e8 check, bishop takes c8, queen g6, takes knight g6, king j8, bishop c4. Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, 1 second. So I'm thinking of sacrifice my queen, but that shouldn't work. Okay. Rook e8 check. Bishop takes e8, queen g6.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, I got one correct. Yeah, rook e8, bishop e8, queen g6. Bishop takes queen, knight g6, king j8, bishop c4.
Completely correct.
Yeah, at least I got one correct, huh?
We're back with the coverage from Isle of Man, where the FIDE Grand Swiss round 8 is already well underway. Vidit Gurati is the sole leader of the event with 5.5 points out of 7, making a fantastic run after suffered a shock loss in the first round. We already had a look at his game against Hikaru Nakamura. The situation is slowly heating up. But I think, Peter, it's time for us to have a look what is happening in the game of Andrei Yesepenko against Vincent Keimer. These are two very, very promising young players. And where exactly is White's piece here? I mean, how did they get here at all? I mean, I'm really curious.
Yes, we have to take a close look on this because this is some fascinating stuff. It might be completely new. Knight f3, knight f6. So it started as a slow opening, then c4. Invitation to many different setups. Yeah, Black has a million ways of dealing with this. Vincent opting for e6. Now after gc, it looks like it's some anti-Catalan territory. d5, bishop g2. Yeah, again, Black has many possibilities. The classical bishop e7 move, d takes c4. And of course, d5, d4, the move that featured in the game. So Black played the move d4, Black castles. Now again, Black has many possibilities. c5 would transpose to some of these reverse Benoni kind of structures. But here Vincent goes for knight c6. It has a very solid reputation also. Black wants to play with e5. Now Andrei played the move e3. And I believe that things are heating up here because after e3, e5, now White has played the move e takes d4, which usually White does not really do because of e5, e4, I believe. And then after e4, White played the move d5. And here we see the piece sacrifice e takes f3, queen takes f3, knight e5, rook e1. Pinning that knight, very important, so that Black is unable to develop his bishop because then White will win back the knight immediately with d4. So after rook e1, Black plays the strong move queen e7, but that hinders the development. Queen e7, and White falls back with the queen to d1, another strong move, threatening d to d4, and Vincent is taking his time already for more than 25 minutes. Because if you are not prepared, then certainly he doesn't seem to be prepared for it, then this is very scary.
Oh, I think it is indeed. But can we go back a couple of moves, Peter? Because I would like to explain a couple of decisions that were made by the players. I think after the piece was sacrificed after d5, e takes an f3, and queen takes an f3. It seems that Black has to take the piece and play knight e5 because what other moves he has? Because otherwise, White is gonna pin the king in the center, So let's say knight b8 would be the natural choice. But then again, what happens after rook e1 check, bishop e7? I'm not really sure how white plays either queen e3 or queen a3. Either way, or even queen e2 for that regard, I'm not really sure. But he forces the black king to remain in the center, right? And if you play at some point king f8, going away from the pin, white continues, I guess, development with d4, knight c3, bishop g5, and this is what we call a very nice long-term pressure, maybe bishop f4 in the targeting opponent, c7. So it's quite a big decision. And it seems that black simply has to play this knight e5, which was played in the game, and now the game is quite forced. So I would assume that Vincent did not make this move lightly. He clearly knew something here, right? Otherwise, you don't fall for this pin. Rook e1 was played, threatening d4, queen e7 is necessary. And again, white's only move is queen d1, but there's a very nice reason why, because queen e2 would feel a little bit more natural, and there's a sensational response, knight d3, right? Suddenly black attacks the rook on e1, white gonna take on d3 because rook on e1 is targeted, and black is simply winning the game.
Yes, exactly. So that's why white plays the move queen d1, avoiding any of these tricks. Yeah, let's make sure that black's knight is pinned. d4 is the threat, and one of the main moves in this type of positions is clearly always bishop g4, developing the bishop with the tempo, hitting the queen. When, however, black has to calculate all these things, but f3, bishop takes f3, that would be, again, some typical way of dealing. Let's just show this with this pin. Yeah, so after bishop g4, if white plays f3, that might be running into bishop takes f3 tactic, and bishop takes f3, knight takes f3 check would solve all of black's problems. Again, the pin is released. The big question and the big dilemma is that, of course, if it would be so easy, then Andrei Yasipenko would be not playing like this, and Vincent needs to understand where is the deep catch of Andrei's preparation.
Does he even have anything else besides bishop g4? Because it feels like this bishop g4 is automatic almost. Or there's another move. I think quite simply wants to play d4. And I have a hard time visually even imagining anything else, right? And bishop g4 accelerates black's development. And I would like to continue this thought a bit, Peter, because after bishop g4, if you play f3, I'm seeing all kinds of moves for black. I mean, there might be even some piece sacrifices here. I was thinking maybe there could be a well-timed long castle queen c5 and try to use the fact that black is ahead in development. I mean, this game has a very good chance to explode. Or maybe I was thinking after bishop takes on f3, white might play, f3, bishop takes on f3, white might play queen a4 check with a threat of d4. And do we have b5 after that, or c6? Again, I can't calculate these things very quickly. And you see the bar says it's just about balance. It just means this game is so complex here.
Yes, it's very complex. That's the problem for Vincent, yeah, that he needs to navigate. His opponent is clearly in book. He's clearly following his computer preparation, and there are so much stakes involved in this game, yeah, and one mistake can cause the whole game. Just to highlight one of the problems, yeah, like after knight fd7, white plays the move d4, and after bishop takes g2, white takes rook takes e5, and white wins the game, because there is another pin there on the d7 knight. Black loses the queen. So all kinds of craziness is in there. As you mentioned, after queen a4 check, the most thematic is to try to look at some pawn moves with b5 followed by c6, but b5 runs into queen takes b5 and c6, then d takes c6. There might be again some pin there. Let's just check this. Yeah, b5, white takes on b5, and after c6, it seems to me like he might be simply able to capture on c6.
I mean, I saw some queen c5 checks, but obviously I did not really calculate too far. I had a feeling I'm up a piece, but the pin, of course, still remains. Yeah, you're right. d4 and bishop e3, and I think that black is crushing and burning here. So probably it's not going to work. You know, Peter, I have a feeling that there is a minor chance that we might see a repetition, because where was this? At the very beginning, if Winsor will play bishop g4, can White force a draw with queen a4 check? I mean, I hope it never happens, right? But after queen a4 check, maybe Black's best response could be, yeah, Bar disagrees already. Thank you for that. I was thinking bishop d7, queen d1, bishop g4, and maybe for some reason there is no better way for Black to continue rather than repeat the position. But apparently after queen a4 check, now I think there was this time to play b5.
Yes, but the whole point is that Yesipenko did not sacrifice the piece in order to look for some draw. Then it made no sense. Yeah, he's wanting to go along one of these completely crazy lines, which probably are 0-0. Probably they just simply lead to a draw. However, Black needs to fight lot of demons. Yeah, that you simply know that you are not playing against your opponent. You are playing against some 3,500 supercomputer in a completely crazy tactical position, and that's the frightening situation. Bishop g4 looks natural, then f3 comes, bishop takes f3 is again natural. We did talk about long castle also. We should just quickly check what computer thinks about the move long castles. Yeah, he is not happy. I'm guessing the answer is d4. No, the answer is not d4, because then we can win with knight f3. Yeah, exactly. That was the plan. What we talked about, yeah, this would just win for Black. Again, solving the problem of the pin. So this case, after long castle, probably White just collects on g4. Yes.
And then plays d4, right? You know, Peter,
Yes.
I was looking at this position briefly, and I was wondering, is it too crazy to sacrifice a queen? I mean, it was this moment when after, where was this? After bishop g4, f3. Is it too much? Can I be Michal Tal here? I'm playing
But
knight
how?
e3. Yeah, Michal Tal, right?
wow.
I mean, I just want to sacrifice a queen, right? Probably, yeah, it's ridiculous, right? But I saw that
Yes.
rook e7, bishop e7, bishop c5, short castle, rook e1 ideas, and somehow I am having this great respect for this knight on d3, but apparently it's not having enough support to continue a serious attack.
Yes, yeah, computers are too strong. By the way, finally the move bishop g4 had been played. We will be seeing how Vincent reacts to f3. For the moment, it looks very natural. Yeah, f3, bishop takes f3, and then after queen a4 check, it's the big question how to continue. We did not see the intermezzo. Let me just let's cheat for a second in order to understand, because we know exactly that Yesipenko is following some computer preparation. Let's just imagine what he has in store for us. So the line by the computer goes f3, bishop takes f3, queen a4 check, and now the computer actually says that king d8 is kind of a important move. Clearly White plays the move d4, and then Black plays the move knight fg4 or bishop takes g2 followed by queen d7. Okay, things are getting out of control
Yeah,
here.
I mean, knight fg4, very casual move. Yeah, sure.
Yes,
You know,
but okay,
I think
this yeah, but I think bishop takes g2 is the more human natural response, because what happens after bishop takes g2? We are threatening some things, and rook takes e5, we have queen d7. That would be kind of good news.
I think we have to go back to this game at some point later, Peter, because this game is turning out to be one of the central matchups of this round. And again, Andrei Yesipenko is involved in a big fight. Yesterday, he was playing this legendary defense against Arjun Regaisi. Today, I mean, after this huge, gigantic game, playing 7.5 hours, he is again having a fantastic game. Bishop takes in f3, played by Vincent now, and I think that we are definitely coming back to this game, right? Because let's observe what's happening, right? Queen a4 check. I have a feeling this is still opening part of Yesipenko. So essentially, we are racing here against engines, and it's going to be very difficult for us to predict. So let's just wait a little bit. When the dust settles, go back to this game. But first, we could go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. I understand, obviously, this is the top-notch game right now, but let's first see if we are not missing something else exciting happening right now.
Yes, so let's take a look. We do see that Vincent is taking his time after Queen A4 check. Yeah, everything was logical so far. In the Erigaisi Kuzubov game, we have a very traditional Queen's Gambit Carlsbad structure. That's a slow affair usually. One has the feeling that white is always slightly better in these positions, but recently black has been doing extremely well also. Black is very solid. It's very popular. We do see the Deák Radek Wojtaszek game. That's a very solid kind of construction from black. White is fighting for a tiny little edge in the classical Italian. What else do we see? We do see that Vidit spending 35 minutes on the move knight c4. Finally, he has settled on the move knight c4. He's clearly out of book, and we were speculating that probably this is the first Alapin game in his life. What else catches your attention? For example, Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev. This looks like white got something out of the opening, isn't it?
Yeah, so it seems he has a center. Let's have a look at it closer, just to give an overview what's happening. Because Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev, these are two very creative players. They have played against each other already many times. There's at least 7 classical games, and only one of them finished in a draw. At the moment, the score is level, 3 wins for both players. And here it seems that Praggnanandhaa has sacrificed the pawn on d4. I think he already has played similar setups before, so this pawn sacrifice is allowing him to accelerate development, meaning he can play moves like bishop b2, knight c4, very nice control of the central squares. And visually, I have a feeling, Peter, that black's extra pawn doesn't even feel right. I would definitely choose all day long white's position over black. But again, I mean, black is still super solid. The pawn is a pawn, and I'm sure that Fedoseev knows what he's doing.
Yeah, both players probably know what they are doing, but let's take a look so that we understand where did this come from. It certainly has this Catalan feeling, but actually it was a Slav. It's just modern chess. Yeah, it's the Meran after e6. White going for the GC line, one of the most uncompromising ways of fighting the Meran. Bishop e7, not the most trendy move. I believe that knight b7 and d takes e4 are clearly the main moves in this position. Bishop g2 castles, and now we get very much into Catalan territory. Black playing the move b6, very logical. Usually we see this often with white's bishop on d2, knights on c1. That's a big difference. White is trying to make good use of it with knight d2, going for e4 ideas. Black plays a5, just ignores white's main threat of e4. D takes c4, knight takes c4, bishop a6, and that's how we got to this position. b3, b5, knight e3, b4. Yeah, this is all very, very standard play in many of these Catalan positions.
I'm not even sure that this is a novelty, Peter, because it looks very familiar to me. At least this idea, sacrificing the pawn on d4 for a lot of controls, central squares to be controlled for white. I absolutely recognize this. I would guess that, again, both of the players are more or less in the prep, maybe Praggnanandhaa a little bit more because he has more time. He has spent only 15 minutes. And this entire sequence of, if we go back to move 11, where Praggnanandhaa played b3, this was clearly not a blunder. This entire idea, allowing black to play b5, b4, bishop e2, queen takes on d4. It makes it really exciting that both of the players are going for this position voluntarily. And at some point, it's usually like this at the highest level. At some point, one of the players realizes that he was wrong, that going here was a mistake, right? So who is it going to be? We don't know that yet.
Yes, okay, it's typical position. White has very nice compensation. The big question is it enough to claim advantage? Because black is clearly trying to develop very quickly with knight b7, even maybe giving up the c6 pawn. I don't really believe that black will be hanging on to his pawn. It's much more that he wants to complete quick development, eventually get that bishop to c5, and if black could be able to trade the dark square bishops with bishop d4, most probably this would be a big success. And white at the same time might not even waste time on collecting the c6 pawn, but just try to make sure that his initiative is getting developed. Very, very interesting, but so much is still ahead that I believe that we should be continuing our tour. Otherwise, we can get stuck here for a very long time.
All right. I have a suggestion, Peter. Maybe let's go to Levant's game, because Levant had a rather slow start. And obviously, he's one of the highest accomplished players in the field. He just recently became a father, right? And in one of the post-game interviews, he said that now he's feeling a bit more relaxed, right? That there's no more stress, and there's I guess different priorities in life, and being a father now, it's the greatest joy of the life so far. And yeah, I mean, he's enjoying his time here, but there's also some rivalry here between him and Hans Niemann, right? Obviously, Hans being one of the most how to say properly, controversial players in the circuit, right? With all of these scandals and news. But they recently already played against each other. Niemann beat Aronian in the US Chess Championships in a very nice, fine game. And I think it should be rather a principal fight for Aronian, right? To say that, okay, listen, that was an accident, right? And I'm better than you. But did he really get anything out of the opening? Because Niemann just played the Berlin system, which is super solid. He voluntarily doubles the pawns at a queen side, but in the long run, I definitely can see the perspectives, Peter, for Aronian, because he has this pawn majority at a king side, and if he advances those pawns far enough and makes sure there's no counterplay at the queen side, it feels almost like it's an extra pawn.
Yeah, well, it's a very interesting situation. I'm always wondering that how much does the young generation really know about the Berlin? Because we do see that now every young player is also ready to play the Berlin, and we remember that when Kramnik was bringing it into fashion, also earlier my countryman Zoltán Almásy, who feels like he also made tremendous contribution way before Kramnik started playing the Berlin. And now it's played by everyone. And we do see that, look at this. Are we in for a repetition of moves? The players are blitzing it out because it's all about the D file. It's all about the D file. I still somehow can't really understand or can't believe that Levon will be repeating, because it's not his style. On the other hand, he might feel that black has everything under control. For example, just to highlight something like c3, bishop c2, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, knight d4 would be kind of thematic. But that knight on d4 isn't beautifully placed, because black can actually have this lovely tactics with c5, sacrificing the bishop, and after knight takes c2, answer it with rook d2 check, and then the black rook enters the second rank. It can only be trouble for white. So this might explain, and let's see, exactly, knight d4 played. Hans with the move bishop g4 can actually claim threefold repetition. Wow.
Oh, that is rather unexpected. I would have thought this is going to turn out to be a greater fight. Already moved 21, and we are going for a threefold repetition. Apparently, then the Aronian is not happy the way the game turned out. And okay, fine. we could call today and play the draw. The question is, can Hans actually decline and keep the game going and play something like bishop h7? Because if he plays bishop h7, there's definitely some risk, right? No, but it's bishop g4 and draw is agreed.
Yes, yeah, it's agreed. Correct. Yeah, because it's threefold repetition. I was already wondering whether white could have claimed the repetition with knight takes d4. I don't know where was black's bishop. Just it's very curious to take a look, but no, because the bishop was on c8. If black's bishop would have been on f5 already, then it would have been threefold repetition with knight d4. But after bishop g4, everything was very direct, and I think we get the answer. Yeah, there's the young players very, very much know their Berlin stuff. Levon is a big maestro himself. He has been playing from the white and from the black side. It's a very impressive neutralization by Hans Niemann.
It's actually quite interesting that you mentioned this, right? About what exactly does the young players know about the endgames and the new ideas? Because Levon in the interview said that despite the fact, I mean, he is, of course, a very expensive player, he is learning from the young players. And there you go. I mean, he just played against a young player and he learned that they do play the Berlin apparently really well. All right, let's go back to the other games. And I think it's high time for us to see the bird's eye view. The game of Aronian against Niemann is one of the early games to finish with a draw. And I keep hearing, Peter, that there is a rather surprising twist of events happening in one of the games between one player who already has qualified for the candidates tournament, and that is the sensational Nijat Abbasov, right? All of you probably do remember, dear viewers, you remember that Abbasov had this absolutely stunning run in the FIDE World Cup. He made it as far as the semifinal, right, where he lost. He put up a huge, amazing fight, and here he is playing against Sean Sargsyan, a very strong grandmaster from Armenia. And apparently this move, 96, which if he could go back a couple of moves, this very, very natural move by the Azerbaijani top grandmaster was apparently a big mistake, right? Where is it? I think, yeah, it was some Karlsbad. This is quite...
Karlsbad structure, yes. Very standard. Bishop f4, c5. D takes c5. Okay, this because white has brought his bishop back to f4, not to h4. So some new rules apply. Black immediately breaks with c5. What's in store for us? Castles, knight c6, rook c1, bishop g4. All very natural Queen's Gambit moves. Knight b5, bishop b6, and the move knight d6. This is, I think, that you are mentioning, that apparently this was a dangerous move from white side because it looks very strong. It hits the rook on e8, it hits the pawn on b7, but Shant actually just ignored it. Black has played the move rook e6, offering that please take on b7, because after knight takes b7, I'm assuming that queen e7 actually traps that knight.
I mean, technically, I guess it's possible to hold on to it with bishop a6, but it clearly sends the wrong signals, right? That if you position all of your minor pieces somewhere on the edge of the board and leave the king set completely unattended, this is probably going to cause some problems. So no, I mean, knight x and b7 absolutely is impossible. So Abbasov now tried to change the game with knight f5, and I believe here knight e4 is very strong, right? I mean, attacking this knight on f5. And after knight e4, bishop e4, rook takes on e4, even with the naked eye, it becomes pretty obvious that black has a very nice piece activity. This bishop on g4 is still pinning the white queen on d1, and you can't easily get rid of this pin, because if you play h3, black just plays bishop h5, and I don't really think that white is interested to push g4 and further weaken the king.
Yeah, well, I'm also not trying to understand how does white react to knight e4, because it isn't so obvious. After bishop takes e4, even simple moves like d takes e4 are looking quite promising for black.
Even d takes e4, you're right.
Yeah, yes, maybe black is already... Yeah, maybe black is even looking for something more, but the knight on f5 is hanging. This bishop on g4 is a monster. So basically, it's absolutely clear that the knight d6 move was based on some miscalculation, because in this moment, yes, maybe one can argue that black has solved his problems. There is not much white achieved from this game, but everything is fairly standard. However, after knight d6, rook e6, that white was unable to take on bishop, now he had to move back to f5, giving a tempo, and then black really has this opportunity of jumping with the knight to e4, when this bishop on g4 is a monster doing all kinds of crazy things, spinning that knight on f3, hitting the knight on f5. Where is this knight on f5 actually escaping? Is it coming back to g3? Then maybe g7, g5 might trap that bishop on f4. It's absolutely crazy that in a queen's gambit on move 15, we are talking about such things.
Yeah, I mean, but that is essentially the outcome of this reckless maneuver, 96, 95, 2 tempi, even probably 3 tempi gifted for black, and it just, that's the result. All right, so it appears to be that the Basov is getting in deep trouble, which is going to be a perfect chance for Shan Sargsyan. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and go back to focus to the top boards. These are some of the most interesting actions happening in some other boards, but let's see. Do we have some updates? What's happening in Vidit's game? Not a lot of moves can be made. I mean, I think it's just knight c4, knight e7. We pretty much saw this position already, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes ago?
Well, okay, things are slowing down. Yeah, both players are taking their time. And I do feel that there are a lot of finesses. That's also the reason. Look at Vidit's clock situation. He already spent basically 40 minutes for these natural moves, but he is completely unfamiliar and he wants to be super precise. We know exactly that Vidit is a type of player who doesn't like to make simple moves. He wants to find the best moves in the position. And it's quite an interesting middle game we will be keeping an eye on. In the Fabiano-Caruana backrow game, we do see that this knight f5, knight h4 maneuver had been played. The knight on h4 is a slightly strange piece. At the same time, it stops any kind of bishop f3 ideas from white. So it's a very intriguing knight on h4, causing some headache for white. We also do see the evaluation bar saying, however, that white probably has a promising continuation. This is what Fabiano is trying to understand. And all eyes, in my view, is on Yesipenko against Vincent Keimer, because Yesipenko is still in book. He has been blitzing out all his moves. He is over 140. Vincent clearly out of book. It's almost 1 hour behind on the clock. However, he navigated all the way till this endgame. And then he played the move f6, which the computer is slightly critical about. We don't know exactly how much and why, but yes, f6 is a very controversial move.
Indeed, and why is it? I think we can go to this game full screen because the situation has clarified a bit, because it allows Yesipenko to play e6, right? So the engine marks it as a mistake, and since it's a mistake and Yesipenko is not responding immediately, I think we can safely assume that's it. Yesipenko's preparation is finished, because at some point it does finish. And those of you, the viewers, who have worked a bit sometimes with engines and you know how they work, how does the preparation work? Very often when you're preparing for a line, you're checking the top choices only, right? Especially when there's some computer-like continuations. And then there's a continuation which you have never seen before. And I really like this revelation once, which was done by Caruana. And he said, when you play something like f6, I mean, when you're playing against an opponent who is in very deep prep, when you play something like f6 and your opponent doesn't respond immediately, you get mixed feelings, right? Because first, you're happy. Why? Because your opponent is out of the book. Meaning you succeeded by surprising him. And then there's the second feeling, probably it's a bad move, right? So my opponent doesn't know it. So most likely engines, they don't support this move, and there's probably something really wrong about it.
Yeah, it's on the other hand, yeah, Vincent is very much into the game already, and he might feel like, okay, but I want to challenge. Yeah, let's just go back one move. That white has these very advanced pawns, but white is not yet developed. So one could argue that White's simple plan is to get knight c3, bishop f4, and then bring that rook, I don't know, to d1, e1, or even f1. Eventually that knight going to e4, and maybe the computer says it's fine for black with very special, delicate way, but as a human player, you simply don't get clarity. And you see from the white side that, of course, this is his idea. You have also known that he has been blitzing out everything. You don't know exactly what's the compute evolution. And then you can very easily convince yourself that, oh, wow, no, if white gets this, then I will get into a lot of trouble. And that's how you come up with the thoughts like, all right, but what happens? Maybe computer thinks that I should play a move like f6 because it's not a natural human move, but then you start looking, okay, e takes f6, g takes f6 is clearly in black's favor. Then we get rid of that very strong pawn. Then we start investigating the so-called main question after e6. And then it appears like, okay, but we have a very interesting way of trying to break white's center before white finishes development. And for example, after knight c3, black has a choice, like even going, intuitively I was calculating c takes d5 in my mind from distance, and then white can capture with the knight on d5, then white has this beautiful knight on d5, but the pawn on e6 gets isolated, so we get bishop d6, rook e8, and we target that pawn. And if white captures back more natural with c takes d5, then one has the feeling like maybe we can set up some blockade, bishop d6, king e7, then the rook's out. Yes, it's dangerous, white has good compensation, but black actually completes development, gets a blockading position. How bad can it be?
I'm not really sure, but I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, that Yesepenko is thinking. Because if you look at the current position, does he really have a choice? I mean, it seems like e6 is almost automatic because you don't really want to take at f6, and finally he does play e6. But I have a feeling it could be a bit strategic mistake from him, because if you think for a while, for too long, your opponent gets a bit comfortable because he probably suspects you're out of the prep. And if there's one player in the circuit who likes to combine a very deep prep with a proper bluff, that is probably Daniil Dubov, right? And you can never really know for sure when he's out of the prep. He still continues to play very fast. And when your opponent continues to play very fast, I think you're usually very cautious, because I think that you want to think twice about every single decision you're making. And that's why I slightly don't like this thought of Yesepenko that he spent these 5 minutes thinking about d6, because it sends a signal to Vincent that probably he's out of the prep, encouraging him, while there was no other real choice. I mean, maybe bishop f4 was a move, but I don't think that White was interested to trade this pawn on e5.
Yes, e6 is kind of a principal move, but there could be also some other explanation, like he wasn't at the board, yeah, so he might have not noticed Vincent playing a move, and then he came back and then almost instantly played e6. We don't have access to the video, so we are only speculating. Yeah, it's certainly, it's kind of intriguing that he did spend apparently 4 or 5 minutes making this choice. I somehow intuitively feel that it's very natural from black side to try to play c6, because usually what is the situation when you are exchange up? It's very desirable to try to open up some open files for the rooks, because if the position is locked, then the minor piece is developed. Yeah, if for example, let's just highlight black does nothing. Let's make some move. Okay, bishop d6 is a good move. I think bishop d6 is absolutely a normal move. Knight c3, king e7. Let's just highlight something. Bishop e3, a6. For example, something like this. Yeah, now we already see that the computer immediately jumped in White's favor. Yeah, so if black just sits and does nothing, White develops, there is a certain danger that black is running out of space. And let's take a look. The rooks are not participating in the game. So that's why my very, very simple intuition was that I want to make sure that I trade some pawns and open up some important files for my rooks. c6, knight c3, and then capture on d5. What is your take, Artus? How do you feel about it?
I was thinking about it. I completely agree, Peter, that Black should be looking for some breaks. I was wondering if there's some other alternative choices instead of c6 to play b5, right? Maybe this is a bit too crazy. b5, c takes on b5, and a6, try to play a bit gambit, open the position this way. But then again, white can always play b6, right? Sacrifice this pawn back, and I guess eventually we reach exactly the same position. So, I mean, there's no need for white even to open up the position too much. But I think it's time for us to go for another break, dear viewers, and we'll be back in several minutes with more action coming from Isle of Man. We are going to focus after the break on the women's Grand Swiss, because it's not only the open tournament, there's also the women's tournament. We want to see what's happening there. There's some very, very serious matchups. Hope you're having a wonderful time. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be seeing you very soon.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today. Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We are continuing the broadcast following the action from Isle of Man, where is being held the strongest open tournament of the year, the FIDE Grand Swiss, determining two places both in open and women's section in the upcoming candidates tournament. Your hosts, Peter Leko, I'm Artur Nekšans, and I think it's high time for us, Peter, to jump to the women's tournament and at the bird's eye view see what is happening at the top boards.
Yes, it will be very interesting. I do see that it was the Yenish Gambit on the top board between Anna Muzichuk and Antonetta Stefanova. And the shocking fact is that Stefanova has surprised or tried to surprise Anna Muzichuk with the Yenish Gambit. But looking at the clock situation, it is Anna who is feeling much, much more confident. Wow.
All right.
Do you know this line?
Vaguely. Maybe let's stroll through very quickly. I know definitely the motive. So the Yenish Gambit, that's in the roll-up as the F5 move, yeah? This is the,
Yes.
I call it sometimes the improved Latvian Gambit, because immediately the Latvian Gambit with the second move of 5, it's awful, it's terrible. And being a big patriot, of course, of Latvia, I've played it exactly once in my career. So probably never again. So knight c6, bishop e5, f5. Actually, this is perfectly legit, right? And its reputation it's a bit, slightly shaky, perhaps, because we don't see it a lot. But now the idea is more sound. White cannot easily win this pawn in the center, so d3 is regarded as the solid continuation, not accepting any gambits here. There's the old move, knight c3, or maybe not just the old move, just another choice. But d3 is something I can relate to. It's very positional, protecting the pawn on e4. F takes, d takes, knight f6. I believe this is the main position. Bishop c5. And I think that this is supposed to be all right for black. To be honest, I don't remember much about it, but I've definitely played this with white. Knight e5 and short castle. It rings a bell. This is a familiar idea. Black sacrifices the pawn on e5 to accelerate the development, and somehow white, I think black should be getting this compensation. And yet, the way they played it out, I think that Stefanova has no compensation, because after d6, there's this very powerful move, knight a4. I love this, right? Not knight e3, which I would have thought is an automatic move, but knight a4, hitting this bishop on c5. And
Yes.
I guess it changed something, because after knight e3, if we could put it on the board, just to show this idea very quickly, I think that black can play bishop d4, attacking this knight on c3, hitting the pawn on e4. There's all kinds of bishop g4 ideas, knight g4, queen h4 ideas. Black is very, very aggressive, has a lot of activity, and somehow this extra pawn doesn't feel. And I have a feeling, Peter, that Anna was very, very well prepared for this position, and also the clock shows that she knows this position a bit better. And then after a couple of moves, what was it? Queen e8 played. The pawn on c6, by the way, is under attack, so Stefanova protects it. Here Muzichuk played knight e3, bishop g4, queen e1. Now bishop d4 is played by Stefanova, and after the very obvious c3, bishop b6, I think white should be very happy to kill this annoying Daxua bishop, and after a3, white is just up a pawn. I don't really see where's the compensation.
Yes, I think that actually this was my repertoire also around 2013. I do recall that it was around that time when white has understood that there is this knight a4 line, and it's leading to some positions like this. And once you discover that with white you can get this position, then you stop worrying about the Yenish Gambit, yeah? Because, okay, yes, so black sacrificed the pawn. Black has some kind of compensation, and the computer, I believe when you are analyzing it, the computer often even holds a draw from the black side with some very mysterious play. But my feeling is always like, let my opponent play this. Is it really what my opponent dreams of? Because white is perfectly safe. It is black who has to prove that he or she will have enough in this construction, and white is just enjoying.
I mean, having played all my life e4, e5, I can tell you, Peter, you're probably going to agree that, e4, e5 is so tough to break because your opponent could play Dry Lopez, there could be the Berlin, there could be the Petrov, and it's very, very difficult to grind down this very minimal advantage. And then your opponent plays something a bit sharp like the Yenish. So it's great, right? It means that you don't really have to fight for this minimal advantage. You're already guaranteed something, right? And it's all about if you will be precise. So I think that indeed for Muzichuk, this is good news. And no matter what Stefano was planning, I think it's slightly backfired. I don't like her position. But speaking about these two players, how they have fared before, obviously Anna Muzichuk and Antonetta Stefanova, they have played against each other so many times. And Peter, I was checking the database, how many the games they played. I lost the count. I think I left it at somewhere 26 classical games. And I tried to count the score, but it was a bit confusing. But it became very obvious that Anna is the favorite, at least in their prior meetings, because she has won quite a lot of games against Antoanetta, and most notably they have met twice actually in 2017 and 2018 in the World Knockout Championships among women, and they played 2 mini matches, and in both occasions the Ukrainian Grandmaster was the stronger one, and maybe this contributed to the choice of Stefanova because she has not really such a great score against Anna, and she tried to spicy up things.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, you want to disbalance, you want to spring a surprise, hoping that this will help you. Well, I think we have to mention that, yes, it does seem like white is up on the clock, white is a pawn up, but it's a very special position. Black has all kinds of ideas like pinning that knight with bishop c4 and eventually also breaking somehow with d6, d5. So there is quite a lot of confusion. The big question is how long is white prepared, how much she knows about all the details and all the finesses. Because just looking at the evaluation bar and thinking like, yes, against computer it might not be enough, in a human game, I would not dare to judge it like white clearly has an advantage. It's still white needs to prove it. If playing against a computer, then clear that black will need to prove compensation, but for the moment also white needs to prove over the board that she is able to handle and coordinate her pieces perfectly.
All right. So either way, it appears to be that Anna is in a better shape. She's looking for a slight revenge, so to speak, because yesterday Stefanova managed to beat her younger sister, Maria. So not really sure if that plays a role or not. But I think it's time for us to go back to the bird's eye view, just to overview the games. And the game in particular I'm really interested is Vaishali versus Sophie Millet. And it's a very, very interesting matchup because they have never played against each other. I mean, Vaishali being the young rising star from India, sister of Praggnanandhaa. Maybe a lot of people don't know that. And she is on her way to become a Grandmaster. And I do believe, Peter, that this could be truly historical because I don't really recall any siblings, brother and sister, being Grandmaster. I mean, there's obviously brothers Grandmasters, and I think the record is maybe like 3 brothers Grandmasters. I think they were Cuban brothers. I'm not entirely sure. Also, sisters being Grandmasters, woman Grandmasters, but I don't recall brother and sister being Grandmasters reaching this 2,500 elo. So this could be quite a big moment in the history of chess. And Vaishali has secured 3 Grandmaster norms already. She got her final norm in Qatar Masters prior to Isle of Man. And here she plays against Sophie Millet, a very strong, experienced player from France. She's been a very good player for already quite some time. And Sophie started this tournament pretty badly with a loss, but she managed to bounce back and score 5 points in the next 6 games.
Yeah, that's fantastic. She is in great shape. On the other hand, playing with black against Vaishali. Yeah, Vaishali is in a just playing such brilliant chess. And if I look at the position, I also have the feeling that Vaishali has a very promising position. The reason for that is because at first sight it looks like White has lost the dark squared bishop. Yeah, but it was traded on e3. White managed to trade towards the center, and we do see this pawn chain with the light squared bishop on b3 and pawn on a5, inserting tremendous pressure on the light squares against the f7 pawn, also having ideas like bishop d5 in the position. And Black's problem is that that bishop on a7 is kind of shut out of the game thanks to this e3, c3, d4 pawn chain. Black opts for knight e7, trying to somehow, first of all, get that knight to g6. That's perfectly understandable, and probably somewhere try to break the construction. But for the moment, we also have to understand, is Black actually really reaching the g6 square? We did see during the tournament that in all these Italian games, knight e7 is often met by knight h4. The game that comes to mind is Yuan against Narayan Sunildut, and also yesterday the game between Sindarov and Vidit featured the same theme, that knight e7 is met by knight h4.
I love this move, Peter, because also it comes to the idea to play queen h5 next. I mean, directly targeting the pawn on f7. Not only it stops this knight g6, also there's the serious pressure, and it almost forces, the way I treat this position, it almost forces Black to play bishop e6, because I think this pressure at the long diagonal, a2, g8, long diagonal, is becoming quite unbearable. So the question is, what happens after this bishop e6? Does the knight continue the journey to f5, or White actually slams the pawn on the bishop on e6 and continues with queen g4? No matter what happens here, I think that even with the naked eye, it's becoming quite apparent that White has the better position. This bishop on a7 is not doing much, and I can only assume that Milet's choice to play knight g4 and knight x on e3, get the two bishop advantage, and ruin White's pawn structure in the hindsight probably was not the best choice.
Yes, let's go back even to understand what happened. Yes, so it was the classical Spanish, knight f6 castles, bishop c5, a very, very popular movie. I've seen Anna Muzichuk playing it yesterday against Goryachkina. Alireza Firouzja playing it against Artemiev. Yeah, the bishop c5 Spanish is very much alive. c3.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you,
d5.
Peter, but is this not what Fabio recommends in his newest chessable course? You know, I have to admit I haven't got it, right? But there was this major news that Fabio released his chessable course, The Dark Archangel, right? And it happened right after the US Championship, or was it the day before the US Championship? He released the course and then he became the US champion, right? And it also features this idea of bishop c5, the Archangel's idea. And maybe that's also the reason why a lot of players are now willing to play something modern and fresh.
Well, bishop c5 is there for a very long time. I do remember that in the candidates 2020, yeah, the very first part when the candidates got stopped, Caruana was playing bishop c5 Spanish, the Arhangelsk. During that candidates, I was involved as Jan Nepomniachtchi's second. So yes, clearly bishop c5 was very much on our agenda. I was spending days, nights with this variation. I feel like I know quite a lot about it, but it's such a big system. Yeah, there are so many different ways, like the recent kind of development, bishop c to d5, leading to crazy sharp positions, completely out of control. You have to know so much. But bishop b3, his idea is just to avoid any kind of d5s and force Black to play the classical Arhangelsk position. So d6, a4, and now we see that usually Black was playing rook b8 or Black was playing bishop b7. That's old and new because it was kind of forgotten. Now it's popular again. And there is also the move that had been played in the 90s already, bishop g4 as well. I had a couple of games in 97 with a4, bishop g4. So I have some memories, some old memories Yes, but the move b4, I believe that it's not a good move. It does not have a good reputation. I don't know if somebody suggested it or not, but d4, bishop a7, bishop e3, it looks like white gets a very nice setup. Knight bd2, h6, and a5, a typical move, just making sure that the bishop on b3 is kind of beautifully fixed. No more knight a5 ideas. And here Sophie felt that if she does not play knight g4, then white gonna play the move h3, and white will start torturing black, yeah, because it's the common knowledge. If white gets all these moves, h3, bishop e3, knight b2 in, and is able to stabilize the center, then actually white has very good prospects of fighting for advantage. And I think it was also Fabiano Caruana who, against this setup, was always very impressive, coming up with some new ideas, targeting those pawns in the center. But here we see knight g4 played, and those are the things that we are very worried. And by now already knight h4 is even on the board.
Right. So queen h5 is quite a major threat. The only alternative I can think of how black can stop queen h5 is to play g6. But then again, after g6, it does weaken the f file. There's queen f3 with some major pressure against the pawn at f7. King g7 is going to be queen f6 check. So no, it just doesn't feel right. So I think that the only way for white for black to continue is to play bishop e6 and simply accept a worse position. I think we have to go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening at the top boards. So could we do that? Or maybe just immediately jump in to the next game. Okay, let's check the bird's eye view first.
Yeah, we have the bird's eye view, so we already see that we are kind of very happy what white got in the first two boards, playing the Spanish, playing the Rui Lopez with white pressure. On the third board, the very big clash between Tanzonji and Alexander Goryachkina is kind of a very interesting position, because I'm trying to understand which opening did this come from. It feels like white has some initiative, but it's black to move. Yeah, if it would be white to move, then knight e5. Thank you very much. We would be getting one of the bishops, and we will be torturing. But seeing that it's black to move, probably black should be fine. I see Gariful in against Shuvalova. Yeah. Sorry, also that white has some upper hand. So yeah, please share your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted already to jump into the game and see what's happening, but yeah, you're right. First, let's observe the big picture, what is happening elsewhere. The games of Gariful, and I interrupted you against Shuvalova. It seems it's about balanced. Black just took on b3. Asabayeva with black. This is quite tough for her, because Bibisara suffered 2 losses in a row, and now she faces the very sharp Tsolakido, who yesterday played a very interesting King's Indian game against Arjun, and she had pretty good winning chances for black. Ano Shenyan against Corey Daisy already has finished in a draw, and then yeah, we have more action in the remaining boards. But I think let's go full screen of Tanzhanki against Alexander Goryachkina, because again, this is one of the most principal matchups of this round. And these players, they have some history before, obviously, because in a very recent memory for the viewers, you might have that Goryachkina beat Tanzhanki in the recent FIDE World Cup semifinal, which led her straight to the final, where she became victorious after beating Nurgul Salimova. But before that, Tanzhanki was victorious in a mini-match against Goryachkina in the previous FIDE candidate cycle, which stopped the Russian players' hopes to finally become a grandmaster. Sorry, not a grandmaster, what I'm saying, a world champion. To finally become a world champion. And Tanzhanki has been a world champion before, and Goryachkina, I guess it's only a matter of time. She clearly already is one of the strongest women players, but still, this title somehow eludes her.
Yes, also we have to kind of highlight, yeah, that there are the world champions who are winning a knockout event, and there are world champions who are winning the so-called classical world championship matches. And if we regard, for example, that, for example, Tanzonji won a knockout world championship, then it equals out with Goryachkina's victory in the World Cup. Now it's called World Cup. Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of make it clear that basically Goryachkina is such a brilliant player that in my mind she has already won this title, but clearly she is eyeing the classical title with the matches. And it's a very principled battle whenever two such brilliant players face each other. And let's take a look at the opening, because I remember, like we discussed, that we are not exactly sure where did this come from. And it's very interesting. It's the Berlin. White goes for the rookie one, solid stuff, but with some new twist after knight d6, does not simply capture on e5, but plays this modern fresh idea with a4. Well, I know this idea for quite some time, so I call it fresh. In my mind, it's like at least 10 years old. The move a4, it's always like this. I never felt from the white side that I believe in this move enough, so I was like hesitating, should I try it or should I not? I never did. Bishop e7, knight c3, a6, bishop f1, e4. Yeah, this one of the reasons why I felt like, yes, it looks like white is playing for a gambit, but if black wants, black can just give back the pawn. And what did we really achieve? Yeah, that's the big question. Knight takes e4, takes, d5, rook e1, bishop g4. When I had this position in 2013, I thought like, okay, no, come on. This is not the way to play. But now, for example, the reason it got popular, that computers are saying that, yes, despite looking like this is completely nothing and it's a symmetrical position, black has beautiful development, still there are some finesses and white might try something here. So this is the typical chess evolution of openings. h3, bishop h5, c3. White wants to play d4 and then claim that the knight on c6 is kind of misplaced. Let's also not forget that white already has a rook on the open file. So it's a very principled way from black to play the move d4, not allowing white comfortably to push that pawn to d4, b4, and that's how things are escalating now. Transformation of structures, castles g4, bishop g6, bishop b2, takes. We see the queen trade as well. Bishop goes to d6, b5, ab, knight a5, c4, and rook f8. We reach the current situation.
I mean, it's quite interesting, Peter, that you mentioned this idea for white to play c3, d4. If he would go back, I would like to add a little thought there. Move 13, c3, d4. I think it's some sort of a common understanding of all kinds of these Berlin positions, and sometimes in Petrov you get something similar. Because let's say black plays short castle d4, which seems to be the natural choice. The practice has proven that white is doing better here, and that is, I really liked how you marked out this knight on c6. It seems like it's nothing, right? But then again, when you start to think about the position a bit deeper, you realize the knight on c6 is doing nothing. You want to improve it. How do you improve it? And then there is some discomfort. So that's why this Goryachkina's choice to play d4, it really felt necessary. Looking at the current position, I think the position is quite balanced. Goryachkina has no obvious weaknesses, and maybe the only hope for Tanzhan Key would be that she tries to gain some serious space advantage with something like knight e5, or I'm not really sure, maybe knight h4, I guess still knight e5. Try to get this two bishop advantage. Because if she gets the two bishop advantage, manages to kill one of black's two bishops, then with the bishop pair in an open position, she might actually stand a chance to get more out of this position.
Yes, and the reason why back then, I remember I was saying that I'm believing that if it's white move, white can get something, and rook f8 wasn't my main concern from white. While we had the bird's eye view, I was thinking about, can black somehow disturb white with something like bishop b4? Of course, I understand it's a very committed move because the bishop on d6 is very nicely blocking the d file, but I did feel like black needs some very special kind of moves, and rook f8 wasn't one of them. I was also having the same feelings, like if white can play a move like knight e5 and we can get the bishop, but maybe some bishop c2 is some move pair move play possible here?
Probably, yeah. Keeping the bishop alive. Why not? Bishop c4, bishop c2, bishop b3. Not allowing white to get what he wants. It does make sense.
But on the other hand, I don't see the benefit, because then also we will get access to c4, c5, hitting that bishop. So yeah, there are all kinds of questions, but it isn't so obvious for me that how black is planning to react to the move knight e5.
And knight e5 is played, so I think we might get our answer. And this is exactly what the Chinese player wants to do. Get some clarity on the board. And while Guryachkina is thinking about her choices, let's maybe go back once again to the bird's eye view and select another game from the Women's Grand Swiss tournament. Is there something from the bird's eye view which catches your attention, Peter?
Wow, okay. For example, the big difference is after bishop e6, Anna spent a lot of time, played the move e5, and suddenly the computer says that black is perfectly fine. That's kind of very interesting. Sophie Millet played the move d5. I feel like this is a desperate attempt of trying to stop white's initiative, but I don't have good feelings. I believe that this break should be punished somehow. Otherwise, I still haven't really looked at the other games, other updates, nothing special. I feel like everything remained the same as before.
All right, then I have a suggestion what we could do next. I am getting word that apparently there was an early blunder at the highest level in the Open tournament. So we could go back to the Open tournament and check out the game of, I believe it was Mariko Sandro against Jeffrey Zhong. Obviously, two incredibly strong players. And there was a very early blunder which could be really instructive for the viewers. So maybe we could just show it for the viewers and to appreciate how quickly things can escalate for white. And I think that this is quite rare at the 26 county level. I mean, can we go back a couple of moves to get the context, right? So yeah, not the opening part maybe, but the final moves, because
well, it's only a 14 games move game. So yes, and I think it's very instructive and very important why white fell into this, because black is playing a very solid opening. So it's not like black is aggressive. Black just wants to make sure to be as solid as possible. This gives white the feeling that, okay, so yes, I'm the one who is trying to squeeze out something. And all the more intriguing that how did this happen, what we see in this game.
This is pretty solid. I think I've seen it in some Wesley Sauce games, because he likes these setups with quite very symmetrical positions. Knight e5 is slightly sharper continuation. Queen c7, black defends the bishop. Everything seems to be in order. Rook c1, knight e5, and bishop takes on b7. Oh my goodness, this is terrible.
Yeah, this is a very, very unfortunate, because it's clear that Sandro was playing for the advantage. He wanted to get the initiative. His moves with knight e5, bishop f3 indicated it. Let's just highlight what happened. Bishop takes b7, so he was counting on queen takes b7, d takes e5, hitting the knight. The knight has to move, knight d5, then white will slowly prepare eventually knight e4. That would be with queen g4 and then knight e4. And going for some attack with knight f6, or play the move knight c4, going for the d6 square immediately. In any case, white has the initiative. So that was the idea behind rook c1. The big problem was that there was a intermediate move at Zwischenzug after bishop takes b7, knight e5 to g4, which changes everything. Black is threatening to deliver checkmate on h2, so white has to play the move g3 or knight f3, after which black simply takes the bishop on b7, collects the piece, and thanks to the fact that the knight from e5 moved to g4, white is unable to recapture the piece, and the game is lost on the spot.
I imagine that Jeffrey probably was extremely surprised, right? Because when you play at this level, you don't simply expect such gifts, right? But okay, I mean, so it happened. It happens to everybody. And despite the fact that Sandro is such a brilliant player, very sharp, interesting, dynamic player, it happens from time to time. The move knight g4 just slipped his attention. And after that, there's nothing to be done. So very nice point for Jeffrey, who is not maybe doing that well yet, but it might encourage him to start a winning streak, and we might see more of him in the coming rounds. Peter, I think that it's time for us to check what's happening in the bird's eye view, and we should probably go back to the top boards, because we have left Hikaru's game against Vidit Santos Gurati for quite a while. Vidit is the sole leader of the tournament after 7 rounds with 5.5 points. There's a lot of players with 5 points behind him. One of them is Hikaru, and they have played the Sicilian defense, which usually is promising quite a sharp game. But at the moment, it is not really sharp, because I think that the American Grandmaster chose rather smart, not the main principled continuation, which leads to a lot of strategic struggles. So this is the position we have on the board.
Yes, so basically the whole point being the move 6 queen d8. We had this on our radar. We were thinking like how Vidit will play, where Vidit was thinking for like 40 minutes, finally making the move knight c4. It's the most natural move in the position. Bishop e7, bishop d3. So white just slowly develops. Knight b7, bishop f4. Clearly, white is eyeing the d6 square, yes. So, for example, at the moment, some knight d6 check would be annoying. Hikaru castles away to eliminate the danger of knight d6. And then Vidit plays the move a4, making sure that black is not able to harass the knight on c4 with b5. b6, castles, bishop b7, rook e1. And wow, breaking news, there is some possibility of a repetition of moves. Rook e1, knight h5, bishop e3, knight hf6, bishop f4, knight h5, bishop e3 on the board. So basically, if black plays the move knight h5 back to f6, which is the most natural move, then if white wants, he can claim a draw with bishop e3 to f4. All eyes on Hikaru. He will handle this situation.
This is a very interesting moment, because for Vidit, repeating the position a couple of times, it does not necessarily mean that he's ready to do it, because he could, I think he can still decline. Or is it already up to Hikaru to force a repetition? No, he already played knight f6. Okay,
yes, it is now white. Yeah, white with bishop f4, he can just stop the clock, call the arbiter, and say that if I play bishop f4, it will be 3 times the same position. It's not 3 times the same moves. Yeah, it's very important to highlight, because after bishop b7, first time we reach this position by rook e1, but this is 1, this is 2, and now after knight f6, bishop f4 would be the 3rd time reaching the same point. I believe that it makes perfect sense for Vidit to call it a day. It might be that he was hoping to catch Hikaru off guard in the Alapin, but Hikaru got a very nice playable position. Black has completed his development, and this is like the typical kind of stuff. Give black one more move, black puts the queen on c7, and he might say that no, thank you very much. The position might be equal, but it's a very comfortable position for black. So this bishop f4 move, making sure that black is not able to develop his queen and putting constant pressure on d6, is the move that should be played, and then it's a logical outcome.
I think that what's happening here, we don't have the camera feed from the playing venue, is probably Vidit already has called the arbiter, right? Because I do agree that he tried to do something in the opening phase. He did not really guess where the game is going to take him. And how exactly do you outplay one of the, there you go, there's the draw on the board, arbiters check that it's indeed a truffled repetition, but how do you play on demand for the victory with the white color against one of the strongest opponents there is, right? And Hikaru Nakamura is obviously one of the favorites of this tournament. But to be honest, I'm quite surprised. I'm quite surprised that Hikaru decided not to continue, because, I mean, he is half a point behind the leader, and he has more time on the clock. The position is full with life. Prior to the tournament, Hikaru said that his ambitions are to qualify for the candidate cycle. So winning the FIDE Grand Swiss would be the highlight of the year, right? And yet he did not continue. So I guess he was not really happy with the position. So, I mean, probably he simply asked himself, am I going to outplay in such a peaceful position, such a nice positional player as Vidit, who is clearly having a great run in this tournament? And he came up with an answer, no. And this leaves 3 more rounds for the American Grandmaster to come up with some victories. But, I mean, his yesterday's game against Praggnanandhaa, he was not able actually to have any serious winning chances with white. So we'll see, I guess, in the long run, if Hikaru made the right choice here.
Well, I think that he's also very sensible, yeah, that he plays with the black pieces. Now he knows that from the remaining 3 games, most probably he will have 2 white games, yeah, so all to play for. The remark what Dubov made rings a bell in my mind, yeah, that Hikaru is famous for knowing when to take risk, yeah. He was putting like that he's famous of not going crazy, and I believe that this exactly shows it. Yeah, he feels like, okay, give me the chance. Just after knight hf6, play the move h3, which prepares bishop f4, and you give me the chance to play queen c7. I'm gonna play the game. Then I know what I'm playing for. Rook fd8, rook ac8, knight d5, making all the natural moves, and you can slowly try to outplay your opponent. But with the bishop on f4 and not being able to make the desired move queen c7, which ultimately gives you the perfect balance in the position and gives you perfect coordination, it's just very, very awkward, yeah, because rook c8 now always can be met by knight d6. That would be a big problem. White would be getting the pair of bishops and would be refusing any kind of draw for sure, getting an upper hand. And that bishop on f4 and the knight on c4, this combination of pieces are just very irritating. That's why Hikaru felt like he has to kick that bishop away with knight h5. I believe that it's absolutely understandable and the correct decision by the players.
But I would like to show one more line before we continue with more games, because I keep getting updates that there's more action happening in Arjun Erigaisi's game. But why not queen c7 after knight h5? Just to conclude this game right here. Why Hikaru has to repeat back? Because can't he play queen c7 and think about some knight f4 ideas? And I try to figure out, is there something wrong with the pieces being not particularly well defended at the king side? Because is there some bishop h7, knight g5, or just knight e5? This would have been a way for him to continue the game. He decided probably it's too risky. He could have done it. He is still perfectly happy with the draw. So we have one of the first results of the top boards. Vidit Santosh Gurati finishes his game in a draw, and it's time for us to move on and check more leader fights. And I think we can, even without the bird's eye view, go directly to Arjun. You want to check Fabiano's game? I was about to suggest
okay.
Arjun.
No, we can go to Arjun. I just wanted to make a very quick update here in the Fabiano's game, because it does seem to me like white is clearly better. The only question, how much? But I always feel like when the answer to a question that are you better, it's a clear yes. That's just very, very good news. We know exactly modern chess, it's so difficult to get the upper hand. Somehow the pawn on d7 is vulnerable. White has also managed to break black's construction with a timely a4. Just very quickly to see what happened here. Bishop f4, knight h4, rook fd1, putting pressure on the d7 pawn, bishop e7, bishop g5. I love this idea. Takes, knight g6, rook d4. Very systematic. White wants to go rook a-d1, eventually delivering a rook d6 blow to black's construction. So black castles, rook a-d1, rook a-d8. Then suddenly white says, you know what, yeah, I have rook d6, but I don't need it yet. Let me make good use of that rook on the 4th rank and break the construction with a4. Now black doesn't have b4 because the rook is controlling this. And if b takes a4 is forced, and now white is able to slowly collect that pawn back. At the same time, black is stuck with a reverse pawn on d7. This looks like a very one-sided game here.
Actually, it also comes with the threat of rook c4 trapping the queen, right? Not only the pawn on a4 is going nowhere, but black should be quite careful not to blunder the queen. And this entire position, I think that Vachier misplayed something, because initially, if we would go back to the move 11, something like knight f5 and knight h4, maybe this was the wrong direction, because he did get back to the g6 square where he could have played instantly. I mean, the knight was on e7, right? So he could have jumped knight g6, and now instead he made the long route, knight f5, knight h4, knight g6, and he just got this not perspective position. And I think he should have played knight g6 anyway. Although after knight g6, I think what he didn't really like is that after knight g6, white just plays rook d1, and he can't easily castle short, right? Yeah, rook d1, bishop e7, the pawn on d7 is hanging, and he is missing this dynamics that usually the Sicilian Tamano promises. And I think that he was just already slightly unhappy with his position, that he did not get the dynamics that he wanted. And it's usually like this. You are maybe making a minor inaccuracy in the opening. You're not really happy with the position. Your opponent continues to fire out these brilliant moves. Your position deteriorates, the position loses all kinds of activity, right? And slowly but carefully, Etienne Vachier is heading for a disaster here, because I just don't like his position whatsoever, not for a single second.
Yes, it's clear that he's on the receiving end. That's why I wanted to very quickly update everyone that we think like Fabiano has a golden opportunity to eventually catch Vidit after that quick draw on the first board. You were calling for the action between Erigaisi and Kuzubov. Let's take a look at this position. It's certainly a completely different kind of fight. We see opposite side castles that always promises a full-fledged battle. We do see computers saying question mark to long castle, but forget about this question mark. This is the most aggressive move in the position, and the reason why Arjun has played it, because he is really hoping to benefit, and it's gonna be a very big fight.
Absolutely. So long castle is very common for these positions, because you want to roll those pawns to the king side to generate targets. The fact that the engine says that black is slightly better, it doesn't really matter much. But you know what, Peter? I have a suggestion. Let's make a short break before we delve into this position, because there's a couple of ideas I would like to discuss. I mean, how exactly both of the players should treat this position. This could be a very interesting fight. So we're going to make a short break for you, the viewers, and I would like to also remind you that you should buckle up for the 2023 US College Blitz Championship, right? This is a premier competition which will display top talent in American college chess as the rising class battles for dominance in high-speed chess. We'll be covering the action this Sunday, 5th November at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So head over to twitch.tv, Collegiate Chess League, and use !CRB in the chat to learn more details about the tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in several minutes. Hope you're enjoying the action from Isle of Man. See you very soon.
In this video, I'm gonna show you top 5 scholar-made attempts in Champions Games. Before we dive into the games, I would like to show you the pattern if you have not seen it yet. Well, this happens when white goes with 1e4, black responds with e5, and white plays queen to h5. This queen gets into the game way too fast, attacks the pawn on e5. Now black plays knight to c6, guarding the pawn, and white goes with bishop to c4. White's two pieces are attacking on f7 and would like to capture this pawn, and if black is careless and plays knight to f6, then we have queen to f7, and this is a checkmate. Scholars Mates attempt 2 by Hikaru. Here we have this game between Hikaru and Filipov Anton, and we have 1e4, e5, queen goes on h5, and g6 once again. Hikaru plays queen to f3. Once again, gives a try to checkmate black's king. Black says, no, I see that, and knight to e2. We have seen already this kind of position earlier in the first game, so black plays bishop to g7 to make sure that the king is castled, and here Hikaru goes with d3. Black responds with d5, attacks right away in the center. White captures this pawn, and black goes with knight to b4. The pawn on c2 is hanging, so white has to play bishop to b3 to guard this pawn, and now we have knight to d5. And here we have this endgame where white has very active pieces. Both rooks are controlling the open files, and the bishop is controlling this diagonal. As you can see here, those pieces are concentrated mainly on the queen side, and they are not actually so active. And the king is all the way here on the king side, just alone. So white is using this and plays rook to e7, gives a check. If king goes on the back rank, it will be a checkmate. So black goes to king h6 now, and here we have rook to d6. The pawn is hanging, and it's not just a pawn, it's going to be a checkmate. So king goes back on g-file, plays g6 to guard the pawn, and we have bishop to c4 attacking the rook. But what is actually the idea of this move is that white wants to play bishop to d3 and checkmate this king next move. There we go. This is the checkmate that happened in this game, and second attempt of Scholars Mates in fact worked out. This game has ended in 39 moves. It was not a checkmate in 4 moves, but I think white got really nice play on the king side.
We're back, dear viewers, with the coverage from Isle of Man, where FIDE Grand Swiss takes place, to the strongest tournaments of the year among open tournaments and women. A total amount of prize fund is 600,000 US dollars, and today is the time for round 8. Vidit Gurati already has finished his game in a draw against Hikaru Nakamura. The players felt that continuing the game is risky, so I think it's a good idea for us to go first the bird's eye view and check out some of the spicy stuff which is happening all over the tournament. We looked at the game of Erigaisi against Yuri Kuzubov, clearly one of the most interesting matchups of this round, and Erigaisi is looking for his chance to finally capitalize on the white color, because yesterday he had this absolutely fantastic struggle against Andrei Yesipenko, where Yesipenko was able to hold a very difficult game, leading a long defense, and after 7.5 hours he managed to make a draw, and now Arjun has another shot, and that's why he is castling here the long way, which Engine would mark it as a mistake, right? Because I guess there were some ways for black to open up the position at a queen side. And Peter, I'm quite curious to see bishop b4 marked as a potential miss.
Yeah, well, it's computer. I think we should be heading to this game to get a closer look at it. Just highlighting that, yes, after Vidit Nakamura drawing, all the boards between Caruana and Bakro, Andrei Yesipenko against Vincent Keimer, Arjun Erigaisi against Kuzubov, and also Deák Bogdan against Radek Wojtaszek, and Pretke against Fedoseev. If those games get a winner, they're actually catching up with Vidit's lead at the moment. So all eyes on these games. We do see Arjun has played the move long castle. We already mentioned before the break, please forget about the question mark. It's the ambitious move. He wants to play for a win at all cost. Clearly, short castle would have been the move which keeps the small age, but he might feel like, okay, Kuzubov is a very solid player. I can't outplay him in a slow battle. Let me go for the maximum. Long castle played. The Black has played the move bishop b4, which the computer for some reason criticizes. I believe that we should highlight what is the idea behind bishop b4. We did left off. I was drawing some arrows, like after long castle, white wants to go f4, g4, advancing on the king side. And this is exactly what bishop b4 is about. That if now white plays the move f4, then black eliminates that knight on c3. And after that, we'll jump with the knight to e4. We see immediately engine bar jumping in black's favor. That's the strategical idea.
Absolutely. Although I'm not really sure if now with the bishop on b4, white is going to continue with f4. I'm looking at something like g4, because g4, g5 would ask black some direct questions. Where do you put the knight? And keep the pawn on f2 for the time being. And it's going to be quite sharp, because this is usually what happens when you position the king on the other side of the board, wherever your opponent has castled his king. So the logic dictates that both players should be opening up the respective other side of the board. So what is thinking about g4, g5, h4, h5, g6, open up some files, open up some diagonals. And black at the same time is thinking about, c5, a4, a3, etc. And I can only guess why Engine marks this bishop b4 as a mistake, that there was some sort of a break as a potential, right? So with the bishop on d6, maybe the Engine was a fancy of thinking about something like c5, right? I mean, targeting the pawn on d4, maybe even throw in the mix something like b7, b5, or c5, c4, b5, b4, and try to open up the position at the queen side. But I mean, bishop b4 does look perfectly normal to me.
Yes, because c5 also opens weakens the b5 square. It's not exactly clear if black is ready for very quick opening up the position. Honestly, I have zero idea why the computer thought like long castle is not the most precise. Let me even turn on the engine just out of curiosity, that what does computer? I was guessing. Computer said that maybe black could have just ignored everything and sacrificed the pawn like this with a4, but this you never know over the board. First of all, do you have the right to sacrifice it? What does the computer say? Knight takes a4, and then you follow it up with knight e4. Wow, this is a different planet. Yeah, sacrificing the pawn for almost nothing just to get access to the e4 square. That's why we hate to play against computers.
They make it look so easy. I mean, I actually like the idea. It makes sense to open up the A file and secure the access to the E4 square, because black is supposed to open up the queen side after all. But I have a recommendation, Peter, because it seems that there's something groundbreaking right now happening in the women's section. So I know we're not supposed to do this. We are right now doing the open section, but let's jump back to the women's section, because there's some sensational stuff happening in Vaishali's game against Sophie Millet, and we have to see it right now as it's being played, because the game is incredibly sharp.
Wow. Well, but it's not looking good for black. This is just what we have been expecting. We were speculating that no way this knight h4 d5 would work out well for black, and this is what we are seeing. On the other hand, we have to give huge credit to Vaishali. Take a look, knight h4 d5. It felt wrong, but one thing is, it feels wrong, and how do you punish it? Well, you follow Vaishali's footsteps. E d5, knight d5, knight g6.
Oh my goodness.
Blow. Exactly.
What a move. What a move.
Yes.
I mean, knight g6. I just love this move. Can you show Peter the idea? F takes on g6, rook takes on f8. You can't take it with the queen, because bishop d5 would fork the rook and the king. And after king f8, you have queen f3, and everything just falls apart. The king is completely exposed. It can go back to g8. The knight on d5 is under attack. Unbelievable knight g6, right?
Yes,
Wow.
and it's just the beginning, because after knight g6, clearly black relied on the counter strike with knight takes e3, hitting white's queen, hitting the rook, and the battle is heating up, eventually opening up the bishop. And now Vaishali came up with rook takes f7, a brilliant sacrifice, ignoring the threat on her king, just to highlight what could have happened if black takes the knight. Then rook takes f8 check. It's a double check. And basically it's game over. King h7, rook takes d8, white wins the queen back with a lot of interest, and it's over. After rook takes f7, black recaptured the rook with rook takes f7, and then queen f3. Again, the double attack on the f7 rook with the bishop and the queen, and also eyeing the rook on a8. This is brilliant punishment.
I mean, it's unbelievable stuff, because essentially white is down the whole rook, right? I mean, she just sacrificed on f7 and played queen f3, but I guess there's so many pieces for black hanging. The rook on f7, the rook on a8, also the knight on e3. White might be even thinking about knight takes on e5 idea. So I have a feeling, Peter, that here Vaishali is simply going to get the rook back with a lot of interest, right? So absolutely stunning combination. But I mean, if you go back to this move where black played d5, e takes on d5, and the knight takes on d5, I mean, you gotta have some sense of danger here, right? Because you are underdeveloped. The rook on a8 is not exactly protected, and sometimes, yeah, you should have this sort of sixth sense. You feel that there might be something here, but I mean, can you really blame Sophie for missing knight g6, followed by rook takes on f7? It's absolutely sensational stuff. But this d6, d5, yeah, I think her intuition let her down in this moment.
Yeah, somehow we already speculated that her position is very unpleasant, and usually this is what happens. Yeah, when you are in an unpleasant situation, you don't have natural good moves, then you tend to somehow convince yourself that, okay, yeah, let me try to do something strange. Well, doing something strange heavily backfired here. Vaishali is just in such a good shape. She has fantastic confidence, because to be doing this kind of sacrifices and believing your calculation shows and signals to us that she very much believes in her power. And I don't see a defense. It's looking horrible for black.
I mean, the most obvious move, I guess, would be something like Queen f6, right? So Queen f7 seems to be the major threat, but I have a feeling that Queen takes on a8 will be simply enough, right? So you take on a8 unless there's something more direct. Maybe just Bishop f7.
Yes, also Bishop f7 can be played. Yeah, just Bishop takes f7. No, apparently not. Yeah, because Bishop f7, Queen f7, Queen takes a8 was the move we kind of considered that looks promising, but maybe after Queen takes g6, Queen takes c8 check, King h7, suddenly there is a counter strike on g2. So yes, one needs to be careful. The knight on east is a monster. White is unable to play Queen g4 because the knight controls the g4 square. So Queen f6 is probably the correct move. What does it tell us?
I was thinking that Queen a8 or probably Bishop f7 is just ridiculous because, I mean, this rook is going nowhere, right? So why should we want to take on f7? But Queen a8 might still run into this Queen g6 and White is not in time to take this Bishop on c8 because, I'm missing a mate, Queen f2. Oh my goodness. Is it the mate?
Yeah, well, no, it's not mate because Queen on a8 stops it, but it's very risky. I don't want to let it happen. So yes, the point being that after Queen f6, maybe just a simple move, could it be that Knight f3 takes e5 is a move?
Yeah, I was looking at this.
I mean, Knight g6 takes e5.
I was looking at this and I tried to calculate a bit. It seems that indeed White is at least winning the rook on f7. So let's say Queen takes on f3, Knight d takes on f3, and this rook on f7, it cannot be defended. It's quite amazing, right? I mean, Black is up a whole rook, and yet she's unable even to get like something out of this. So White simply grabs on f7 and is up a pawn in a very nice and dominating position. So probably something like this is going to happen.
Yeah, wow, it's always very tricky, yeah? When you don't play the game yourself and you are jumping in there, you see some brilliant combination and then you see the evolution bar saying like it's completely winning. That's how your sense of danger can simply be not existent, yeah? And that's why our first instinct was after Queen, probably we can just take the rook or the rooks and it should be winning. No, you have to calm down. You have to calculate every single position from you. And I do remember that you were the first who highlighted that, yes, it seems like all the rooks are hanging, but also White has the knight takes e5 threat. Yeah, you had the intuition for that move. And after Queen f6, it turns out that that's the crucial final detail.
Yeah, so it seems that Vaishali is about to score a very, very important point, which should catapult her close to the leader's spot. I think it's time for us to go back, Peter, to the open section because we just jumped very quickly to the women's section because there's this groundbreaking moment right here in Vaishali's game against Sophie Millet. And I have a suggestion that we could start with the game of young Krzysztof Duda, who is playing against Ivan Chaparinov. Not exactly a top board, but very interesting action because I'm getting word that this is a known theoretical trap, is it not?
Yes, it is. Well, it was hidden for a while. I can reveal that this whole opening, it was a Bishop e3 Najdorf, and then it featured the h5 line. This was always a very thematic, very big discussion. And okay, we have seen this modern treatment of sacrificing the pawn on d5. It's known already since 2009. That was the first time I discovered it, and I believe I was not the only one. Yeah, because you started working with modern engines, and the computer highlighted that this is very serious counterplay, very nice compensation. Then I worked with Team Vichy in 2012. It was a completely secret training camp. I was not involved as a second, but I was a sparring partner before the match Vachier-Lagrave against Boris Gelfand. And then we have been heavily discussing this position. And I remember that the team finally coming up with this Bishop DC, Rook H1. Back then, this was completely new. My idea was G3. Was also very interesting. I used it against Anish Giri. And then I got the chance to be using this main idea in 2017. I just felt, since it was Team Vichy's idea, I used against Anish the move G3, and I was waiting. Please, Vichy, play it. But for 5 years, nothing happened. And then I felt like, okay, now probably I have the moral right to play it if I get a chance. So after Bishop D3, Queen C7, Rook He1 happened, I believe it was Surya Ganguly who was very much into this line. So yeah, Team Vichy and Surya especially, probably the credit should go to them. Long castles, and the point being that long castles, which is the most natural move after Queen C7, looks like that you can play long castle, falls into this brilliant trap of going C4, Knight B6, and C5. And all of a sudden, Black is in a lot of trouble. I used it against Areshchenko in the Bundesliga in December 2017 in a 10 o'clock Sunday morning game, and I'm still embarrassed that I actually finally did not capitalize on my chance. The game ended in a draw, but the idea is ever since known. And then Duda falling for it in a very important tournament in Grand Swiss 6 years later is kind of shocking. But it just goes on to show that because players are playing so many different openings, they are switching back and forth, they are not everywhere up to all the details. The point being, after d takes c5, white simply captures knight takes c5, queen takes c5, rook c1 is good for white. Black can still play knight c4, but it just limits the damage. White is anyway better. I believe it was rook takes c4, queen c4 takes with pressure, 2 bishops. And Duda decided, probably to his horror, I'm pretty sure that once it happened over the board, he remembered, oh my god, I was not supposed to fall for it. Yes, he goes knight b7, bishop takes g6 happened, d takes c5, bishop takes f7, and white gets the upper hand. It's of course a Najdorf, it's always unclear, it's always complex, but it feels that with the pair of bishops and white's beautiful coordination, also good pawn structure, white is the one who is having the upper hand.
Yeah, now Cheparinov is obviously already on his own, and he's trying to open up the position f4, open up the diagonal h2, b8, because this is where the black queen and the king is. I guess after e takes f4, he's about to follow up with something like, not entirely sure, queen f3, queen f2, one of those moves, and black cannot play bishop d6, protect the pawn at f4, because it would run into very simple rook takes on d6, bishop takes on f4, and black would lose the queen. So there's all kinds of tactical possibilities here for white. All right, quite sensational stuff indeed. It happens. Even the best players in the world sometimes are making mistakes, apparently. They're mixing up, they're forgetting stuff because there's so many things to remember. I think it's a good time for us to go back to the bird's eye view and check out once again what is happening at top boards. Maybe it's a good idea, Peter, to go to the game against Yesipenko against Vincent Kammer. I know you are quite reluctant to look at Vincent's ongoing games, right? But I think no matter what, how careful we are, we just cannot dodge this game, and we have to see. We have to see what's happening.
Yes, and I feel like Yesipenko has played a wonderful move. We talked about this, that after e6, c6 being the most natural, trying to break the pawn structure, and then Andrei has slowed down. He has invested a lot of time, but find a very, very nice move. Not knight c3, it's so thematic, it's kind of the knowledge that the slow moving piece should be developed first, but he's completely open-minded. He understood that black eventually will block with bishop d6, and he played a very annoying practical move, bishop f4, making sure that black will not be able to block things on the d6 square. It's kind of a very scary situation. Vincent reacted with cd, rook c8, and after knight c3, bishop b4, there is not much else he can do. Yeah, he's hitting at the knight on c3, but now these pawns, if look at this, they can even eventually advance all the way to d6, but it comes at the cost of giving up the c3 pawn. It's a very special position.
Yeah, and I think also Yesipenko here has to figure out, does he really care about this knight on c3 and give up the pawn, or he should rely on the power of those two pawns, right? Because of course, I mean, he could just protect it, play something like rook c1, but I have a feeling that the soul of this position is not in the pawn on b2, it's in those two connected passed pawns. So I would easily imagine him sacrificing one, even two pawns at the queen side and rely on those passed pawns. So what about something like d6 here? Is this a move? Although I'm not really sure if after d6 here for white, if black has to accept the pawn on c3, or indeed, as you are very correctly showing this, there might be g5 and the pawn on d6 could be losing the support. So perhaps something like rook b1 first and then play d6.
Yeah, it's such a crazy position, so difficult to understand and how to evaluate it. That is it great for white? We see the engine bar claiming advantage for white because it's just very strong with these powerful pawns and you should be sacrificing the pawn on c3. Or should it be that you should be moving the knight from c3, allowing black to activate his rook all the way to c2 with a check? It's kind of very scary. I do see that the computer apparently says that the knight can be moved from c3, but it's so difficult to understand this because where is this knight going?
Yeah, maybe you should switch it off because
yes,
yeah, I think we forgot to switch it off. We switched it on at some game where we wanted to get just some insights of the engine. We forgot to switch it off. So the engine was saying that there's something like knight e4 here with essentially the same idea to give up the pawn on b2 if necessary and rely on those two pawns. So maybe let's just show it very quickly what the Silicon Beast is thinking here. So if black plays rook c2 check, collects the pawn, I think the white king is going to go forward, king f3. And let's say rook takes on b2, I could easily imagine white plays something like rook c1, takes over the c file, proceeds to play d6, d7, rook c7, and I mean, black can collect those pawns on a2, h2, but they don't really matter. And I think that it's very important sometimes to understand the so-called, I call it myself the tunnel vision, focus on what's important over the board, because those side pawns, they don't really affect the evaluation. What is important is basically in the box, in the middle, right? Those two central passed pawns, the minor pieces, knight e4, bishop f4, and the rook on c1. And together they make a very deadly combination. And very good players, from black's perspective, they would not even consider taking those pawns on b2 and a2, because at least at the intuition level, they definitely feel that this is no way this is working for black. So of course, Vincent is never going to do this. So should Yesipenko find this move knight e4, I think that we could expect from Keimer to find some active defense, something like rook c4, I don't know, activating the rook and trying to push away this bishop from before with moves like g5, f5, etc. But it could be easier said than done.
Yes, also one other option is trying to get the king to e7 to connect the rooks, because the e6 pawn is hanging. So I believe that after king e7, maybe the problem is that what happens with the bishop on b4, right? So maybe when some small little questions like a3, then the question appears that can I include g5, but that doesn't seem to be working out so nicely. We have this rook c4 idea that you mentioned. Rook c2 check could be potentially tried here, but it's just looking very scary. Yeah, this computer move knight e4 is really powerful.
I think the idea, just to explain your deep idea a bit simpler, the point of a3 is that suddenly black can't easily stop bishop d6. So king e7 is a very natural move, but black is lacking like one tempi here, and the bishop d6 is very powerful. Could it be that maybe Keimer could sacrifice the piece? I'm not entirely sure. Can we continue this line a bit? Knight e4, king e7.
And knight e4 is on the board, yeah? So Yesipenko has played the powerful knight e4 move.
Can I continue the same idea? It's probably ridiculous. King e7, a3, and maybe I have nothing better to do than to play at some point rook h to d8, because I have a feeling that this pawn on d5 and the pawn on e6 have to be eliminated. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed. the bar says this is completely hopeless, but I just wanted to show the point. I mean, 8x on b4, rook takes on d5, and I was kind of hoping, that I get to eliminate the pawn on e6, I get to activate rook on c2, and somehow, because of my, piece activity, I could somehow salvage this to a draw. But I already got it. It doesn't work.
Yes, because suddenly the white rook opens up on the a file, and eliminates the a and b pawns. Yeah, wow, it's brutal performance by Andrei Yesipenko, and one has to give big credit for his stamina. Yesterday he had been involved in the marathon game of the day, and he was on the receiving end. He had a very tough defense. He managed to survive that very scary situation against Arjun and today he comes up with a very fresh, very interesting idea and continues to play with super perfection. Bishop f4 and then knight e4. Black is in some kind of trouble, especially after knowing that the computer very much approved this knight e4 move.
But okay, what could be the human's choice of Vincent? Okay, this king e7, rook h to d8, probably he's gonna reject it. It's not really that difficult. But could he try to do something similar? Well, let's say rook c4 and rook d4. And let's say after rook c4, I'm attacking the knight, you play king f3, and I try to solve the same problem. Rook d4, attack the pawn on d5, and after d6, I want to somehow overload your bishop on f4. Let's say you play d6, and then I do, I don't know what, f5, g5 stuff, something like this. So there you go, look at this. Angel likes it suddenly. So d6 actually is a mistake, and it looks very human, but apparently there's something wrong about this. I'm not entirely sure what.
The rook on d4 is a monster, but I believe that probably again the question will appear that what happens if we just include this a3 move? Yeah, because the bishop has no good squares. That's the problem.
Right, and bishop f8, now I think it's going to be slightly different. Yeah, bishop f8 looks incredibly passive.
Yes, bishop f8.
Okay, I can even play knight c3. I can even play knight c3.
But also d6, e7, you will be already collecting the bishop as well. Yeah, you can't break out so easily.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Well, I don't know. Quite a tough task for Keimer, and they have already played against each other, obviously, numerous times. 3 classical games between Andrei Yesipenko and Vincent Keimer. And Yesipenko is leading. And apparently for Vincent, Andrei is quite an unpleasant opponent, meaning it's difficult to play against Andrei. And 2 games for white, for Yesipenko so far against Vincent, and 2 victories. And also here in this game, Yesipenko is doing really well. He prepared some very nice deep idea. And like you, Peter, already said, I'm incredibly impressed by his physical performance. Because, I mean, having played this 7.5-hour game yesterday, holding this magnificent game to a draw against Erigaisi, and now coming back the next day, some super prep unleash and showing no signs of fatigue. This is quite something. I think if somebody can do it, those are only the players from the younger generation, right? Because they're mentally and physically so fit. All right,
well,
but
when I think about yes, let me just add one thing, that when I think about Andrei Yesipenko, then in my mind he's a 2750 player. I just feel that so many things happened in the last couple of years in his life. Yeah, it's that's why he lost the track, but he kept on working on chess, and I believe it's just a matter of getting enough invitations on very high level tournaments to be able to show what a fantastic player he is. That we remember from Vaikanze 2021. It's nice to see him in brilliant shape. Of course, not at the cost of Vincent. We all know how I feel about Vincent. It's not easy, but one really has to give credit to Andrei. It's fantastic performance.
Absolutely. So he looks in a great shape, and Winston did play rook c4. I'm not sure with what idea. Is it rook d4, or he's going to activate his pieces in another way? So let's go back to the bird's eye view and check what else is happening. For Yesipenko, things are looking really great. He has also the time advantage on the clock. Eric Gaisi against Kuzubov, there's still the same status quo. The knight for black now stands on e4. Black gets rid of the knight on e5. And right now, Eric Gaisi has not got an inch closer to this king set attack, which has not even started. Fabi Caruana has a nice position against Etienne Bacro. And Bacro, it seems he pushed d5 to solve the problems of the weak pawn on d7. But it just turned one weakness into another. And I think it's already quite clear that the Frenchman is just trying to survive. And clockwise, he's also slightly below on the clock. And the American Grandmaster looks to be a favorite.
Yes, I think we also have two very important moments that we haven't really talked about. It's Sevian versus Alireza Firouzja. Firouzja seemed to have lost the pawn, but he was under pressure, or maybe he has sacrificed the pawn. We have to take a closer look, and also look at this Sarana against Richard Rapport. Computer screaming that something happened there. He very much likes white. Let's first check out. Okay, it's your choice. To which game should we go first?
Yeah, I mean, the game of Rapport, to be honest, Peter, I wanted to check immediately as soon as I saw it, because that's a Dutch Leningrad, and I have an old love for Dutch Leningrad. So I'm actually writing a chessable course on it right now as we speak, right? So
wow.
Yeah, so this is something I've been playing for many years, and actually it was quite funny. We talked yesterday about this Halloween banter blitz, this Halloween tournament where 8 invited players, masked obviously, and the masks were falling off only when you would lose the match. And I managed to beat Laurent Fressinet, and I got a very nice compliment from Laurent. It's like, oh, this is the guy who clearly knows his stuff in the Dutch defense. So that was very pleasant to see. Anyway, so the story is this. Dutch Leningrad is a very sharp and dynamic defense, right? It's very provocative. It's very challenging, and it literally asks White, it asks White, come and get me, right? Come and get me right here, because I'm doing these weird moves, and let's go for a big fight. And I do believe that the general understanding for White is to be patient, because to my memory sits the quote of the former world champion Tigran Petrosyan, who said, if your opponent plays Dutch defense, what you should do is do not stop him. Allow him to play the Dutch defense. Don't play any gambits. This is what Sarana is doing, right? He knows this stuff. Obviously, he has already met the Dutch Leningrad before. Yeah, this rook b1 stuff with b4, b5, very aggressive. So Black is having a lot of dynamic ideas here. He wants to play moves like Queen e8, e5 at some point, take the center. There's also a very interesting king set attack possibility, h6, g5, Queen e8, Queen h5, and you start to go completely crazy at a king side. Of course, as usual, engines, they say, Black is worse. But when it comes to the human play, things are not really so simple, because humans are the ones who are making the choices anyway. But still, somehow, for Rapport, it didn't go really well. This knight a6, knight a4, I definitely recognize. Knight b6, a4, this is known stuff. I have seen it before. Black sacrifices a pawn. I already don't remember if this was good for Black. b5, knight b6, b takes on c4, getting some weird stuff. And what happened in the end? It seems that Rapport got completely outplayed, because I don't see what he casts for the pawn. Right? White has a beautiful position, has an extra pawn. Apparently, here Sarana had a better continuation than b3. And now after knight e4, can we check the last couple of moves? Queen c2, yeah. So
yes, Queen c2.
White declined the
Knight
trade.
d5. And knight g5 got a big exclamation mark by the computer.
It's just, I mean, the point is that Rapport got nothing that you're supposed to get in the Leningrad, in the Dutch Leningrad, and that is the dynamics. You're supposed to get dynamics. You don't have it here. And one of the core pieces in the Leningrad position, the way at least I treat it, is the Latsko bishop. And that's why I'm not entirely sure I like how Richard treated this position with, where was this, 8th move, rook b1, allowing white to play knight a4, knight b6, and kill this bishop on c8. Although this is probably still theoretical, and some other Dutch Leningrad experts, they're going to argue that this is the way you have to play. And maybe Caruana played the most ambitious continuation because he's really very good in opening theory, but I have a feeling that Rapport could have done a little bit better. But Caruana just shows how things should be played against the Dutch. And now I guess bishop takes on d4 is going to be some overload with, not sure, queen c4 or queen d3. So the pawn on d4 is taboo.
Yeah, the pawn is taboo on d4. Yes, okay, one could argue that thanks to this knight on d5 and pawn on c6, Black has some compensation. It's some kind of a banker gambit, but yes, once White traded off that monster knight on e4 and the White's bishop is opened up, the diagonal is opened up, and the pawn on c6 is a long-term weakness, I don't find it easy to understand how Black should be claiming enough compensation here. It's
I think he doesn't have it, simply.
Yeah.
He doesn't have it because he's missing this Latsko bishop on d7, which is quite a crucial piece to hold together the position. And very often when I'm playing the Dutch Leningrad myself, I avoid this Latsko bishop to be traded. And there are some lines where White can kill this Latsko bishop. And that's why I try to avoid it, because whenever the position opens up, you're missing this Latsko bishop. So could it be because of Rapport's lack of experience in the Leningrad structures, or maybe it was Caruana's superior opening preparation? It doesn't really matter because the outcome is still the same. Rapport is in trouble, and the reigning European champion Caruana is playing wonderful game and is about to beat a higher rated opponent.
Yeah, it looks very promising. Talking about another upset, coming upset is the game between Sam Sevian and Alireza Firouzja, because I don't know, I have the feeling that this pawn sacrifice was a desperate kind of sacrifice, trying to get practical chances, and it might even work. After all, Black gets the H file, he will be able to activate things. By the way, now both of White's pieces, the bishop on h5 and the knight on b5, were attacked. What happened here? All right, so White is relying on the fact that the b5 knight is taboo. After a b5, c b5, White will be winning back the knight thanks to the pin.
So a couple of moves ago, Firouzja gave up this pawn on h5, as I understand, right?
Yes, and wow, look at this. b3 got a question mark from computer, and in fact maybe this h5 was the reason for it. Yeah, that, and then one has to give credit to Alireza. He feels like his position is crammed. Yeah, just give White one more move, knight d5, and then we will be talking about this horrible endgame, queen takes d2, king takes d2, the pawn on h7 being a constant headache. White has tremendous pressure on the h5. White might even push the pawn to g5, fixing that weakness. So Alireza felt like, no, I can't let that happen. I have to sacrifice. I have to create dynamics. After takes, knight b5, queen takes d2, king takes d2, a6 happened. And now Sam Sevian played a very ambitious move, leaving his knight on b5 and pre, and captured the pawn on h5, getting double exclamation. Yeah, it's a very interesting fight. Takes, look h8 on the board.
Yeah, and also to pinpoint the idea why Black cannot take on b5, c takes on b5, White simply recaptures, then takes on c6. Yeah, maybe we could show it, king d7, B takes, and the white still retains an extra pawn, and also this A pawn is just feeling rather well. But maybe this is still something that Alireza should have done. This desire to give up the pawn did not come light-hearted. It was not a light-hearted decision because clearly Alireza did not get what he wanted out of the opening phase. And yeah, he's just trying to solve his problems. So the best case scenario for the French fans is Alireza makes a draw here, but it's going to be really tough. And so far, Peter, Alireza just cannot get into this rhythm, the same great form he was having in 2021, because he is the reigning champion after all, right? He won the 2021 FIDE Grand Swiss in a great fashion. He stormed the 2800 ELO club. Ever since, it's been a slight setback. We talked about this some time ago. Maybe again, those were the huge expectations from everybody, because I mean, he became the youngest player in the history of chess to breach 2800 ELO, and everybody was starting to talk like, okay, this is a guy who is immediately going to challenge Magnus. And when you talk like this, there are these huge expectations. Sometimes it's very difficult to live up to them, right? And maybe this contributed to some pressure against Alireza, and right now he's struggling.
Yeah, well, it's very simple, yeah, that people are forgetting that there are so many other brilliant players. And one should never forget that, yes, when you are very young and you get the flow, yeah, then sometimes you get this aura that everything works for you, yeah, like Firouzja was crushing everyone there for like half a year. Then I remember after the Grand Swiss, he went on to play for France in the European Team Championship, and he was winning every single game with his energetic play. But it does not mean that it will work forever and against everyone. Yeah, the players also finally calm down. They find the way how to play against Alireza. Then things are slowing down. And before the candidates tournament in Madrid 2022, people were considering Alireza being one of the main favorites. And we remember what happened there. Yeah, playing this double round robin tournament against the very best players in the world who are superbly prepared and they are very experienced. He had a rough time there, and ever since, okay, he won then a fantastic Sinquefield Cup. That was brilliant. Yeah, he just crushed the whole Grand Chess Tour last year. So he had many ups as well, but things are not the same. People have understood that there is a chance against Alireza, yeah, because often you are winning the games because the people are terrified right before the game already.
Like everybody's terrified of Magnus, right? I think that this confidence absolutely helps him, and I absolutely agree. This aura of being invincible when you're going for a hot streak, it definitely helps. So we are going to come back to Alireza at some point later and see how well he is faring in his defense against Samuel Sevian. But dear viewers, we are going for another break. So we'll be seeing you in several minutes. Hope you're enjoying it. The coverage so far. Write your comments in chat. See you in a bit.
Bobby! I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing, man?
Danny, I'm selling the course.
You're what?
I'm selling the Chessable course.
With a sign?
I know the cops around here, it's okay. And someone even came up to me and they were interested.
Get in the car. Get in the car. We're gonna figure something else out. All right, yeah, just put the sign in the back. Can't just be flipping signs on corners, man.
Dude, last time I spun a sign here, I got arrested.
Yeah, but Danny, that's because you have a history. They did a background check on you.
I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
It's out in the open now.
I got to get out of here. Get back to your sign.
Bob, what are you doing, man?
Danny, the cops are after me. Tell them I went that way.
You went that way, officer. That way. Nothing. Yep.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back, chess fans. We're continuing to follow the FIDE Grand Swiss round 8 held in Douglas, Isle of Man. Your hosts again are Ileko and Martin Nations, and I think it's time for us to check out what's happening at the women's section, because also in this tournament 2 places are to be decided who will participate in the upcoming FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. We looked at Vaishali's game previously. She has apparently a technical winning position against Sophie Millet, and Vaishali already has 3 grams of norms. All she needs is to fix her rating to 2500, and then essentially she is going to become the first sibling, together with Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, brother and sister, being grandmasters in the history of chess. Quite an amazing feat. Also, Peter, I'm seeing some sensational stuff in the game of Tanzhan Kia against Alexandra Goryachkina, because it is the former world champion Tan who has apparently a technical winning position.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting some dangers there, but first let's understand what happened here. Everything, in fact, went along the way. Sophie has played the move Queen f6. Vaishali has reacted correctly with knight takes e5, not falling for the temptation of collecting the rooks. Queen takes f3, knight d takes f3, bc, bc, c5. Yeah, black is trying to activate that bishop on a7. If she succeeds, she will have compensation, but after bishop takes f7 check, king f8, it's still not exactly clear how to do that, because the d4 pawn is very well protected by the knight on f3 and the pawn on c3. Black has some problem there with the rook on a8 and the bishop on a7. If, for example, the knight from e3 will be kicked away, then some bishop d5 move can become very unpleasant. So all eyes now on Vaishali to understand how to kick that knight in order not to allow some knight c2 ideas. Yeah, for example, rook e1, which looks very natural, can be somehow answered by c takes d4, c takes d4, knight c2, and all of a sudden it's a game.
I was wondering, Peter, is it possible for whites not only to focus on the extra pawn, but also use the fact that the pieces are so well positioned to make a potential mating net, right? Because if you remove the bishop from f7 and at the timely moment execute knight g6 check, the black king cannot go back to the king side, right? And there might be an idea to include rook e1. And I was looking at this position for a brief moment and I tried to figure out, could there be the right-ordered moves? And you play this rook e1 move, and after c takes and c takes, you had a very correct idea that indeed knight c2 could be the thing there. But maybe after c takes on d4, there is a way how white can actually deliver a killing blow. Look at that. The bar says actually there is a win. Could it be that it's something like knight x on d4 related? Although I'm not really sure how you get it because there's still knight c2.
Yeah, so knight takes d4 is very interesting because it hits the knight and eventually hinting on knight rook f1, knight g6 checkmate. Vaya was already calling out the knight before mentioning the move rook f1. I got too excited that, wow, yes, it could easily be. The big question that Vaishali is done to 3 minutes 40 and it's only move 24 and she has played the move bishop b3 as she brings back the bishop to b3. Trying to rely on this knight g6 rook e1 idea, but apparently this gives black some chances to fight back.
Yeah, because indeed if black manages to activate her bishop, c takes on d4, not really sure if white wants to take with the knight or c takes on d4, recapture the pawn. Black continues development, plays bishop f5 or maybe bishop f5 even immediately to make sure there's no knight g6 check on rook e1 to worry about, and she might have enough activity. Also, look at the clock. I mean, 3 minutes for Vaishali. So clearly, things are not so simple. And this is only move 24. So apparently, Vaishali has spent a lot of time on those critical moments. And again, this amazing sequence of knight g6, rook takes on f7, queen f3. It's a fantastic concept, but apparently it took away from the young Indian star so much time, right? And we could talk about it all day long, how it's important to allocate the time for the critical moments. Always leave time to figure out the details later, because if you spend pretty much all of your time in the opening phase and middle game, make sure you have also time left to convert the position to a logical outcome. And Vaishali is slightly feeling nervous. So this bishop b3, she's trying to solidify the position, but apparently this move was not strong enough. And I'm really curious, Peter, can we go back to that position? Because I do not understand where is this winning idea without engines. This rook e1, c takes on d4, knight takes on d4, and knight c2. What I'm missing here? Because apparently engines said that this is completely crushing.
Well, I thought like just rook f1. Yeah, because we are threatening knight g6 checkmate. And we are also setting bishop d5, and we will be hitting the rook. We will be setting up some forking ideas if the black king goes to e7. I think just rook f1 finishes the game.
And if I play king e7, then knight c6,
yeah, then,
is it?
Well, or just bishop d5, no? Just
and there's a
bishop
fork.
d5.
Yes, there's a fork, is it? Okay. I guess this is it. Yeah. So maybe Vaishali missed this from afar, this rook f1 idea, and she was perhaps focusing only on this discover check, but she forgot that there might be a mate threat on g6. We are probably never going to find it out. All right. Big moment here. So now we probably should go to the game of Tanjanki against Alexander Guryachkina, because in the bird's eye view we saw that the Chinese grandmaster has a technically winning position. The only hope for Guryachkina is that she manages to build up some kind of a fortress keep everything on the dark squares and hope it's not going to be enough. But to be honest, Peter, I think it's a technical position.
Yes, I think so, because the point is that white will be able to create a pass pawn on the king side, and then this beautiful fortress on the queen side will not really matter. Yeah, something like bishop g5. Okay, it's now black to move. What were the last couple of moves? All right, king f8, bishop e6. Yeah, very nicely asking the knight, please decide where you want to go, because knight e5 check will be answered by king e4, king d5. Then white marches towards the c7, b6 pawns. After knight c5, white just falls back with the bishop to g4, and I feel like she's already setting up the systematic approach of going bishop g5, then h4, h5. You create a pass pawn after g takes h5, bishop h5. You move away the king. You start moving the f pawn, and it will be very, very difficult, I would say even impossible, to fight the two bishops plus the pass pawn.
I mean, Garyashkina would probably dream for one of those two scenarios. She trades the knight for the dark square bishop, because then we would have on the board obstacle of bishops where the extra pawn doesn't really matter, and then we might get an actual fortress on the board. Or she can somehow trade the dark square bishops. But how do you do it? By the way, perhaps bishop e7 could be a move here. Bishop e7,
Yes,
bishop d. I see nothing better, really.
Yes, bishop e7 is kind of the practical try. Now the big question is, yeah, before white is able to escape with the bishop, yeah, so bishop g3, bishop d6, but you are not exactly settling with bishop takes g3, because then I will take fg, and I will also correct my pawn structure. That's one thing. Another thing is that maybe just even something like takes, and then playing king e3, going for the king d4, king d5, king c6 idea, and that's why it's so important to trade on d6 to create another weakness on b6. This looks like a very clear-cut way of converting the advantage.
So apparently Garyashkina can't even do it, right? So she can't
Yes.
force this useful trade, because if you look at the position, what they have right now, and let's say we remove the bishops off the board, the dark square bishops are gone. I think that black's chances increase quite a bit, right? Because somehow she holds together the king side, puts the king on f6, and it could be quite tough for white to crash through, because essentially white would have to navigate with the king e3, king d4, king d5, try to get to this pawn on c6. But as you can see, Garyashkina can't even do that at the moment, because, I mean, bishop e7, bishop d6 creates too many weaknesses in the position. So king f7 is played by Garyashkina. She's also lower on the clock, 6 minutes. I don't think this is a time scramble, because only 4 moves need to be made, and it appears to be, to me, Peter, that Tanjung Ki is just cruising towards a very nice, impressive positional victory.
Yes, it's looking like this. Yeah, now bishop g5, simply bringing that bishop back into the game, and then slowly, there is absolutely no rush. Okay, she even plays the move king e3. She wants to make sure that, oh wow, so she does not even want to be systematic with the advancing the h pawn. She just wants to go king d4, king d5, king c6, and most probably combine it with bishop d8, hitting the pawn on c7. That's why she has placed her bishop on g4. Look at black's king is completely cut by white's bishops on these two diagonals, and white just marches with the king towards the c7 pawn. Wow, it looks like it's almost over.
Yeah, that it looks, indeed. Yeah, it looks like it's over. So Tanjung Ki is looking really good. Let's go to bird's eye view and see if there's something for the eye candy, something interesting to look at. Ushenena's game against Daisy Corey we already looked at. Asabayeva Tsolakidu finished in a draw. This means that Asabayeva has managed to stop her bleeding, because she was the leader after 5 rounds with 4.5 points. Then she suffered 2 losses in a row, including yesterday's painful loss with the white color against Vaishali, who is right now fighting against Sophie Millet. Also, the 4th board, we have Leia Garifulina playing against Polina Shuvalova. Do we look at that game, perhaps, or there's something more interesting?
It's a very unpleasant endgame, and I feel like, yeah, Polina just cannot stabilize her tournament. Yeah, she has a lot of ups, but also a lot of downs moments in the tournament. If she loses this game, it will be her third loss, and she simply can't win enough games to compensate for these losses. She still has some chances, but okay, pawn done, and white has all chances of converting the advantage. I see that Mungun Tool is 2 pawns up against Bull Maga. That seems to be like a technically winning position. That would be a huge victory for the Mongolian player. Maria Muzichuk having a decent position. It's all to play for. Efromsky, Fatalieva game. I like black, but maybe white is able to survive. And Priaklavning against Javakishvili, that's a kind of scary position for black, but maybe somehow move pen move, black is able to keep the balance.
Maybe let's check Cromling's game, because it looks the spiciest of them all against Yakovlashvili, and see what's happening there. Because, I mean, obviously Pia Cromling is a true chess legend, and it's still fantastic to see her still play, because she was one of the first, if not the first woman player, please correct me if I'm wrong, who became the Grandmaster. Very early, it was 1990, something like that. So she's been around for a long time, a brilliant player, very kind person. I have the honor to know her also. And her daughter is quite a well-known personality in the chess content world, Anna Cromling, who sometimes also invites her mother, Pia, to participate in some of her activities. So, yeah, let's see how she's doing here.
Yes, usually she is famous to being a wonderful strategist. Now I feel like her opponent is exactly trying to use Pia's medicine against her, because white is the one who plays now beautiful kind of chess. And my feeling was that, knowing Pia, somehow I'm expecting the moves like bishop f4, rook takes h5, h6, just to make sure that you stabilize the structure like this, inviting the move g6, and then you have the dark squared blockade. I believe that this is how Pia will try to hold the game, because otherwise after f5, give white the chance of getting the pawn to f6 and rook takes h5, it will be game over. Yeah, so it's very important to get the dark squares, and knowing her great skills, I have no doubt that she will be playing like this. But she's down to 5 minutes. She has to speed up. Be careful, Pia.
Absolutely. Also, because not only white's idea is to play f6, rook h5, rook h7, there's all kinds of mate threat ideas on the horizon. So, of course, black cannot sit tight here and do nothing. The other active move I can think of could be something like rook b4, rook g4, you know, try to get to this pawn on g5. But I have a feeling, Peter, that you're right. Yeah, this bishop f4 and h6 is more concrete. The question is, how obvious is it? Because this is not the traditional way how you're attacking the pawn, right? I mean, you position the bishop behind the pawn, and then you use the frontal pawn to attack it, right? And somehow this position holds together. And also, what Pia needs to understand here, if she does play this, bishop f4, rook takes on h5, h6, g6, is she not creating more problems? Because the white pawn on g6 now suddenly looks very strong.
Yeah, but at the same time now white's bishop on d3 is restricted. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I'm getting. The dark squares are under control. I do hope to set up some kind of a nice fortress. Clearly, white is putting some pressure. It's not over yet. I just don't feel that black has anything better, and bishop f4 is on the board.
All right. So this forces matters. It seems that bishop takes on g5 threat should be stopped. White has no time to play f6, so we are about to get some forcing moves. Also, the players have made 32 moves. This means 8 more moves until the next time control, and there is the time scramble looming. And the viewers, just to remind you, the differences of the open tournament and the women's tournament. The women's tournament have a shorter time control. They have 90 minutes for 40 moves and half an hour until the rest of the game. Of course, plus 30 seconds. That's it. The open tournament has a longer time control, 100 minutes for 40 moves, 50 for 20, 15 until the end of the game. And that's why when the open tournament is still being played on, the ladies already a long time are having a dinner at the hotel and relaxing. So it's a bit longer in open tournament.
Yes, and it's on the board. Yeah, bishop f4, rook takes h5, h6, played by Pia Kramling. I have not the slightest of doubts that she will do it. She simply has a very high class, and the only problem is that it's not over yet. Yeah, as you highlighted that g5, g6, eventually that pawn will be there. Yeah, and it's already played. The bishop on d3 is passive. At the same time, it keeps an eye on the g6 pawn, so white will never be forced to release the tension with g takes f7. That would be way too premature. It's very, very important to keep the status quo of this situation. Keep on harassing black also, just to highlight that any rook e8 move, yes, would run into g7 check, losing the rook, or even rook takes e8, king takes e8, when after g7 there is no power in the world of stopping that pawn from queening. Yeah, Pia is sitting on the dark squares, bishop g5, eventually also preparing king g7, king f6, because with bishop g5 she is cutting the e7 square.
All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view and select another game from the women's tournament. And then I think we're going to go back to the open section. You're already at the open section, okay?
Yes, this is already the open section, apparently, the bird's eye view. What do we make of it?
I see that Vincent did play rook d3, this rook d4, rook d3 idea, the human idea, which we felt that it might happen, but apparently the bar is merciless, and the bar says that after a3, black has some major issues to solve. Fabi is pressing against Macron. Not much has changed. I think this is going to be a slower game. At some point, he's going to grab the pawn on d5, and then we might see a long converting game. Also, we haven't really seen anything at all from Daniel Bogdan-Diak's game against Radoslav Wojtaszek. So, Peter, I think we should check this out, because Wojtaszek is also one of the one of the players, together with Diak, in hot pursuit to the leader, because the leader, Vidit Santosh Gurati, already finished his game in a draw, and anybody who wins this round is joining the leader. So the stakes are really high here.
Yes, the reason why we haven't been following this game closely, it was a rather slow Italian, asymmetrical structure, seemingly heading towards a draw, but then Deak Bogdan managed to keep some tension in the position, and look at this now. He has chances to fight for an advantage, and he's beautifully combining efforts on the queen side with a4, rook a2. This construction is very, very powerful. Black is doomed for passivity, and also opening a new front with f4. And the reason why he needed to keep the tension with a4, a6 pawns is visible in the lines after e takes f4, bishop takes f4, the pressure on the c7 pawn. So now white will be starting to go a5, kicking the queen away from b6, and the pawn on c7 is vulnerable. And that's why it's not obvious if black should allow this to happen. And yes, Radek opted for a neutral move. He played the move rook d6. Yeah, he wants to be as solid as possible, eventually trying to get his rook to c6, targeting the c3 pawn, the only weakness in white's camp. But white has some pressure here.
Definitely, I would absolutely choose white. The only question is, what is the most precise way to continue? At the intuition level, I really want to play f5 check, because somehow I feel that getting this extra space advantage will be good for me. So let's say f5 check, the king goes away, And then I was thinking, should I consider creating more targets at the king side with g4, h4, g5, etc., or do play bishop e3, because this bishop on b6 somehow for black is holding together the queen side. And if I trade it, then suddenly a takes on b5 and rook a7 starts to look like a very serious threat, right? I open it up and I am somehow, getting to black's weaknesses. And also the bishop on e3 enables white the chance to occupy the c5 square, as you're highlighting there, some knight c5 ideas, and the pawn on f5 makes a potential outpost on e6 for the knight as well. So it just makes perfect sense. F4, f5, bishop e3, and Wojciech is struggling here.
Yes, he is under pressure. F5 check played. The good news for Radek is that he's up on the clock. So Deák Bogdan is down to 3 minutes. But White has things under control. White has a very clear vision, a very clear strategy, how he wants to improve his position. Let's not forget about the 30 extra seconds after each move. I don't believe that the clock situation will play a decisive role here. It's more like, will Radek in some magical way be able to handle all the issues that we highlighted once the bishop trade on e3 happens?
I think the way I'm getting impression about Daniel Bogdan-Diak, I managed to see him in action in Biel earlier this year, because I didn't know much about him as a player. Obviously, he is a super talented player and recently got to 2700 ELO and probably will get even higher. But I get the impression that he is a typical tan trouble player. Like Drisher, right? Spends a lot of time in the opening phase trying to figure out every single detail there is about this opening position. And then at some point, the time trouble arrives. And this is where Daniel Bogdan-Diak is used to play in these situations. So that's why I'm not really surprised to see him below on the clock center, like 2 minutes. It seems quite familiar. Not really a time scramble for him, because he can make a lot of easy moves. Like if he needs a move, just slam bishop d2 and nothing really changes. He has the dominating position. H4 is yet another easy move, threatening to play g5. And actually, Peter, the question is, what exactly Radoslav is going to do after h4 g5? Because this could ask him some very unpleasant questions. Because imagine the white plays this h4 g5, obviously h takes is going to happen, but do you allow white to play g6, forming a potential weakness on g7 to be exploited later, or you do take on g5 and ruin your pawn structure?
Yeah, very unpleasant questions, and it's a beautiful situation from the white side. Yeah, basically seeing that white can even combine playing on both sides of the board, it makes perfect sense not even to trade the dark square bishops. It also made sense because then we get access to the a7 square, but this bishop d to h4 g5 and eventually just putting the rook back to a1, being able in a decisive moment also to come from the other side of the board, just combining all these elements, it just gives the feeling that black has a very tough time. The big question is, can he? But he can't, yeah, because rook c6 will be simply answered by bishop d2, protecting the pawn on c3, and if black tries to attack the e4 pawn with rook c4, white will simply play the move king d3, and the black rook has to watch out not to get trapped on c4. All right, now at least one good news for black, that a takes b5, a takes b5 had been included, some clarification on the queen side, but nothing to celebrate about, because white will still continue the same ideas with g5, bishop d2.
You know, Peter, I'm looking at this position with amazement, because I just realized one thing. I'm looking at a notation, and apparently the bishop on c1 has not made a single move. I mean, it's standing there since the very beginning, right? Yes. And I just love this concept, and I'm often bringing up some of the legendary games of when I'm talking to my students. I'm bringing up some legendary games of some of the classics And one of the games will be the very first game of the World Championship match of Michal Tal against Michal Botvinnik, obviously the magician from Riga, where I am from. And he played his very first beautiful game against Botvinnik, and some of the early steps where he managed to win an exchange. Dear viewers, you can check it out. Just YouTube it, and you're going to see this maneuver. He used this light square bishop to win the exchange on move 30 or 40, something like that, right? So the very first steps in the game. And what I really love about it is that sometimes your piece can be a strong piece on the board without even making a single move. Now, this is one of those amazing properties of rooks and the bishops. They can stand on the starting square, and they are still the best pieces on the board. And I know that sometimes, especially at the club level, it gets confusing, right? Because you want to make this move, check. I play bishop d2, that's it, I have developed a piece. But the question is, why you're developing it just to get this check mark? Because it's already doing a very fine job on c1.
Yes, it's always a pleasure. And here White was combining things. It's a typical, it did happen from a typical Italian structure, when suddenly Black gave up the center with d takes e4, went for this symmetrical structure. We got a very, very equalish endgame. I think at the beginning it was equal, but somehow Deák Bogdan seemed to have understood the position better, and beautifully, with step-by-step methodical play, he created chances for himself. Look at this rook d2, rook bb2 kind of idea, and highlighting what you mentioned, that the bishop stays on c1 and it's not entering the game yet. It's just some beautiful technique by the young Romanian player, provoking some weaknesses. Yes, that's how the pawn got to b5, and we are slowly getting to the position where we joined in after f4, another stunning move. Just a perfect illustration. We might see that it will not be enough to win the game, but still we have to give lot of credit to it.
Absolutely. All right. So it appears that Daniel Bogdandiak is in a great shape. He manages to utilize the power of his pieces on the board to the maximum efficiency. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, Peter, and see if we are getting more action from some of the leading boards. Do we have some updates? Let's start probably with the top board. So what is happening there? So Caruana, okay, nothing really has changed. He has this pressure against the pawn on d5. Bakro is sitting in a slightly passive defense. He has some counterplay against the pawn on c3. Okay, maybe not really so passive after all. Vincent apparently has, at least according to the engine, improved his chances, because Yesipenko's king g2, at least according to the engine, is not the best move. Maybe means nothing, because still it is Yesipenko who is playing for the win.
Yes, and actually king g2 looks like a clever move in the sense that Vincent is taking his time. He's down to 6 minutes already, and it looks very scary. The big question was clearly that why not king e2? Yeah, king e2 would have been the most natural move. However, that was also the move that Vincent expected. Yeah, so it's very tempting and very natural from Andre's side, especially since Vincent is in time trouble, to think like, all right, you are expecting king e2, but king g2 is also very interesting. It's still looking very, very promising for White.
But I think I understand why he did this, because if he would have played king e2, essentially what Vincent is thinking, he thinks like me. I guess that's a compliment to me. So I want to give up the bishop on b4. I want to play rook takes on d5. And now after a takes on b4, I am assuming that Vincent want to play rook e8, eliminate those pawns. I had this idea, only probably the order of the moves was not really good. And eliminate the pawn on e6, and now the king on e2 stands not perfectly, right? And I think that Yesipenko made a judgment call. He had a feeling, okay, I can get this position with two minor pieces, but is it a win? So that's why let's not go for this. Let's position the king on g2 and should counter sacrifice rook d5, 8x on b4, rook e8. Now the king is in a better position than on e2.
Yes, exactly. Then basically white can do anything. He can capture on a7, which was impossible due to the pin. But now after king g2, Vincent gets the chance of moving his bishop back to a5 because the rook is not hanging. Still, many dark clouds around black's position. Clearly, d6 being one of the main moves. Also, some knight c5 ideas will be there. Yeah, we are, I think, expecting the move. But d6, okay, yeah, one needs to calculate. It's a very move position.
I mean, I'm not sure if I want to include b4. It seems it's great. I'm thinking from the one's perspective, play b4, bishop b6, and d6, enabling me to play knight c5. But what I try to figure out, do I need this move b4 at all? Or should I play d6 immediately? And this is the position where you can't just listen to your gut instinct. That's the position where you have to calculate. So the gut instinct says, yeah, this position is promising, but you got to calculate things, right? And maybe also instead of d6, what I'm seeing here, Peter, is knight d6 move, right? And now knight d6 suddenly attacks black with two forks, knight b7, knight f7. And when you're seeing these options, you want to calculate them properly. But after knight e6, I'm looking at this position once again. I'm thinking, can black sacrifice rook? Is this possible? Rook takes on d5, knight f7 check, probably not very good. King e7, yeah, knight h8, and now I'm somehow trapping this knight.
But how do you trap? Yeah, because if king takes e6, then you open up the e file, yeah, then some b4 rook e1 check happens, and the knight will get out.
This I don't know.
Yes, it's a very principled line. Apparently, the computer also says like this might be a direction for both sides, but piece is a piece. We did see already in Pretka's game against Shankland, the knight on h8 was doing a great job picking up that rook on h8. So yeah, and it's on the board. Knight d6 happened. King e7 blitzed out by Vincent.
So he decided
apparently, yeah.
He decided not to give up the rook. Okay, I mean, it's very easy. It's very easy for me to suggest. It's like, I mean, a commentator here now, oh, look at that. I mean, black can sacrifice a rook, for a questionable compensation. Of course, I can suggest it, but Vincent is the player here who is being practical. And of course, I perfectly understand him. Why would you want to allow white to carry out the fork on f7, which is his dream? But apparently, king e7 is wrong, is it? Knight f5 check and then d6?
Yeah, knight f5 check is very threatening, but okay, knight f5 check, king d8, it's not the end of the world, because if you push d6, what happened compared to the knight e4 position? Why is this knight on f5 so much stronger? Yeah, d6 I might be kicking that knight away with g6. Am I losing because of... No, I can sacrifice the rook on d7 finally, just to highlight one dangerous line that I had. Look at this, computer says that this is losing, but not the way, because I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, rook c8 is coming, but black also has king e7, so no, this is completely crazy. But the position feels like it could be just lost. g6, knight h6, yeah, g6 cannot be played because knight h6, and knight is coming to f7.
It feels, I'm sorry, Peter, it just feels dead lost. This is my gut instinct. And that's why sometimes I can't even explain where these ideas comes from. And that's why it was my initial gut instinct that black has to sacrifice this rook. It's a very difficult decision, but allowing this pawn to stand on d6, and the rook at h8 is not really playing. I mean, what do you do after d6?
Yes, I have no idea, because it was so tempting to try to kick that knight away with g6, but it did not work. So what else do we have after d6?
I'm sorry, Peter. I really have to interrupt you, because I'm getting a word that there is a major development in the women's section in Vaishali's game against Sophie Millet. So we are going to change now what we're looking at and jump directly to this game of Vaishali, so that we're not missing the action, because this is essentially the fight for the leadership. Vaishali was having this huge positional advantage. She managed to play a legendary sacrifice against Sophie Belay. Now look at this. I mean, this is simply unclear. 31 seconds. I mean, Sophie Belay makes a move, king save with 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, this is insane. And we have before seen that Vaishali was in a time trouble. So in the meantime, so many things had happened. We are expecting some move like, is it rook g7 or rook b6? Yeah, I was not sure, because rook g7 was also very tempting in order to try to get a discover check on the rook on g2. Bishop b6 played.
Bishop c7. Look at this, and the knight on g6 needs to be protected, so the white rook cannot really leave the 6th rank. Because let's say rook a6, you need to calculate very precisely what happens after moves like bishop b5. Oh my goodness, look at this, Peter. Rook takes on a6, bishop b5. Not only attacks the rook on a6, there's rook e2 mate on the board thread. I mean, this is so easy to miss this in the time scramble. Very dangerous for Vaishali here.
Very dangerous, yeah, because she needs to coordinate her forces. So this means that... Wow, but she has knight e7 check and knight d5. Because, okay, knight e7 check, you might go king d8. It was king d7, knight d5 trick. But yes, okay, so she plays the move rook f6.
I think it means that she sees this idea, and rook f6. Now she makes sure that bishop b5 doesn't blunder the mate. I would expect that the next move she's gonna play is something like knight g to e5. But I mean, Peter, those bishops that black has, bishop b5, bishop takes on a5. This is a 3-result game here, because despite the fact that Millet fell a victim to a very beautiful sacrifice early on, this sensational stuff, knight g6, rook takes on f7. Apparently, Vaishali just burned too much time. She was unable to handle the pressure and figure out the details, and now it's anybody's game.
Yeah, it's completely, especially with the time trouble. There are still 4 more moves to be made before the players reach move 40. I think this is a great news that she was able to eliminate the a6 pawn. Now bishop b5 is not a checkmating idea, because the bishop left the b8 h2 diagonal by bishop d8. Eliminating that pawn on a6, making sure that you keep your knight alive. But how? Yes, king b7, so the rook moves back to d6 or e6.
I don't like this choice. Why did she do this? Why did she give up the pawn on a6? I think that what Sophie is doing here, she's going for the tricks. So she desperately wants to win this rook, and somehow combined with the ideas of bishop b5, rook e2, maybe white somehow keeps the rook on e6 and blunders the rook. But I think that's a dangerous strategy. Now here black is down 2 pawns, and Vaishali still should be in control. Something like rook d6 or rook e6, knight f4 intermezzo.
Knight f4 intermezzo, but I'm having some mixed feelings. Yeah, it did not look like you needed this intermediate move. On the other hand, it's understandable. She wants to get access to rook takes h6. If it works, it would be fantastic.
Yeah, but now it forces, I think, it forces black's hand. King a6, eliminate pawn on a5, and despite the fact that white has an extra pawn, probably it's drawish, right? Because those 2 monster bishops, they're going to control a lot of squares, and somehow I don't really believe that white will be able to push this d pawn forward. But then again, it means for Sophie that she's the one fighting for the draw. Does she want to fight for the draw, or still rely on the tricks and her 2 strong bishops? That's the big question.
Yeah, but probably she will have to, and she's down to 5 seconds. She wants to keep chances, but she will have to. Yeah, she takes on a6 with 2 seconds on the clock. Knight takes g2. The problem is that, yes, it has a drawish tendency, because we know that 2 knights versus a naked king is a draw. But there are still 2 pawns. Yeah, and white's knights seem to be very nicely centralized. Yeah, knight e5, knight f4, king e4. That's kind of quite a big pressure on the center.
So the players need to make the 40th move, this infamous 40th move, which sometimes produces unexpected things over the board. I think that absolutely the last thing that Sophie wants to do here is allow one of the bishops to be traded, because then she might be in a real danger. I think any move here is going to qualify, which doesn't involve any forks, any trades. So White's next move is quite obvious, knight f4, knight e5. And that being said, I'm pretty sure that both of these players will get out of their first time control and get extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Yes, and it will be high time for them to calm down. Yeah, this was a very nerve-wracking game. It looked like it's going to be a brutal victory for Vaishali. Then in time trouble, she spent way too much time. Then Sophie fought back. It got completely out of control. I believe that in the last couple of moves, maybe Vaishali could be happy that things have settled. Yeah, there is no pressure on her to blundering anything, and she will be able to squeeze. Sophie still has to make one more move. Bishop g5 check has been played.
And that's it. They have reached the second time control. Can we have a bird's eye view and see if there is a time scramble anywhere else in the women's section? Because this is the moment when the seconds are ticking. A lot of things are decided very often in the time scramble. Tanjanki still has a winning position. Nothing is going to change there. Garifulina apparently has kept her extra pawn, but the black is pretty active. Is there something dramatic we might follow? Look at that! Mainara is about to beat Maria Muzichuk because I see the bar is up in the sky. So maybe, Peter, we could check out this game because she is my neighbor, so to speak. She's from Estonia, one of the Baltic countries. Recently, she's doing really, really well. So can we have a look at this game?
Yeah, and it looks like the knight on b7 is just a terrible piece. Yeah, and also action on the king side. So combining these two elements, White going also for knight g4. How do you protect the h6 pawn? The knight on b7 is completely out of the game. White's rook on c3 is a fantastic piece. The time control has been reached. I think that, yeah, Maria is in for a very, very tough defense. It might not even be possible. Yes, it's forced. Yeah, knight g4, king h7, knight takes h6.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Rook c7 kills. Queen h6, rook c7. There's no defense. I think that whatever happened in this game, Maria made some mistakes in the time scramble. I'm happy for Maya, of course, because she has had a pretty good year so far. She played in the FIDE World Cup. I think she got as far as 4th round or 5th round, and she had very good chances to qualify even further. Eventually, she was eliminated playing against Tanjanki. A very, very tough match. So for her, beating Maria Muzichuk in such an important tournament as FIDE Grand Swiss, this could be quite something. Can we go back to the bird's eye view and see if we have more time scrambles or it's officially over?
I think the time scramble officially is over because everywhere the players are getting the extra time. Situations have clarified. It might be a good moment to go back to the open section because there we might be getting the crazy time scrambles.
I think we do still have a little bit time, something like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes because the open section has a longer time control. And I would like to use this moment to make a short break because one time scramble in the women's section is over. Another one in the open section is approaching, and we are going to definitely follow the action there. So dear viewers, hope you're not going anywhere and enjoying the action we are following at Isle of Man. And I would like to remind you about the Chess Kid Festival, right? And you can join us in Charlotte, North Carolina for the first ever Chess Kid National Festival. So book your tickets right now for 4 days of chess festivities, including over-the-board tournaments and opportunities to meet special guests like the amazing Levi Rosman or Gotham Chess, Fun Master Mike, and our CCO of Chess.com, Danny Wrench himself. So the festival takes place February 16th to 19th, and we really can't wait to see you there. So use !festival in the chat to learn more and register already today. So see you in several minutes. Look at the festival, and we'll be back shortly.
La partita a scacchi di Marostica è una grande rappresentazione collettiva.
Nel 2020 l'interruzione della partita è stato come spegnere improvvisamente la città.
Purtroppo sono stato qui in zona il paziente zero del Covid. Questa prima edizione dopo la pandemia sarà senz'altro un'emozione.
Questo è l'anno più importante per la città, per noi, per tutti. Do un'occhiata al meteo. Mamma. La partita di quest'anno è una questione di vita o di morte.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vachier-Lagrave.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
We are back there, viewers. The time scramble in the women's Grand Swiss is over, but still the action is continuing in the open section, and we are about to follow some of the critical matchups of the round 8 of the FIDE Open Grand Swiss. I'm not even sure with which game to start, but let's just start with Arjun guys against Giri Kuzubov. They have already time scramble. Kuzubov is down on 33 seconds. And apparently Arjun is having a very nice, promising position because, Peter, I'm seeing ideas like here, knight x on e5 with queen f7, check, and knight g6 would be mate on the board.
Yes, certainly very promising. One thing we have to say that, yes, Kuzubov is also famous of getting into big time trouble, so yeah, one should not underestimate him just because he's low on the clock. The combination of having a very tough and shaky position plus the clock situation, that's the real scare.
Absolutely. So here Arjun is thinking about his choices. I would like to include a3 at some point, I guess, just to make sure that I have luft for my king. But I think this knight x and e5 looks so tempting that I would want to blitz it out without thinking. Maybe after knight x on e5, while Arjun hasn't responded with this move already, there could be knight h to g5, right? I mean, this protects the f7 square and also hits the queen on f3. And now I think that right now the young Indian is just trying to evaluate the consequences, because if the queen goes away, then you also need to account for black's counterplay at the queen side. c4, c3 might be a big problem. The game's really sharp, and the fact that your opponent has only 33 seconds doesn't mean anything. Arjun has been in these situations for many times, so right now this is a perfect moment to come up with some very precise moves.
Yes, he needs to be super precise. Don't rush in the opponent's time scramble. But in general, yeah, this is the point that with knight on e6 and knight on h7, pawn h6 construction, black has access to the g5 square. So yes, the position looks very, very dangerous. But thanks to that square, black might hope to survive. And if he survives, who knows? Yeah, he has his own counterplay. But objectively speaking, it clearly looks very promising for white for the moment.
You know, Peter, I'm even looking at d takes on e5 because it also opens the d file, and there's also in the mix moves like knight f6 check, expose the king, and one thing you always want to have for the time scramble is a direct attack. So d takes on e5 is achieving exactly that, and perhaps this is precisely the reason why Arjun still hasn't made a move. I have a suggestion, Peter, so that we are not missing any action here. Can we go to the bird's eye view just to have an overview so that we understand where is an actual time scramble, what is the situation on every single board? So as you are seeing, Caruana against Bakrov, somehow his advantage has dissipated, right? Because the last couple bishops are gone. There is no yet time scramble. Both players are 5 and 4 minutes respectively on the clock. I would imagine this is moved 30-ish something, 35th. I don't know. So I don't think there's going to be a time scramble. But Vincent is in trouble apparently.
Yeah, he eliminated the pawn on d6, but white has collected the a7 pawn. He is also counting on some b4, hitting the bishop and then bishop c5 check, hanging on to his e7 pawn. Well, the big question, there is clear time pressure. There is Yesipenko reaching move 40 with a winning position. This is the big question. It's clear that if he will have enough time on the clock, he will be able to navigate. But for the moment, he still has some questions to solve.
And Alireza Firouzja is in big trouble against Samuel Fabiano, and this could be a major result because the reigning champion Firouzja could lose this game and essentially maybe already end his chances to qualify for the candidates tournament from the FIDE Grand Swiss. Of course, there's also the rating spot, but this could have very serious implications to his chances. I'm also looking at the game of Ivan Cheparinov against young Krzysztof Duda, and somehow the Bulgarian's position doesn't look as great as it was before.
Yes, maybe Duda is getting away with it, still unpleasant. He's down to a minute. He has to find a way of holding on to his pieces. But I feel like all eyes right now on Arjun Erigaisi versus Yuri Kuzubov. That's a very wild game. Bishop e1 has been played.
Yeah, let's go back perhaps to that game full screen.
And queen f8 happened. Yeah, clearly black is trying to trade queens. Computer indicates that this is a mistake. But with 30 seconds on the clock, this is the most natural move in the position, trying to trade the queens off. On the other hand, I'm loving the move by Arjun bishop e1, because he made sure that he covers the c3 square. Black doesn't have any dangerous counterplay, but how do we deal with this queen f8? We certainly don't want to trade, or do we trade and we just collect? Yeah, and he trades, and he wants to collect the e5 and also the a5 pawn.
I was actually thinking, Peter, about the pawn on e5. I don't really care about it so much, and I wanted to somehow rely on the pass pawn at the d file, d5, d6, d7. But as soon as I said that, I noticed that after d5, there's always knight e4 and then nasty fork on c2, not to miss. So probably not the right choice. What is the material balance on the board? Technically, right now, Kuzubov is up a pawn, but obviously
Yes.
it's about to fall on e5. Also, the pawn on a5 is a weakness. So if somebody's pressing here, it's still Arjun. But I mean, this game is still 3-result game. I can easily imagine White losing his nerve here and misplaying this. We'll see.
Yeah, well, Black is just trying to hold on. Still 4 more moves before the time control is reached. The e5 pawn is clearly falling, but Black can... Yeah, and Rook takes e5 played. Yeah, Arjun is relying on the pressure on the a5 pawn. But his problem is that whenever he pushes the d pawn, then Black has knight c5 and the knight activates itself to d3. Yeah, so for the moment, this pawn from d4 shouldn't be really moving. And that knight even has other routes of getting active with knight f4, knight d3. Yeah, first b6 is played. I feel like Kuzubov has survived the worst.
Absolutely. I think there's no question about it. I think he's doing just fine. And now Arjun faces a very big decision. Should he push forward the d pawn? Because if you do this, there might be no going back. Or instead you try to solidify your position and make the decisions for a situation after the time scramble. Because in general, making very big decisions in time scramble is, a very questionable decision. So he tries to solidify bishop c3. I think that maybe the next move that the young Indian could play is a4, just in case, make a window for the king, fix those black pawns on a5 and b6, get to the second time control, and then figure out the details.
Yes, because also one thing we have to highlight that usually if someone like Kuzubov has been already in a very deep time trouble, he got his rhythm. Yeah, his mindset is already used to this 30 seconds increment, while the player who had much more time on the clock is not yet ready to deal with this. So it's very important for Arjun to reach move 40 to settle things done, not that he makes a hasty decision on move 39 or 40.
Great move by Kuzubov. I like this move because right now he's threatening rook takes on e5 and snatch the pawn on h5. Also, he's thinking about knight e3. He's thinking about at some point, imagine a scenario he puts the knight on d5. I mean, if he can do this, the White's bishop on c3 will be a useless piece. So I think right now Arjun needs to push d5 and sacrifice his pawn. But this is such a big decision. I mean, do you sacrifice a pawn in time scramble and rely on the pushing for the pawn? No, rook b5 instead is played by Arjun. He avoids the rooks being traded. Also, he protects the pawn on h5 and hits the pawn on b6.
Yes, rook b5 is a very nice practical move. Just make sure that that rook is doing multi-purpose job. Yeah, eyeing on the b6 pawn, guarding the h5 pawn. The move you mentioned, a4, is a very typical natural move, for example, for move 40. Another move that makes perfect sense, eventually bringing the knight from g4 into the game. And Kuzubov plays knight d7. Yeah, he activates his passive knight, protects the pawn. But still, one pair of moves has to be played by the players.
I think something like you just need a quiet move which doesn't force matters. Maybe knight takes on g2 enables White to play rook g1. I think it's a good moment here to play a4. Although,
Yes.
again, you have to calculate very quickly. a4, knight g2, rook g1, rook e2. What is this position? I mean, am I not losing the pawn here or no compensation? Is a4 the safe move, or do I need to protect the pawn on g2 still?
Yeah, many questions. Many questions and no time.
Still,
1 minute.
Arjun might have to make a very big decision in the last minute. Super important game because just to refresh our memory, what is happening at the leaderboard, there's just one leader so far. It is Vidit Gurati, who today played with the white color against Hikaru Nakamura. The game already is long, finished, draw, and whoever wins this game, should it be Arjun Erigaisi or Yuri Kuzubov, should it be Caruana, or who else is there? Daniel Bogdan-Diak or Andrei Yesipenko, these are the favorites right now. They might essentially share the lead together with Vidit Gurati.
Yes, there was a huge win for Sarana, beating Rapport, but still Sarana is behind, I think, half a point, so he's not yet catching the leaders.
Right? 95 is played, and now Kuzubov faces a very big decision. Time scramble, knight takes on e5, and plays something solid as rook c6. We have reached the second time control in this game. So my suggestion is we go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening there, because there might be still some drama. Yesipenko has an extra pawn against Keimer.
Yeah,
So
and he's picking up a second one, so it's basically over. Yeah, bishop takes g5, and it's 2 pawns up.
Wait, but it's black to... Oh, no, it's white to move.
It's white to move, yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry for the German fans, but somehow Andre is difficult for Vincent, a difficult opponent, because he already has lost against Yesipenko twice.
Yes, and look at this. Back row down to 10 seconds. Is it still move... Which number? Let me get the
Maybe we
game.
should go to that game, full screen, and see what's happening there. Which
No,
one is this?
they just reached the time control, so no drama there. It does seem like actually Etienne might be holding this very, very unpleasant position. It was very unpleasant from the beginning, but his chances of drawing it are quite high. The pawn on c3 is also a weakness, not only the d5 pawn, he's clearly trying to eventually double on the c5 with rook e8 to c8, hitting that c3 pawn. Good chances to survive.
Very good chances. So Fabi apparently mixed up things, right? And I think that after the time scramble will be finished, we are going to have a little bit more time to go into some details and figure out where he could have played better. What is happening in Daniel Bogdan-Diak's game against Radoslav Wojtaszek? I still see Diak on 32 seconds. Is this time scramble? I mean, he's been playing on increment for a long time. No, they already have reached move 42.
Yes, they reached, and look at this, the evaluation bar claiming that White is borderline winning. White has sacrificed the h4 pawn. Just to highlight this, that Radek in time trouble used this nice little trick. Clearly he was very unhappy with his position. White was keeping the pressure, and he fell into the temptation of going after that h4 pawn, or provoking the pawn to h5, and White would not have new front to be opened with g5. King takes f2 is clearly impossible due to rook takes d2, but Deak simply ignored it. He played rook a5. All right, I want to get your b5 pawn. And after c6, he played knight d3. Gets a question mark, I don't know why. Radek takes the pawn on h4, so clearly bishop should have moved back to b6, I'm guessing. After bishop takes h4, knight c5 is played, and now rook a7 check, knight e6. It seems to be
Wait a second.
too much.
I don't understand, Peter. I mean, can we have a look at the move 41? Bishop takes on h4?
Yes.
This is move 41.
Move 41. No reason to keep on blitzing, right?
Why did they blitz it? Oh my goodness! I think this was one of the issues which I think everyone who has been playing classical games over the board, you know this, because imagine yourself, you are sitting over the board and you have the score sheet and you're writing down the moves, right? You're writing down the moves and you have a big time scramble, and then there's this uncertainty at some point. You are not entirely sure. You're not 100% sure. Have you made the second time control or not? Because sometimes when you're writing down the moves, you might jump over one shell, meaning you are writing more moves than you have officially made. And that's what I know this really so well from my personal experience, is that sometimes you want to make this extra one move and you glance at the score sheet of your opponent. Are you really sure? Are we over move 40? And then your opponent can hide it from you, meaning he's not giving you this extra information because rely on your own writing yourself, right? I don't know if this is happening here, but I'm shocked, to be honest, that Radoslav still blitzed out bishop takes on h4, having already 50 minutes on the clock. So the only conclusion I can come up to, Peter, is that he was not sure he has reached the second time control.
Yes, absolutely. And also this, what we have seen, this narrative, that the clock situation is after you reach move 40, it not automatically adds the time. So it does not give you any information whether you reached or not. And it's very irritating because just as you highlighted that sometimes you are not sure and you feel like, okay, let me play one more move just to be perfectly safe. And in this case, bishop takes h4 is the move which most probably will lead to the downfall of Radek.
Wow, that is just heartbreaking indeed, because I mean, normally, of course, 40th move is the situation when you are prone to make big mistakes, but 41st, that is not really so common. Well, okay, so now I think that Radoslav already realizes what he has done. Because there was no need for him to make such a very responsible decision on seconds. Now the knight on c5 is feeling like a big monster. Bishop f2, he goes back. Even if this maneuver, bishop takes an h4, it works. I mean, you want to calculate it, right? I mean, you don't want to blitz it out. What an unfortunate moment for the Pole to make such a responsible decision.
Yes, and I'm looking at positions. It does seem to me like maybe something like rook a7 check, knight d7, which will be an eternal pin. I might simply even... No, knight d7, I can pick up the bishop. It's not even a possibility. Then hang on. What on earth is happening after rook a7 check? Black is
just
what?
lost. King e8. King e8,
King
and
e8
then
is...
rook takes on g7, and the queen side, the king side just falls apart. Now, just Radoslav is just, I think, borderline close losing here. So, Peter, I was thinking about this thing you said about uncertainty to know if you got the time or not, if you have reached the second time control or not. And there's one thing I really don't like, and I would like to stress it out immediately, that there are two types of clocks still in the professional circuit. That there's one type of clocks, all of them are digital. The first type of clocks adds you the time as soon as you hit the next time control. So you make move 40 and you get the extra time on the clock. And then there's the second type of digital clocks where you get the extra time only after your time expires. And I wonder why is still it is like this in the 21st century. This is what I don't understand. It should be one standard. And very often in open tournaments, not only open tournaments, all kinds of tournaments, there's this discussion. There's some kind of technical meetings. And one of the most famous questions usually before the tournament is that when players ask to the arbiters, what kind of clocks do you have here? I mean, because this is still important information. And as far as I know, most players, they do like the clocks which immediately add the time, right? Because then you know for sure you have reached the second time control. I mean, because you immediately get added those 50 minutes, and you don't need to sit in a silent horror, watch the clock expire, and wonder, am I gonna get that extra time or not?
Yes, but I think that exactly this is the point, that they want to make it harder for the players, that you shouldn't be getting any information of you reached move 40, because as a player, of course, you clearly want to get that extra time so that you know exactly, okay, I can lean back, I can, for example, leave the board, I can go to refresh myself, calm down, whatever, because it's also so much tension is accumulated in the time pressure that it's always recommended just to calm down. Yeah, that okay, go for a walk, whatever, look around on the other boards, just to get other feelings and then get ready after you calm down to continue the game. But if you sit there and you are not sure, then you still carry this crazy amount of tension with you, and then you are tempted to make a move. And I believe this is what happened here, and it might cost the game, and it might also cost the chances of qualifying, because it's obvious that if any of the players loses here, we'll have very, very tough time catching up with the leaders.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna stress what I believe there should be one standard. It's either this or that. There should not be two standards for the clocks, right? And I hope this is a situation that FIDE or the tournament organizers, they're going to address at some point. It can't be like that every single tournament the players are asking, what kind of clock system do you have here, right? And sometimes people forget. And I definitely know this because I've been playing in tournaments, and then I realized I don't know what kind of clock is it. So of course, I mean, you could argue that you just write a perfect score sheet, right? But I mean, just make one type of clocks which have those a time added immediately, and that's it. That there should be no discussion about it. All right. That being said, what do we do now? Do we go back to the bird's eye view? We have quite a bit of time now. Time scramble in the open tournament is over, and we have now plenty of time to think about things.
Yes, well, also we see that Sam Sevian defeated Alireza Firouzja. So it was not only that Alireza was in a lot of trouble, he also ended up losing a very, very big victory for Sam Sevian, who keeps his chances alive. And basically now for Firouzja, it's not only that his chances of qualifying from the Grand Swiss seemingly disappear, but also he's losing rating and very valuable rating points with this loss. And in this regard, he will have to root very, very much for Hikaru for qualifying directly from the Grand Swiss. Otherwise, Hikaru is making a giant step forward on the ratings.
So Hikaru right now is a favorite for the rating spot. Am I correct?
Yes. Okay, the tournament is not over yet. Yeah, there are 3 more runs to be played, and there will still be a Sinquefield Cup. So it's never over till it's over. But okay, if Firouzja will have to play the Sinquefield Cup under tremendous pressure, yeah, that he has to be counting on every single rating point, that will not help him perform his best chess. Yeah, I believe that chess players always plays the best when they can just focus on playing good games and then see what happens. With all the extra pressure, it's just too difficult.
All right. Can we have the second bird's eye view, the next 20 boards? Maybe there's something interesting. You know, I feel I've slightly neglected those games because we have slightly neglected because there is so much action happening on top boards. There's some interesting results, most notably Maksudlu scoring an impressive victory with a black color against Samuel Tarsahakian. Anish Giri, again, another draw. I mean, Anish just cannot get in the rhythm. Did he not already draw every single game? Or he managed to win one game? I don't recall, but I think it's all draws.
Yes, he has one victory and the rest is draw. Yes, okay. So he's on +1. Still very, very far away from qualifying because we know that the leaders are having +4 score, so 1.5 points more than Anish. And yeah, Maksudlu is the only big winner. Looking at the other positions, look at this Yakuboev against Praggnanandhaa. That looks very, very drawish. Okay, Prag is pawn up. He will be trying to squeeze something out, but with White's active rook on c7, it's probably not realistic. MVL, who has won 2 games in a row, and he definitely thinks about, okay, I have to forget about everything. I just know that I have to win all my games and then see what it will bring me. He's putting pressure on LM Pichot. Yuyanji against Nair and in a draw. Abdusattorov pressing against Saric, but apparently the evaluation bar indicating that it's very drawish. Sam Shankland against Jalmakhanov. Unbalanced position. This is still a very unbalanced position with two bishops, but knight e6 check is a threat of eventually just trading down to an opposite colored bishop position. It's very drawish. Artyemev Benjamin Gledula. I'm very happy for Benji because Gledula has started with -2 score and then he made a hat-trick. He won 3 games in a row and now black drew against Artemiev. He has found his rhythm. He's doing good.
All right, and also we see Nihal playing against Niklas Kushenbet. The position, yeah, it looks very symmetrical, very balanced, and I guess it is. I would like to have a closer look at MVL's game because Maxime started the tournament rather badly, and in one of the game interviews, I believe it was after the previous round, Maxime was interviewed and he revealed what is the reason. He was feeling under the weather in the beginning of the tournament. He had a cough, very bad cough, and obviously I think when you're coughing, it doesn't really contribute to playing some very good chess. But now he finally found some shape in the previous games. He's feeling better. And he said that basically in order to have any realistic shot for qualifying for the candidates, he just has to win all 4 games. So he just said basically what you just told us, Peter, that all Maxime needs to do is continue his winning ways. And at the moment, he is doing all right. He has a nice pressure against Argentinian Grandmaster, who I believe now is representing Spain. Yeah. He's originally from Argentina. And I'm looking at some ideas like remove the knight from e3, penetrate black's defenses with queen b6, queen a7. And I think this is precisely the reason why Pichot's position is worse.
Yes, and if we look at the regrouping from Maxime, he had a queen on b2. Apparently, black has a rock-solid position. It's not clear how to break through, and one has to upload MVL's brilliance because these kind of things are always so nice to see. Queen c8, black is seemingly just going back and forth like, okay, please show me what you got. And there is the answer. MVL starts with queen a1, and after queen e8, plays the move queen g1, beautifully also protecting the h2 pawn just in case if black is going active with his queen to h5. Now the pawn move h5 had been played, opens up the way for white eventually to enter to a7, just as you highlighted.
It's a beautiful idea, Peter. I really love it because, I mean, also the queen on g1 has other unique ideas because let's say black goes defensive and plays queen b8 and tries to keep the queen to guard those critical b6, a7 squares. I mean, you need to watch out for this f4. I mean, this f4 might be a bad move, or queen e3 f4. Yeah, maybe queen e3 is stronger, directly hitting the pawn on g5. What I wanted to show is that even with a queen on g1, you could think about f4, and should black twice take on f4, suddenly there's some queen g7 issues for black to think about, right? And that's why I think for Pichot, this is going to be quite unpleasant defense.
Yes, I'm also not liking the move h5, to be honest, because it seems to me like it's more of a weakness. I don't really see the benefit what black is trying to achieve, but there is some more pressure on the g5 pawn. But to be honest, in such positions, yeah, you are kind of happy with black as long as your opponent does not have a plan. Yeah, then you feel like, okay, I'm just sitting and waiting, maybe it's going to be a draw. And at the moment when the opponent comes up with a brilliancy like MVL has done with queen a1, queen g1, then it dawns to you that, oh my God, if I just wait passively, I might lose. And then suddenly you are tempted to try to break out of your position and then even spoil everything. Yeah, because maybe it's more like you feel under pressure than objective valuation, but just this feeling that your opponent has a plan drives you crazy. But MVL goes for something else. He plays h3. That's a surprise.
It's a slightly mysterious move. I guess he wants to fix the kings, the things that the kings had first, play g4, to make sure the pawn on g5 is fixed as a weakness. And then after he plays g4, he can play knight c2 and essentially use Nemcevich's idea of having two weaknesses, because Nemcevich did say it a long time ago that if your opponent has one weakness, what do you need to do? You create another weakness, preferably on the other side of the board. Now, my very good friend Igor Kovalenko, he actually believes that one weakness is enough because the second weakness is your opponent. Would you agree?
Wow, that's a very interesting quote. Well, we know that Igor has big self-confidence, so yes, it might work for him perfectly.
All right, yeah, just a joke. All right, I think that for the French fans, this is turning out to be a good day because Maxime is doing great, and Etienne Baki, as he is well known in the French community, is holding his ground against Fabiano Caruana. What do we do next? Do we go to the bird's eye view, select some other games we haven't seen? Doesn't really have to be from the top boards, or we go back to the women's section and see if we have missed any action there. It's your call, Pete.
I was actually scrolling down the games just to see what kind of interesting results happened, and one of the games that caught my eyes that Gukesh with white pieces was unable to win against Nicolas Teodoru. It was a draw. It's we were hoping that Gukesh might, after yesterday's victory, find the rhythm, but apparently it did not work out. Teodoru was way too strong. He held the balance. We talked about this Nijat Abbasov Shant-Saxian game where Abbasov lost control in the opening and got heavily punished. Saxian went on to win that game. Lot of draws. So no shocking results that I can really announce otherwise.
All right, maybe then it's a good opportunity for us to go to the women's section and see what is happening there, because there's still this top board which is has a direct implications for the overall standings. That is Vaishali's game against Sophie Millet. As you see, Black is still down a pawn, but the French player is leading a very active defense. She has beautiful bishops. Should be drawish. We have some results, decisive results, by the way.
Yeah, Tanzonji, just as expected, won that game against Alexandra Koryachkina. A very, very huge victory for her. We know that the first two spots are the desired spots, and she's showing that, yes, she wants to fight till the very end for qualifying for the candidates. Leia Garifulina beating Polina Shuvalova in a rather one-sided game. She had the upper hand in the opening, and Polina never really had a chance to hurt her own.
All right. Yep, a lot of decisive results. Something else catches your attention? Yeah, obviously there's this sensational result. I think we already discussed this. Narva might beat Maria Muzichuk, quite a big upset. She has a great year so far. Could we have a look at the second bird's eye view? I think it should be possible. The next 10 boards.
Yeah, because I'm curious about Valentina Gunina against Elizabeth Petz. Yeah, the two legendary players, two very, very strong players fighting against each other. That will be also an interesting game to look at, but it's not on our radar yet.
All right. So, okay. So maybe we can just select some interesting stuff. Just a second. Let me see if we can find.
Okay. It will be a draw. So I got the game. It seems like it was a very big fight, but finally things have settled down. this is usually what happens, yeah, when two great players face each other. Though is the most likeliest outcome.
And from the top boards, I only see Marcel Yefremsky, the game against Olivia Fatalieva. I don't think we've had this position at a closer look. So
yes,
we could maybe check it out. Yeah, board number 9, I think.
Let's take a look.
There's quite some action.
Yeah, well, that white is winning, and I do remember that when we last time looked at this game, black had everything under control. So I'm guessing that in time trouble something happened, because or did we misjudge it just to, because this was type of, yes, exactly, that it looked like black is fine, then she was trying to break out. It still looks absolutely fine. Cannot really imagine black losing this position. And what happened in time trouble? Queen c5 takes. Look, this, in fact, it was not time trouble, because b6 moves 38, king f8, rook c7.
Who is even playing for the win here?
Yeah, it's a big question.
It's not very clear, right? Because white has created the weakness on b7, black has a passed pawn, e5, d3. Oh my goodness, how the game suddenly heated up.
Yes, and this is the moment when the time control has been reached, and I feel like that here the problem started for black. It's just so much more difficult to be black in this position. Yeah, that you are losing your control, you are losing your grip. She has played the move rook h7, apparently a big mistake, a losing mistake. Wow, what else should have been done? You know, I was almost about to suggest that why not rook e7, and I noticed to my horror that, yeah, rook c8 check is a big argument against it. But yeah, so basically it was all about this move 40 that with e5 white managed to create a lot of imbalances.
Apparently, this indeed happened, but I'm curious. What is the savvy move then? I slightly don't follow. Is it rook d8? It's such a risky move, because rook d8 jumps under bishop takes on b7, bishop c6, e7 check. So was it really necessary? Or maybe rook d4 or rook d6?
Maybe rook d4, yeah, or rook d6, yes, something. But on the other hand, bishop takes b7 followed by b. It's of course very scary, but black also has this pawn on d3. So apparently it was move 41. She did spend a lot of time.
Could this be again the same story? That black blitzed out another move just to make sure that she has made a second time control? I mean, we don't really have the timestamp. I mean, something like this already happened in the open section, at least we believe so, in the game of Daniel Bogdanyak against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Could it be that Fatalieva played this still blitzing out because rook h7?
Well, I don't know, but yeah, rook d6 seems really like the correct move, yeah, because you stay active, you target both pawns, and also you support your d pawn. Yeah, I believe that if you spend a lot of time, you should be able to understand this. Yeah,
and there's no bishop b7, by the way. I think we have to show this, because after bishop takes on b7, of course there's just d2. D2 on promote the pawn, there's no bishop c6, you just take on c6, and the d pawn simply advances. So rook d6 was rather easy move.
Yeah, it was a very easy move, and okay, maybe white has to force a draw somehow. I do see the computer suggesting the move, rook g7, okay, hitting the bishop. Yeah, the bishop is kind of trapped, but okay, d2, rook takes g6, d1 queen, check, bishop takes d1, rook takes d1. This looks pretty drawish. King g2, king e7. Okay, rook g7, king e6, takes and check. I think this is kind of very important, but maybe this was a little too complicated to calculate, but this one looks like a draw. If white plays king h3, that king will never be able to get out. Black can play a move like king f5, beautifully sitting behind that f6 pawn, and white's king is in a mating net. Rook will come to b2. So, all right, rook g7 was a bit scary, but still Black should have calculated it.
Yeah, now she's in trouble because what's the last move here? Move 41. I think there's already a couple of moves. King G1, D2, King F2, Bishop E4. So Black relied on the pawn on D2. The next move, Bishop D1, makes a lot of sense. H4 and just take the pawn. Yeah, G takes on H4. I was actually thinking about King E3, but okay, G takes on H4 doesn't really hurt. Anything King D8 and King E3. Apparently, I mean, White is simply winning because now White is simply already taking on H7. Just snatch the pawn on D2 and just have an endgame opposite bishop endgame with 2 extra pawns. This should be technical winning position.
Yes, yeah, this is now hopeless. So wow, yeah, what a turn of events. It looked like Black has everything under control. But then White created chances in time trouble. Yeah, this is always very, very dangerous. When suddenly you think like you have everything under control, and then in the last couple of moves, just before reaching move 40, you are faced with some very difficult choices and some counterplay from opponent. So easy to lose the control of the game.
And now that we are at the crossroads, because we have looked at the games in the women's section and the games in the open section have reached the second time control, all the players have reached, have gotten extra 15 minutes on the clock. This means a lot of things to think about. We are going to make another break. Dear viewers, don't go anywhere. Enjoy the show, and we'll be seeing you after a very short break. Stay with us.
For 4 years, Chess Kit has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life, puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the Chess Kid National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the festival.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com. Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
We are back there, viewers, with more action from the FIDE Grand Swiss round 8, and we are straight back to the open section because there's a couple of more interesting games we want to show you. And one of the games which caught our attention is Max's Warmerdom's game. We are gonna bring that up with you shortly in a moment. So write your remarks in the chat, how you're enjoying the tournament so far. Maybe you see your favorite playing and you would like us to check it out. Also, from time to time, we are organizing polls in chats. Make sure you participate them, and then based on the results, we might just check the game of your favorite. This is the game where we just talked about. That's Max Warmerdam, the young just talent from Netherlands, playing against the experienced Grandmaster Gabriel Sargsyan. Apparently, there was some action before, and he's not afraid to go for the spawn endgame. Okay, that is very precise calculation right there.
Yes, it's kind of... But on the other hand, okay, we don't know what happened before. In any case, Max Warmerdam goes for the pawn endgame because he still has a outside passer on a7. He believes that this is a draw. And look at this. The computer was also fooled, believing that white is winning and then suddenly dropping. King f8. Just in time gets an exclamation mark. So yes, clearly white has to go after the a-pawn. There is no other solution. King b4, king e7, king b5, king d7, king a6, king c6. Now, however, things are turning, yeah, because black's king will be much, much closer to the pawns, and black is collecting the pawn. King b6, king takes c5. However, still, black has to be careful because white is trying to get to the f7 pawn. Wow.
Who is actually playing here for the win? Just a second. If black goes after the pawn on g4, what happens? Of course, I see there's something like h5 here as a potential move, but what happens after king f4 and king takes on g4? Can we check it out?
Yes, I guess that king d6, f6, king e7, but we still have to calculate all the way till the end. So takes f6.
King e7.
King what?
King f5, my apologies. King f5, king e7, king g6, and
g4. And you still have h5. And you still have h5.
I guess black is still safe. G takes king h5, king f7, g4, g3, g2. Wait.
No, yeah, this is, yes, you have to probably go back to h7 with the king.
Because I think it's very instructive, and you have to show this, why king takes on h5 and loses, because black queens, but he loses.
Yes, it's fantastic.
I mean, pawn endgames.
Always, yes.
Pawn endgames are not simple, and whoever said this, because I was living in this world for a long time, and somebody at the very beginning, one of my early chess coaches told me, Artos, I mean, pawn endgames are the easiest pawn endgames there are. I mean, the more I learned about chess, I started to disagree. I mean, pawn endgames are the most difficult endgames because this is where the cost of the mistake is so huge, right? And right now, I mean, from what I've seen, sometimes simple-looking pawn endgames, they can be incredibly tricky. And of course, now, as Peter is showing already, as you can see, this is just a draw, trade the queens, and that game is a draw.
Yeah, one of my questions is that, for example, this was a very instructive line, but is it forced like after f6 if black, for example, goes after the g2 pawn immediately with king g3, it loses? Wow. Okay, then this line is extremely important because takes.
Well, why not h5? h5 is a bit faster now, but I guess we are not going to be in time.
It's the same time. But yeah, here we are just one tempo short. Yeah, we are one tempo short.
And I think we have to show this because, again, with the pawn on g5, it's quite a unique position. So with the queen on f8 and the pawn on h2, this will be a draw. it's quite amazing, right? It would be a draw if black did not have the pawn on g5. And why? Because there's this very famous stalemate idea, because you can't really get the king closer. So Petr is going to show it to you. So we are going to zigzag, queen b6, queen c6, queen b5, etc. So slowly approaching the king. Unfortunately, there's no faster way to do this. Yeah, let's say queen e4 and queen e3, queen e2. And one of the key ideas is that, what could be the next move? Queen g4, yeah, queen g4,
Yes.
king f2, queen h3, king g1, queen g3, check. This king h1, this is the key defensive resource that the king voluntarily goes into the stalemate. As you can see, you still have the pawn on g5. It has to go forward. And precisely because of this reason, things are not so simple here.
Exactly. Now basically white is in time to get his king, and we will be seeing that famous win, yeah? I guess. Now we can just take on g4, h1 queen, and king g3, and win the game because black gets checkmated. No checks, and we are delivering the checkmate. It's all because of that pawn. Yeah, that extra pawn on g5.
So can we go back and select a different way to play this out? Move 50, whichever was it, move 51. So let's say king f4.
King f4 on the board. Yeah, Max is going for it. I'm pretty sure that once you spot that you have this king g6, yeah, f6 is played, and then h5, king h7. You know exactly that's what I need, because with the king in front of the h-pawn, there's no way I'm ever gonna lose that.
All right, so black can play either king f5 or king h5. Okay, I think this game is getting to a draw, so there's no way that Warmerdam, being a 2600 plus level player, he doesn't see this idea of g4, h5, and king h7. Here, Sargsyan has no choice. He has to play g4, otherwise he is losing. Chess.com engine gives a lot of exclamation marks because these are the only moves here in the position. h5 is necessary, g takes on h5, and now the final finesse. I think that for Warmerdam is going to take exactly 3 seconds to play king h7. He already knows that this is the move, so let's just wait for the confirmation and then move on to the next game. King h7 is on the board.
On the board, that's it. Max Warmerdam saves this game against Gabriel Sargsyan, the very strong Armenian player. Wow, that was a very instructive king and pawn endgame.
I mean, he just shows how it should be done, right? I mean,
yes,
you just calculate.
Exactly.
You're not biased. You're not biased like, okay, those pawns are very strong. I don't want to go there. This is dangerous. I mean, no, you just calculate things.
Yes, and basically it most probably involved from move 43 after king d4 he captured on c3. It was like a 13-14 move line, and it continues basically till queen, but one should argue that after king h7 you can already stop, which was exactly 13 move long line. Very, very well done by Max Warmerdam.
Yeah, beautiful calculation. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and see if something has changed on the top boards? I think we should start with top 10. At least I see that nothing really is changing in Caruana's game against Bacrot. There's still the status quo. Everything is in order for the Frenchman. He's holding the position. He has enough counterplay to make sure that the pawn on d5 is not lost. Yesipenko is slowly but carefully steering the game towards the victory because he has 2 extra pawns. Last time we looked at this position closer when he was about to grab the second pawn. Ordinary Gaisi against Yuri Kuzubov. Now that's the game which is still very open, Peter, no?
Yes, that's open, but it's also a very, very long kind of affair. Yeah, that double rook end games are always difficult to call. I do believe that in the tournament we already had one double rook end game by Gaisi against Alexei Sarana, when also Arjun was pressing, but Sarana managed to hold on. The biggest surprise, what I see now, is that Chepalinov apparently is after all squeezing out a victory against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, or is it too early to premature call it a win because Black has some kind of fortress ideas? But I do feel that this should slowly lose.
I mean, it does have some perspectives. So let's check it maybe closer, because
Yes.
I think it's interesting to talk about it for two reasons. Reason number one, where exactly Duda went wrong? Because after the terrible opening where he fell into your trap, Peter, he managed to climb out somehow and survive. And then apparently he blundered. And the next thing I'm curious about, is this an actual fortress?
Yes, so we see here that we saw like something happened. Computer was not happy. Just to highlight that it looked like rook f8 check, king a7, queen e3 would have been a very nice way of making sure that we don't lose any material. Let's just get this on the board. Check king a7, queen e3. Isn't it a nice way of holding on to material? Okay, it was a possibility. However, Chapalinov has relied on this queen d5, knight takes d7, rook f7 idea. And there were kind of different thoughts that Black could play the move king c8, yeah, keeping the knight on d7, then White eventually could have forced the queen endgame like this, which is nightmare for Black. But who knows if it's really losing or not. Duda decided in time trouble to go for the other construction with knight b6, and then queen f3, queen c6, takes g4, and this is when apparently the pawn is queening, so you will have to give up.
But will you have to give up? I guess so. Yeah, g5, g6, g7 seems to be unstoppable.
Rook e7. This is move 41. Yes, the computer says that there is some miracle kind of setup. The game happened bishop c7, rook g7. The time control has been reached. Bishop e5, rook c7, bishop c7, rook e8 check, king b7, king c2. Wow, it's so difficult.
He blundered. Did he blunder? Bishop d6, g6?
Maybe he blundered, but maybe also he wasn't sure, yeah, that okay, White is coming closer with the king. How are you gonna fight this? I'm not sure if it's a blunder.
Maybe he thought he has no choice, really. You're right, because indeed, if you move the king forward to f5, and how else do you continue? Maybe he thought that things are really so bad that he needs to set up this fortress. Okay, now I understand.
Yes.
So g6, knight g6, rook e6, bishop b4. Wait a second. Now I play bishop b4. Why not a5? Or okay, maybe a5 is not necessary, but this position definitely has some qualities to be a fortress position, because what's a fortress, dear viewers? Okay, I'm not entirely sure how.
Wow, but look at this. Yes, apparently king d7 is the reason why the computer says that it's lost, and Chapalinov has played the move rook g4, hinting at the bishop. Yes, so is it really so important that if Black's pawn moves to a5, then it will be losing and you had to keep the pawn on a6? Wow, this is well beyond human reach, I believe.
I think he missed the idea from afar that a5 is rook takes on b4. So he must have hallucinated something. So rook a4 is unstoppable threat now. White just sacrifice on b4. A takes on b4, king c4, and maybe we can show some sample line in the pawn endgame why exactly this is losing, because one of the most important things about pawn endgames is understanding the concept of the opposition. And no matter what Black does, I think that there's enough resources for White to set up the position in a way that it's White who is setting up Black in the opposition. The Black king has to move, and this is what leads White to a winning position.
Yes, Black has to give up the opposition. Also, just to highlight that White even has this extra possibility that if it would be White to move, he can still spend the tempo on BC and win the position. Wow, so in fact then maybe the position was a fortress. So Jan Krzysztof Duda felt correctly, but the trick is that in your mind you think about that what is White's kind of way of playing for a win. Yeah, if Black puts king on b6, yeah, White will play king e4, king e5, king e6, king d7. That will be the winning attempt from White side, hitting that pawn on c6, and that's why Duda wanted to stay already with his king on d7, c7, just to stop this.
I'm shocked, to be honest, because I don't understand. Why don't you play a5? I mean, okay, obviously this move is not necessary, but all you need to do is control the d7 square. And I'm pretty sure I've seen some very nice endgames in Turetsky's endgame manual, how you build up this fortress, right? So let's say you can set up this position with king e4, king e5, king e6, and we have to show how Black holds his ground. Yeah, bishop c5, bishop b4, king e6, bishop c5, rook g7 check, and this very nice, precise move, king c8. Yeah, so you're not allowing the king get on d7 to get to the pawn on c6. The key of the position is the pawn on c6 and the bishop on c5. So I don't really think that the pawn on a5 has any role. I mean, being on a6 or a5. No, actually, I'm wrong. It has a role to protect the bishop on b4. So
yes.
I'm so surprised that having so much time on the clock, young Krzysztof just messed this up.
Wow. Basically, yes. Then all the finesses that is the pawn on a5 or pawn on a6, it's completely irrelevant. The important thing is that after king d7, rook g4, now Black is simply lost, because if the bishop moves back, then White can push the pawn to b4. No.
Why not rook a4?
No, rook a4, pardon me. Yes, of course. Yeah, rook a4 and just collecting the pawn. So it's so unlucky that if his king would have been on c7, then blundering rook g4 would have still enabled him of just moving his bishop.
I think that in 99 cases of 100, young Krzysztof would make a draw here with closed eyes. And somehow he blundered this rook b4. I think that probably he was, I mean, from afar, he was seeing this moment. He was like, okay, I can always play 5 and fine. And I think he just missed, I mean, that there's rook b4 and king c4. He can't do this. And now, yeah, there's nothing he can do except
yes,
for resigning.
It's over. Yeah, wow. Yeah, it's I'm completely shocked and got even blinded. Yeah, that of course, yeah, if the bishop moves, no matter where, then White just plays rook a4 and picks up the pawn, and it's over on the spot. And yeah, after a5, White just takes on b4, and it's finished.
Maybe we could go back once again to this fortress and look it from a different perspective, right? Let's say if instead of this horrendous mistake, king d7, young Krzysztof would have played a5, right? Just to set up the final details of the fortress. Ultimately, the big question is, what are the tools for White to crash through? Because you put the king on c4, you can put the king on c4, but then what? I mean, you can't get to the pawn on c6, and Black always can shuffle the bishop here and there, here and there, here and there, right? Nothing is really happening. So the key idea for White is to find a way to crash through and get to the pawn on c6. There's just no way. No way to do it. This key move, king c8 for Black, saves the day.
Yes, because let's just illustrate, yeah, if king b6, then we go king d7, it still might be some drawish possibility because of bishop d4 and then trying to go for active defense. But those things are very scary. It's the systematic approach, but quite a shocking one, yeah, that such a fortress, yeah, seemingly you are almost always losing when your king is forced to the back rank. Yeah, it's cut, but simply the pawn on c6, and because of the double pawns. Yeah, this is all now because of double pawns, and then Black just shuffles his bishop on the diagonal back and forth. If White removes his rook from the 7th rank, then of course the king will happily return to c7.
I will only contribute this to the tiredness. I have no other explanation, and I think that, again, it's a good point, a good moment we could bring up the tournament schedule. These players, they're playing 11 rounds in 12 days. There's just one rest day. and the time control is grueling. It's long time control. Fabi Caruana said himself, any day when you don't have to play 8-hour game is a great day. Yeah, a great game, right? So I'm not really sure what happened in young Krzysztof Duda's previous rounds. There's definitely a chance he was playing a longer game. It extracts energy. I was in the same shoes those years ago when I got the chance to play in the Grand Swiss myself. I was already tired after round 2, playing a super long game, 8-hour game, and that's the only explanation, or just some freak accident that with so much time on the clock, Duda missed rook g4. Painful stuff, but this happens.
Yes, or there is also the other feeling like he was so confident that, I have a fortress, there's nothing to talk about, and that's it. Wow, it's shocking, and basically this is the end of the roads for Duda's hope of qualifying for the candidates. Yeah, it was the last chance. The Grand Swiss. After this loss, he's out of the race, unfortunately.
That's it. All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view and see if we can pick up some things we could follow.
Wow, we have breaking news, yeah, that Deák, Bogdan Daniel Deák has beaten Radoslav Wojtaszek, just as we expected that after that terrible blunder on move 41, the uncharacteristic blunder, there is no hope for Radek. A very big victory for Deák, who shares the lead now with Vidit. Yesipenko has all the chances, he's 2 pawns up, to also join the leaders.
But
wow, so far, that's a 3-way tie so far, yeah?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Peter, but I do believe that the final position of Deák against Wojtaszek, it deserves some special recognition, because you don't really see very often Black resigning being up a material with a rather healthy position, right? And it's just about the dominance of the position. And look at this last move that Deák just played, knight c5, right? Attacking the rook on b7, because Black can still play rook b6. But I think it's all about being in a Zugzwang, because Black is literally tired. He has no physical moves next, right?
Yes.
So rook a7, the rook on b6 is locked away, and the key is put away. The knight on b8 is not moving anywhere. The king, I don't know what you do there even. And I think that White is winning with a very beautiful maneuver. King f3, King g3, King h4, King h5, King g6, forcing the resignation. Very nice.
Yes, it's sensational stuff. So we actually left it off here with knight c5, bishop f2. And Deák calculated he had all the time. Rook a7 check, King e8, and he simply picked up the bishop, giving Black the chance, please take that bishop on d2, King e3, you are in a box, nothing moves, rook d8 back. Already many things are very promising for White, but of course Deák's handling of the situation with knight e6, rook d7 and rook a8, forcing that rook to b7, and then knight c5, forcing resignation. Very, very big congratulations for this strategical endgame masterpiece by Deák Bogdan.
And I think it also means that Deák is now joining the leader. I mean, Vidit Santosh Gujarati, and essentially it might mean that there could be a showdown tomorrow, right? I'm not entirely sure if somebody else is joining the leader, because Vidit was the sole leader.
Well, Yesipenko will win against Vincent.
Yesipenko, of course.
So, yes,
Yesipenko,
exactly.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yesipenko.
And then, okay, Arjun. Yeah, Arjun's game against Yuri Kuzubov is also of very big importance. Let's take a closer look, because it does look like Black has good drawing chances, but still White is pressing. There are all kinds of weaknesses in Black's camp.
And that's why I think that here Kuzubov wants to activate his pieces and play something like g6 next. But the question is he going to do it? Because I think that Arjun is not going to allow that and play something like rook g4, at least at the intuition level, it makes sense to keep things close, because if you allow black to activate those rooks, it could be difficult to try to win the game.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So G6 played. We're expecting the move rook G4, keeping some tension in the position, just not allowing black to kind of free himself. And after rook G4, there is still the question, that how black reacts. Is he keeping the status quo? Is he for example, let's just highlight that a move like king f7 might be okay, but it's a bit scary. Yeah, white plays, for example, a move like king e3, g takes h5. I just want to highlight this, that rook takes g8, king takes g8, human leave it, king e4, king d5 to follow. Maybe black is in time because rook g6, h4, and then the h pawn will give enough counterplay. But this is some kind of a dangerous territory.
Could be a highly instructive rook endgame, and now the question is who is gonna understand it better. And Arjun again is involved in a long game, right? And he just can't call it a day and quickly agree to a draw. Now we have a couple of moves here. Rook f6. Look at that move.
Wow, yes, it's nice, but I have already foreseen it. Rook f6, ef, and king f7. I will just ignore it. I think it's very, very instructive just to play king f7, and then we are opening up the g file. That's at least what I'm expecting, on the board.
So it's basically deja vu what happened in Max's Warmerdam's game against Gabriel Sorgesev, right? Also, he ignored the pawn on h5. He played king f7 because sometimes it's more important where your pieces stand rather having this actual material equal to the board. But can we show what would have happened after king takes on f6? Is that endgame hopeless? King takes on f6, rook takes on b6, king g5, and we just showcase this endgame.
Yes, I think that the pawn endgame, what about the pawn endgame? Let's calculate. Takes, king e3, king g takes, this, takes c4, and then we trade the queens, exactly. So the pawn endgame just wins for white. That's
I love how you calculated, Peter, that in what, 7 seconds. I was trying to figure out. I mean, still, okay, I need to calculate the 10 piece for white, the 10 piece for black, compare.
Yes, no, I also
seconds.
I also felt myself under pressure because I already started calculating and I know the whole world is watching, so I better do it quickly, otherwise I look, it might be embarrassing. So yes, takes, queen a check, that's the key. Black's king is exactly in the on this diagonal, and okay, it's clear that we don't have to talk about this position anymore, the pawn queens. So okay, one could argue that black does not have to play king g5, but also after king f5, white takes rook takes g6, and this rook endgame is winning if you can't trade the rooks.
Could it be that Arjun missed from afar king f7?
Hard to believe. Somehow I have, but you never know. Maybe he also did not believe in his chances. So he felt like, okay, let me try this last trap, because he did not believe in his chances. Now we are expecting rook take g6, and then yes, with rook take g2, black will have this h6 pawn. One could argue that yes, white can still maybe try something, but this is very, very drawish.
Yeah, I think that white is going to run towards the f pawn, because without the f6 pawn, I think white has absolutely no chances here. So something like rook g6, rook b6. So of course, black still going to take on f6, rook g2, king e3. Oh, wait, you just play rook g6. There's no need to calculate anything. Just play rook g6, try to take with f6, and that's it.
Yeah, rook g6, also h5, eventually against king f4, king e4. I always have king g6 as well. There are just too many possibilities for draw. Hard to believe anything going wrong. Kuzubov, on the other hand, maybe he also after king f7 left the board, because otherwise he would be blitzing out the move rook take g7 without any doubt.
The question is now, how does this affect Eric Geis's chances to qualify for the candidates? Because, I mean, Arjun obviously has been on a hot streak recently. He played really well. in the Qatar Masters. He almost won the tournament. He was in the lead in the final round. Then he suffered this very painful blunder against Norderbeck Abdusatorov. But eventually it was not Abdusatorov who won the tournament, but his countryman, Javohir Yakuboyev.
Nodierbeck, sorry, Nodierbeck, because it was Nodierbeck versus Nodierbeck tiebreak. Yes.
My apologies,
exactly.
Nodierbeck. Yes, I mixed up. Yeah. And now that Eric Gaisi has played 2 games with White and he was unable to win them, the question is, how does it affect Peter, his chances? It's got to deliver some blow to the belief that he can actually do it, or no, everything is still fine. He's fighting on, and he can also score victories with the black color.
Yeah, I think that, of course, very unfortunate because in both of his games, he got excellent chances. Yeah, yesterday it was very close to winning against Yasipenko. That crazy game. Today he had a very promising position, but we also see what kind of opponents he's facing. Yeah, they are bringing some stellar defensive skills. Kuzubov with 30 seconds for the last 5-6 moves in a completely crazy, wild middle game position, holding his ground. So I don't believe that one can really fault Arjun, but he will be kicking himself. Yeah, he had 2 wide games, he had chances, not making the most of it certainly is very painful. On the other hand, he still has 3 more rounds to go, and we talked about this. Even MVL did not rule his chances out. Yeah, he just understood that he has to win all his games. The leaders will feel tension. They don't know what to play for because there are so many players fighting for the top 2 spots that just drawing your way to the candidates is impossible. You have to be taking risks. Somebody will win, somebody will lose. Other players who are half a point behind will be extremely motivated to take down the leaders. There is so much twist and turns. Even maybe somebody finally qualifies to the candidates whom we're not even having on our radar at the moment.
Indeed. By the way, speaking about MVL, do we have an update how he is doing? Because he was one of the stars who started the tournament badly, feeling under the weather. And he was having this beautiful game against the Argentinian Grandmaster Alain Pichot, who now represents Spain. And is everything so clear now? I have a feeling that the Frenchman has misplayed his position. Now Black has some pretty serious counterplay. Look at that, how the game suddenly changed, because it was the Frenchman who was threatening to use Black's weakened defenses at a queen side with queen b6, queen a7, and now suddenly it's Black who is threatening to do the same with queen b1. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit strange. I still feel like White is clearly in the driver's seat because the knight from g4 can jump to f6, the knight from b3 can jump to c5. The big question is how to combine everything, because you highlighted very nicely that Black is also threatening to invade with queen to b1 or to d3 now that White has played the move queen c5 check. It's just a very sharp position. My feeling was, you ask what happened, that MVR played the move h3. We were slightly surprised. We felt like there was already a clear way of moving the knight away, trying to invade with the queen, put pressure there, then bring the knight back, combine different elements, eventually maybe some break with d4 at the right moment. But he did a completely different decision by playing h3, and after queen g6, he started some action here with g4, which automatically led to some double-edged construction. Takes, knight h5, d4, e takes d4, e5. He's forcing the game to a French structure, which also makes perfect sense because Black's bishop on d7 will be way too passive. d5 takes on d4, knight f4, and queen c5 check. That's how we reached the current situation.
I don't understand it, to be honest. I tell you honestly, Peter, because I'm looking at the current position and it seems that here White has a weakness. And then I look at the starting position where White has no weaknesses at the king side. So the big question is, why do this? I mean, why create a weakness on h3 and activate the black knight on f4? I can only come to a conclusion that he wanted to do something, then he changed his mind and he improvised. And even though his position is still good, but it just looks strange, just looks really strange, right? I think that the idea that you described, Peter, was just nice and good enough with the queen on g1. Where was this h3, this rather strange move, 45th move? Just remove the knight, play queen b6, and then decide later. I don't know, maybe he felt confident that after g4, h takes on g4, that he can capture the pawn, and then he changed his mind and he instead played knight g4, because now it just, I mean, this entire sequence is just weird.
Yeah, weird, but on the other hand, maybe Maxim is very impressed with himself, yeah, because it was everything else than standard, yeah. One cannot argue that he just played too cautiously, yeah. He's actually going for very direct play. It's a brilliant idea. The big question is how good it is. Yeah, black is getting counterplay, queen c5 check. On the other hand, let's try to make a move with black, yeah, because black's king on e7 is feeling awkward. The bishop on d7 protects the king, but otherwise it's a horrible piece.
Okay, what if I play king d8 and I'm saying do your worst?
Okay, so queen b6
okay,
check.
I got it. There is something bad. Yeah, king.
I don't know, queen b6 or queen f8. One of the moves without calculation, it's impossible to say. No, apparently not queen b6, so queen f8, I'm guessing.
I understand now. The key idea is knight c5. And the knight c5 is both an attacking piece and a defending piece. Okay, I missed this. I thought that black always have queen d3 counterplay. Okay, and if you play knight c5 combined with queen d6, there's definitely going to be something. All right, I got it. So queen c5 check. What else can black do? Maybe king f7, escape to the king side?
Yes, so basically now that we know that king d8 is met by queen f8 check, this is kind of a bad news. King e8 runs into knight f6 check. That, thank you very much. That's kind of easy to understand. It brings us that king f7 is the only move, and it's on the board. Yes, it's on the board.
Only is enough. Yeah, king f7 makes sense. By the way, sometimes I think it's a good idea when you have these complex positions to remind yourself that there is such a, one of my favorite strategies, to use the so-called elimination method, right? Especially when there are complex decisions to be made, you just cross out. I mean, you have this very, very crazy position and you just cross out this move, no, makes no sense, ridiculous, etc. And then sometimes you come to the conclusion that the only move in this position is just this move, right? So
yes.
I have to confess I'm using it more than I should.
Yeah, but it's a very effective method often because sometimes the only move is very complicated. And if you get into all the details, you might be encouraged not to do it because you think it's too complicated. Let me play another move. But if you have already eliminated all the other options, then you know exactly that all the other moves are losing on the spot. So no matter how complex, how difficult, how eventually bad it looks, it's still your best chance and you have to go with it.
Well said. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and select somebody else. Maybe something worth to investigate. I don't really want to look at Vincent's game, but
yes,
it's
hopeless.
It's hopeless. Yeah, hopeless for the German fans and Vincent, and great news for Yesipenko fans. Is Fabi making any progress? I have a feeling we have left it for too long. Maybe let's go back and check a bit. Does the American Grandmaster and the reigning US champion have any real chances to win this? I mean, Fabi said in one of the game interviews that there is definitely stress for him in the tournament, because it was implied that maybe because he has already qualified for the candidates tournament that he is, in a chill mode here and he is not stressing. But no, he said, I want to win this thing, right? It is important for him. And we discussed this the other day, Peter, right? That maybe the ambition there is to already think further and start to claim his rights for the World Championship title, because now that Magnus Carlsen is officially out of the picture, I think if somebody would have to step up and show that he is of the World Championship material, World Champions material, that is Fabi Caruana, absolutely.
Yes, and also there's this other kind of interesting point, yeah, that people think like, okay, you qualified for the candidate, so there's no pressure. In this regard, then every other tournament, there is no pressure. Because Fabi, I guess, whenever he plays Vaikanze, he feels some pressure. Yeah, he plays the US Championship, he feels pressure, even if there is no qualification involved. So, of course, yeah, as a professional player, someone who has this 2800 level should be clearly hoping to do well in the tournament, and certainly he feels a pressure because he wants to succeed.
And actually, he has made a progress. I mean, look at this. Last time we left it, just to check visually, something like move 40, whatever, 42. Yeah, let's just check move 42.
But this queen c3, it's kind of, it hurts, no?
It hurts exactly now. Which way?
That black might make a draw with queen c3, no?
You mean trade the pawn on b4? It's like inevitable, yeah?
Okay, maybe there is some way to hold on to it, but if we have to trade queens, then the drawish tendency is even higher.
Can I keep the queens on the board and be stubborn and play queen e2?
Yes.
Can I do that?
Yeah, this is a critical move.
You can't really take on b4 because my idea was to include knight e1.
Yes,
I was hoping it's gonna work.
is, and it does. Yes, this is a very nasty tempo, hitting the queen, then trading on b4, and eventually picking up the knight to d7. And after the queen trade, takes, rook c1. There is a pin, but white can simply come back with the rook to e1. So this is not a good situation. Let me find the move after queen e2. Let's support Etienne's fence. I might just fall back with the rook to b7, or do I? No, I feel like I need to protect that knight on e7. Okay, I'm gonna go rook b7.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. But now, at least for the time being, the pawn on b4 is protected. d4 might be a big move. Yeah, I guess it's nothing. I mean, I was hoping I can, create some chances to the king side, because every single white piece is at the king side and the black king is a bit vulnerable, but I don't really. Maybe some g4 idea, g4 h takes, if that's even necessary, knight g4 and do something there, but no.
Yeah, but g4 can be answered by d4, yeah, which is very annoying, and then the queen is also opening up its way against the h3 pawn.
That's a brilliant point.
I don't believe, yeah.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point. So it seems that Etienne sensed the potential danger that Fabi is creating some practical chances, so that's why he trades the queens. And if the queens are gone, I think it's going to be simply impossible for white to keep the pawn on b4 alive. I mean, he could try it, but...
Yeah, he will try something, but also I have a other angle. Yeah, in general, one has to give tremendous credit to Etienne Bacrot. Yeah, getting out prepared, getting into a very unpleasant position against Fabiano Caruana, and then holding his ground like this. And it seems like he's about to fulfill his task and save this very difficult game. What a fighting spirit and what a tenacity. Yeah, it's really admirable.
And I think that also one of the greatest things I love about the Grand Swiss, Peter, is the level of the defense. And I think this is the thing which has dramatically increased in the past years, right? Because when we look at some of the, quite ancient history, like, I don't know, let's say 60s, 50s, 60s, right? Quite far away. Very often it was quite a one-sided game, one player dominating, the second player collapsing quite quickly. And now the attention towards a proper defense, quality defense, has grown immensely, and there's so many players who have grown to understand that the key to the success very often is holding these difficult positions. And I would not be surprised that maybe you can confirm it also as a coach, Peter, that the trainers are focusing specifically with the students on how to play these unpleasant positions, because not always you will get those nice, easy, with pleasant advantage positions. Sometimes you get those ugly, unpleasant positions with no counterplay, and you still have to know how to hold them.
Yes, absolutely. But I also have a completely different kind of take. Yeah, that often we also hear from Magnus Carlsen, yeah, that he's advocating for let's reduce the time control, and with all the World Championship match systems, yeah, to change the character. And I perfectly understand Magnus's point, because when you are involved in some World Championship matches and both sides, both teams are brilliantly prepared and both sides are trying to be very solid. Yeah, they prepare the Berlin defense, they prepare the Queen's Gambit decline for half a year with supercomputers and with trainers and everything. It's so difficult to create any chances. But during the Grand Swiss, we see that every single game involves some tremendous fight, and this drawishness, this speculation about the classical chess being dead because there are no chance to be created does not really apply. Yeah, this is the reason why I somehow feel that for this Grand Swiss, this time control is very suitable, because there is so much tension and so much fight anyway.
You bring up a very nice point, because maybe the problem is not in the classical chess, but in the format, right? So maybe that's why they would have to think about, since you start to talk about the World Championship cycle, right? They would need to think about ways to make it a bit more attractive. And there have been some discussions how to avoid this sort of stalemate situation that both of the players are trying to be solid, not really risk it all. I mean, I still, in my very fresh memory, is still, of course, the World Championship match of Carlsen against Karyakin, where they played, I think the entire match consisted of Italian games, and or was it Ryan Lopez, an Italian game? You know, I'm, of course, all for some positional chess, but I think also chess fans are looking for something more spicy. But then again, the match situation and the format dictates the way you play it. So the Grand Swiss is actually, the format encourages the players to fight, because, I mean, if you don't win, you're not going to be in top 2 to qualify.
Yes, yeah, it's very, very interesting. The same applies for the candidates tournament. Yeah, they're also, everybody is looking for the victory. Yeah, it almost feels like second place is not important, because that does not yield you the World Championship match. Then again, we have seen the match between Dingler and Jan Nepomniachtchi in classical chess. Yeah, that what it meant when both players felt like, okay, this is the chance of my life. I'm gonna be very aggressive. I don't want to be solid at all. And what a match we have seen. Yeah, I think Magnus's problem was always that his opponents had tremendous respect for him. They knew that Magnus is extremely strong, and you cannot give him any chances. Yeah, and that's why, actually, because Magnus being so superior automatically forced his opponents to be super solid. And this kind of tied down also the hands of Magnus. There is so much back and forth, and these kind of things are always very, very interesting.
By the way, Peter, we have a special guest here with us in the chat. It's Robert Hess, our commentator, who was unable to do the commentary. But I hope he's going to rejoin us in the coming rounds. And he's actually asking in the chat what happens here if in this position White tries to play knight g4, if there's a room here. And by the way, hello, Robert. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here with us.
Yes, that's certainly the case. We hope that Robert is recovering quickly. Knight g4 is a good question. The other move was knight d1, when it's obvious that black just goes back with the rook to c7. Well, after knight g4, but after all, there is very, very little amount of material left. It should be kind of, yeah, so let's just highlight, I believe, the main idea that after knight f5, White has knight f6 check, and after something like king g7, White can try to capture on h5. The evaluation bar still does not move. I was impressed by this idea. Computer apparently ignores it, but after all, it's a pawn with a check.
All right, so there are still some tricks. Robert is right. Maybe this game is still not over. And you know, I think it's usually quite a dangerous situation when you, again, we talked about this one of the days that when you feel everything is over, you are in control and there's no tricks. I've got this. This suddenly comes some quiet trick, and maybe it's still there's still necessary to be precise. That being said, I do believe, Peter, we still have solid 20 minutes at least until we get to the second time control. And I would like to propose that we use this moment to make a break so that we are better ready for the upcoming time scramble, which is going to determine who is going to face the current leader, Vidit Gurati, and of course Daniel Bogdan-Diak tomorrow. Dear viewers, thank you for being here with us today. It's another long day, I think. And come back and see us in several minutes. Don't go anywhere, and see you very soon.
I understand. 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7, a7's falling.
It is. e4, he pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3,
like knight f3, king e4.
Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh.
Takes in right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in one for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and Giri losing on time. When
my
knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com.
The round 8 continues of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We're back with the coverage of what's happening at the top boards, and apparently it's still not over in the game of Caruana against the GMHikaru, because here the American champion just played 9G4, which was suggested by the commentator Robert Cass in the chat. Is this really so obvious? Also, Fabi thinks that this might be still a perfect chance try to at least get something out of this position. And the Frenchman has to solve some problems, because right now, Peter, he's below to 5 minutes on the clock with 8 moves to make until the final time control to get extra 15 minutes on the clock.
Yes, it's a very scary situation. On the other hand, the position has a tendency to be forcing. Clearly, Etienne is going very deep in his calculation. He did have 11.5 minutes, I believe, when the move knight g4 appeared on the board. So he's already for 7 minutes trying to navigate the complications. Let's just highlight that, for example, after h takes g4, rook takes e7, that's kind of scary. On the other hand, there are chances. Yeah, for example, black has the move like rook f3, making sure that white is unable to hit the f7 pawn immediately. Yes, white will be pawn up. Yeah, white might just take rook takes g4, but there is good Roish tendency. He has to decide. It's a very ugly and very unpleasant position. The other one we already discussed with knight f5, knight h6 check, knight f6 check, king g7, knight takes h5 check. Falling into that trap might be very annoying from human perspective, because the line could actually continue like this if we speak in human language: king h6, knight f6, and it would be very tempting from black to play the move rook c4, but it enables knight takes d5. And if this is the best what black has, takes, and rook takes b4, we see the evaluation bar saying that this is draw. This is nightmare. This is 3 versus 2.
No, it's not a draw. It's a
Not
nightmare.
at all.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, because I definitely can tell this for sure, because I happened to win a very similar game myself, and I think I had exactly the same position, but with the pawn on h3 and pawn on f7 gone. And using this, I was able to create even some mating nets on the board, right? So it's
Yes.
very, very unpleasant. Of course, black would love to trade the rooks. Going into a knight endgame, it's not really so obvious. It should be a draw, but not easy. And that's why it's quite understandable that the Frenchman is thinking about knight g4, because there's no clear path. And obviously, he's looking for this clarity. I like your suggestion that you said, Peter, h takes on g4 with rook f3. But look at that. He just plays king f8. Completely new move we didn't look at.
Wow, yes. Okay, we did not even have too much time, but yes, it's clearly a very risky move. Okay, on one hand, black holds on to the knight, but we see the rook putting pressure on the f7 pawn. There are all kinds of ideas like knight h6. Probably knight h6 will be answered by f7, f5, trapping that knight on h6, so that might be premature. The idea is just to jump with the knight to e5. And Etienne is down to 3 minutes 19 seconds. Yeah, so if he will have to solve some more very difficult questions, it will be very tough.
So we have to check then what happens after knight e5, because after knight e5, is it f5 or is it knight f5? What is going to be black's response? I mean, f5 looks ugly, but it holds the position together. Or knight f5, but it jumps under g4.
Yes, it's such a difficult question, and I have the feeling like one of the moves will be approved by computer and the other one might see some big jump, especially knight f5, g4 looks horrible. Yeah, let's just put it on the board. No, the evil bar is keeping his nerves. Okay, like AG, and then, but
Knight h4?
how? Then f7 is hanging.
Oh my goodness, I'm blundering.
Yeah, well, it's so easy to blunder. I have no idea what's going on. I don't even dare to make the next move because I'm pretty sure that it will be a big mistake. Wow. Okay, this is scary stuff. But on the other hand, Etienne has spent quite a lot of time before going for king f8, so probably he sees his defensive setup.
I don't like f5. This I can tell for sure. I think that also Fabi is slightly surprised since he didn't respond immediately. I think he was focusing on these h takes on g4, knight f5 moves, and king of fate. It somehow feels as a surprise to me, to be honest, because he would have already fired out the next move. You know why I don't like knight e5 f5, at least on the intuition level, because it just weakens so many squares. First, there's the idea you have to calculate rook a1. Yeah, rook a1, rook whatever, a7 or rook a6. You get to those weaknesses, so you try to get to them. Also, on top of the ideas, you have to always calculate knight x on g6, right? Because maybe, or maybe not right now, but in a very similar scenario, white might sacrifice the knight for 3 pawns. And since this is an endgame, those pawns ultimately could prove to be a stronger force than the sole knight, right? But of course, I do see the black still has the pawn on d5, and that's why it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I feel like the f5 is a horribly ugly move. It's so difficult to bring yourself to make a move like this. On the other hand, the benefit is that it shuts down white's otherwise brilliant rook on f4. Yeah, we do see that otherwise this rook is kind of beautifully defending everything and putting pressure on the f7 pawn. So I hate moves like f5. I just feel like, okay, I physically cannot make a move like this, but sometimes actually you have to do it.
How do you make them? I mean,
Yeah,
can you
exactly.
tell us what's the technique? I mean, do you close your eyes and you make them, or you like make I don't know some gesture? You make them. What's the procedure?
Well, honestly, the reason why I appreciate moves like f5 is that I know that how many times during my career I haven't been doing those moves, and they should have been done. Yeah, it's I was always the guy who likes perfect clarity, nice harmony. I like to make good and nice moves, but sometimes the position is so out of control that you have to force yourself. Yeah, and this was kind of always my big weakness, that aesthetically not pleasing moves were so hard for me to make.
We'll see. Fabi still has not made his move. 95 is asking to be played. Maybe this is not the only move. Maybe also Caruana here is thinking about tricks like knight f6, right? Because knight f6, by the way, is a completely different idea. You are keeping some mate threats there with knight e7 check, forcing the king to go under the pin. And maybe this is precisely the reason why Caruana still has not made the move. He's just trying to calculate as far as possible. And one of my favorite techniques, Peter, in such positions, when your opponent is approaching the time scramble, you try to calculate it as far as possible so that you are making the series of moves. Because I very often see players, whether in time scramble, they make only one move. They make the one obvious move, the opponent responds, they think, and the opponent thinks during his time. So thinking in terms of the series of moves, several moves in a row, is a very effective strategy if your opponent is in time scramble.
Yes. Okay, so knight e5, f5 on the board. Etienne does the move f5, and it rings me the bell. Yeah, what Arshak Petrosyan, my father-in-law and my coach, used to say, that sometimes you just have to make the ugly move and press the clock. Yeah, don't try to overthink it, because if you keep on thinking, you will not make the move because it's ugly. Yeah, but you have no other choice. You have to make it, press the clock, and then you know that you can't take it back, and you already have to focus on the position that appeared. Yeah, then you don't have this dilemma already that, do I go for this ugly move or not? Yeah, you just get it out of your system.
What is the next move? d4? I think you have to play d4, because now that I noticed white has an idea, rook a6, rook e6, I start not to like black's chances. And I think it's very important for black to get rid of this knight on e5 as quickly as possible. Just play d4 right now, push forward the d-pawn, attack the knight on e5, and pray it works.
Wow, so you are advocating for d4, yeah, opening up the rook. Makes perfect sense, creating some more harmony of the pieces. And once the knight moves from e5, we can say that f5 g6 weakness isn't such a big deal anymore. All right, you called it. I like your move. Let's see if Etienne will play it.
See, he still hasn't played it. Rook A1 apparently was a slightly unexpected move for the Frenchman, or he's considering something else. Maybe Rook B6 holds the position together. I don't like it. I would have probably already have played D4. But then again, after
because
D4,
also it's very easy to blunder some forks. Yeah, the knight D7 is also there. Yeah, be careful.
Right. Knight E7 and Rook takes on D4. You're absolutely correct.
Yes. So
But it just drops a pawn.
Many things, but a computer agreed. Yeah, so it might be possible. You might have some Rook D5. Yeah, we just highlight some moves. I don't know if King E8 is correct. No, King E8 is not correct. Yeah, because I wanted to actually meet Rook takes D4 with something like Rook D5 or Knight D5.
But even this position is not obvious because I could take on D5. I still have my B pawn alive. It could go forward. The pawn on G6 for black could become a liability with ideas like Knight E5, use the Rook lift on the 6th rank, attack the pawn on G6. No, it's not easy. And I think that Etienne also suspects it's not easy. And that's why he still has not made the move. And he's already approaching the 1 minute mark. And he has to make the move. This is move 54. He needs to make solid. How many moves is it? 6, 7 moves? Yeah, to reach
7 moves. Yeah,
7 moves.
Yeah, there is also the other passive defense, like bringing the rook back to the 7th rank. Yeah, like Rook C7 or Rook B7. Very ugly, very unpleasant, but maybe with little time on the clock, it makes sense just to stay put. G5 played. Okay. A forcing move.
Does it force the knight trade? Rook D4, Knight C6. Is this his idea?
Probably.
I think he's looking for some clarity, but is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get it? That's the big question because Fabi again has a choice. He can play Rook D4, he can play Rook F3, he can also at some point think about including a check on A8, right? There's so many things that Bacro had to calculate. Visually, I don't like this move G5. The pawns on the king side become sort of loose. But then again, I mean, the pawn on G6 no longer is under attack. It does make sense.
It's a very direct, it's a very direct move because Rook D4, Knight C6 would most probably bring us exactly the clarity that we want to get with the black pieces. Yeah, Rook D4 played, Knight C6. If it works, it's fantastic news for black.
But wait a second, Peter. Knight C6 takes. I play Rook A5. What's your move? Because I suddenly have difficulties to pick the next move for black.
Yeah, wow. It requires some calculation. Yeah, this Rook endgame. Where does it lead us? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's bad. Yeah, very unpleasant.
I think there's a major danger for the Frenchman. I don't buy that this position is close to equal. Absolutely not. Here, Fabi has more real chances than he ever had before. And there you go. The engine marks is a mistake. And I have a feeling it's precisely because of Knight X on C6, Rook A5, because I just don't see how do you hold together your kingside pawns. That's precisely the reason why I didn't like this G6, G5 at the intuitive level, because the king is so far away on F8, and it's not going to be in time to protect those pawns. So the question is, what happens now? Knight A6, Rook A5. How do you protect the pawn on D5 and those kingside pawns?
Yeah, it's very tough. Yeah, takes Rook A5, for example. Rook takes A5. B takes A5 and then going for Rook D6, the passive defense, it's very scary because eventually White will have the opportunity of going with his Rook behind the pawn with Rook A4. Also somewhere he might be able to touch black with H4 and then create weaknesses where White's king could eventually also go this way, that way, towards the H5 pawn. Very, very annoying.
I mean, it's just stunning, right? How Caruana managed to create these chances out of nothing. I mean, if we go back like 6 moves, I mean, it was already almost a draw. And Caruana just tried this final trick, 9G4. But what a nasty trick it was. And I guess it sort of startled his opponent, right? And he played these moves F5, G5, advancing those pawns. And I think right now, Etienne already should regret this, right? Because this no longer feels the game completely under control.
But maybe it was, this kind of feeling, yeah, when you have all this tension and you are so low on the clock that you think like knight c6, that's it, it's fine, everything is under control if I manage to take that wonderful knight. But this rook a5 is a game changer, yeah, it's so annoying, it's such a cold shower, because the king is just one step away from not being able to protect the d5 pawn on the board.
Yeah, and the engine marks is an exclamation mark move. It just makes perfect sense. And the point is, now black has to take to an a5, b takes an a5, and how do you play? Rook c5 allows white to play rook a4, the a pawn rolls forward. And this is essentially bread and butter about rook in games. You want to have an outside passed pawn. Well, Fabi has it, and you want to position the rook behind the pawn. Check mark yet again, right? So what do? You play rook d6. You're not supposed to play passive defense. Check mark again for the American Grandmaster.
Yes.
I think this is borderline already big trouble for the Frenchman, and an excellent chance for Caruana to suddenly score quite an unexpected victory.
And it would be such a huge victory. Yeah, it would keep his chances of winning the tournament very much alive, even if it's a draw. Of course, he has his chances, but it would be a giant step, a very big setback for Etienne Bacro, of course. I would also feel very sorry for him. He was defending so well, and just when it looked like he's about to make the draw, then Fabi is asking some more questions. Brutally difficult game.
Maybe it's already necessary to give up the pawn, play king f7, king e6. I'm thinking about this because do you really go into passive defense? I mean, if somebody knows how things can go wrong with a passive defense, it's absolutely Etienne Bacro. He's a brilliant player. Maybe this is the moment when you need to activate your pieces at the cost of the pawn. Try to position the rook behind the pawn and pray it's going to work. But now these far advanced kingside pawns might be black's undoing. I think I've probably just play king e7 here because I'll be so scared to play rook d6.
Yes, I also, it has a very bad feeling, this rook d6, but down to 10 seconds, Etienne has to make the final decision. He goes for rook c5. This looks like a losing move. Rook a4, how do you supposed to survive this?
That makes no sense at all. I mean, I don't know. It must be the classical situation of the two mistakes in a row. White wanted to play rook a4 anyway. Rook c7, rook a7. Now you have to go for a passive defense, or does he want to play king e7, a6, rook c8? But come on, I mean, these endgames, they're always losing. I don't understand this move at all.
Yeah, the white king is just coming. Yeah, king e7 played. Okay, a6 will be played. Rook c8, and then the king is coming. Yeah, this is the typical hopeless scenario. You will be in Zugzwang against rook e8. White will always push a7. The pawn endgame should be lost. Yeah, the nerves. I think that these are the nerves. Yeah, it's after 6.5 hours of play or 6 hours play with all the tension. And Fabi managed to ask the questions, just like Robert told us. Is it so clear? No, it wasn't so clear. And this is looking lost now.
Can we look at this, since I think that Fabi here is quite surprised how did he get to this great position, and he has to adjust himself that he might be actually winning this game. Can we check this move, king f7, king e7, king e6, sacrificing the pawn? Because now I think this is completely over. This move here, king e7, is this still holding the position? Rook d5, king e6.
Yeah, and this one kind of feels like it should at least have a chance. Yeah, the rook gets behind the pawn.
Oh, wait, you have g4 idea, don't you?
Okay, but so what? Is
no, it's not enough.
I don't. Yes, I don't see.
I mean, g4. Am I missing something? G4, h takes, f takes.
F
I
takes.
take on. King of 6. I'm so sorry.
Yes. No, it's wow. Of course, yeah. It's after the game, people would ask Etienne why you didn't play king e7. He will not be able to answer it. It's another story that it anyway looks bad. I'm not even sure if this construction is completely safe. Even this looks bad, yeah, but that would be at least 2-3 tempi better than the one that he went for.
That's
A6
right.
played.
Yeah,
It's
A6
already on the board.
Yeah, Rook C8 doesn't change anything. Now this is going to be, I think, rather simple. Winning pawn endgame. A7, Rook A8, King F1, King D7. He just resigns.
He resigns. Yeah, of course. It's hopeless. Yeah, these are the nerves. Yeah, that he just couldn't hold on to move 60. If he would have played the move King E7, then he had all the chances of holding. It looks unpleasant. It might have been study-like winning for white, but there would have been chances.
Yeah, so actually Engine says that Rook takes on D5 is wrong, right? As I understand.
Yes. Yes.
Rook D5, Rook C1, Rook A1. I mean, obviously with the King E6 involved, so it's got to be Rook A4. Well, what?
Yes,
That would
Rook
be
A4,
quite
Rook
something.
A6. And for example, this position, yeah, the feeling is that even this looks very bad. King D3, because King B5, Rook A1, the pawn endgame is lost. Rook takes A5, takes, King D4 is finished. White just collects all the pawns. So yes, Black would of course clearly not take. Black would be trying to play some King C5. But these are the type of positions where the Zugzwang comes to play. Yeah, it's a big question. How should White fix the king side? Or he should just be waiting with Rook A2, Rook A1. His idea is that eventually if White King reaches the D4 square, if Black moves from C5, then it's gonna be lost. But here there is something to talk about. Yeah, in the game it was just lost, and what an important victory for Fabiano.
And this also means that Caruana is, if my calculations are correct, joining once again the leaders, right? Because he was playing on the second board. Now he has also 6 points out of 8, just as Vidit, Santosh Gurati, just as Daniel Bogdandiak, and I have a feeling also most likely it will be Vincent Keimer. At least 4 leaders. The question is, by the way,
Yesipenko.
Oh, what I'm saying, I'm
yes.
so sorry. I'm
Yes.
so sorry. Yes, Yesipenko. I was thinking about Keimer's game against Yesipenko, and I said Keimer. Yes, it's Yesipenko, but have they finished already?
Yeah, it's already over.
Right. So this means also we missed the resignation fact that Yesipenko scored a beautiful victory over Vincent Keimer. There's something in Yesipenko's play which just doesn't go very well with Vincent, because he's already suffering the third loss. All games with the black color against Yesipenko. But I mean, we have to, I think, also congratulate Yesipenko for leading this very tough defense yesterday. 7.5 hours against Arigaisi, and then finding the energy to come back and play this absolutely stunning masterpiece, positional masterpiece with a deep prep against Keimer today.
Yes, yeah, it was very impressive. And also looking at the results, look at this, how many white victories we see. And this is what happens. Yeah, the tension is growing. The black players are under defensive. And Fabiano takes down Etienne Bakro. Andrei Yesipenko takes down Vincent Keimer. Daniel Bogdandiak beats Radek Wojtaszek. And Sam Sevian has beaten Alireza Firouzja, as also Alexei Sarana beat Richard Rapport. All of these games featured a white win.
Let's maybe get a bird's eye view and see what's happening on top 10 boards, then jump back to the boards to 11 to 20. There you go. Actually, we have boards 11 to 20 first. Prague is still grinding it out against Yakoboyev. Extra pot is still there, but with so active pieces, it probably is not going to be enough. MVL appears to have a winning position. Black is having this terrible bishop on b7, which spells doom for Black's chances to save the game. What else? Abdusatorov has... Okay. That is a potential to last for a good hour.
No. It's Rook Knight versus a Rook. If it would be Rook Bishop versus Rook, then yes, but no. This shouldn't be lasting for too long. By the way, also the G4 pawn is quite powerful, yeah. So black can also rely on king h4, king g3, and hiding behind this pawn. I'm expecting a draw there pretty quickly. Nihal has beaten Nicholas Huschenbet. That was not obvious. It was a very big fight. And basically, I also feel like MVL, yeah, if he wins that game, then he proves that his strategy was risky, but quite impressive. Yeah, he would be winning a third game in a row in a very interesting manner that will give him a lot of confidence for the rest of the tournament.
Maybe let's go to his game and check it, right? Because he's slowly recovering. At the moment, let me check where he is. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Which board is this? I try to find him.
It's board 15. I already have the game.
15. So Maxime stands at 4 points right now, and he started the tournament with 4 draws. Then he lost in the 5th round against Ivan Sarge, -1 for the great Frenchman. That was quite a disappointment. And then he beat 2 players in a row. First, Poya Idani and Taida Van Nguyen. And this would mark his 3rd victory in a row. So clearly being in better spirits for the final 3 rounds.
Yes, he's getting to the +2 score. The reason why we are mentioning this +1, +2, +3, +4 is that this is the professional way of calculating things. And right now we know exactly that the leaders have +4. And it will mean that Vachier-Lagrave will be 1 point behind the leaders if he manages to win. 3 more rounds to go. We know exactly that many fights are ahead. I wouldn't be ruling out the chance that the players who are on +2 and they keep on winning and carrying the moment and will be able in the very last round to fight for eventual success are already out of the contention. I think not. They are still very much in.
Now the question is, what's the fastest way for white to win? Actually, I'm looking at this king d2, king e1, king f1, and I'm not seeing any defense.
Wow, I mean, just checking the knight.
Yeah, black is not in time. I don't see any way. King d2, king g6, king e1, king h5, king f1. Black is not in time to bring the king closer to the defenses. The bishop on b7 deserves a special award as the most useless bishop there is in chess. It's doing literally nothing. Unfortunately, sometimes these things happen.
Yes, actually, this is the reason why I have very bad opinion on the French defense. So it's not because it's objectively bad. No, because if you play it well, probably everything is fine. But there is this tremendous strategical danger that just because of the bad bishop, you can lose a game. Yeah, and it's simply too frightening for me, this kind of situation, and it's kind of very traumatizing for me that being a player who has been always very successful against the French defense, and I was playing and winning so many games against the bad bishop, that against Vladimir Kramnik in the World Championship match in the very last round from a Caro-Kann structure, actually we ended up in a French structure where I lost because of the bad bishop. It just drives me crazy, you know. Just anything else, give me some hope, but not the bad bishop.
Actually, I just understood why MVL didn't play king d2, king e1. This is why he's such a great player, because f4 comes exactly with the same idea. And if you would play king d2, there's this tactical defense that black had. Let's say king d2, king g6, king e1. I want to sacrifice the knight f3, and then play king f5. And suddenly black has some counterplay, meaning I want to play d4 next, king e5, maybe even g4, and probably it's still winning, right? But this f4 move, it just shows amazing awareness of Maxime, right? That he just eliminates this idea from being as a possibility. And after g takes king f4, he's going to find another route towards the knight, and this time through the g3 and g2 square.
Yes, and the knight from d4 cannot be distracted. Yeah, very nice. At some point, yeah, black will try to play bishop c8, guarding the e6 pawn, and then try to run with the king to g6. But this is hopeless. Yeah, what a masterpiece. Yeah, there was a moment when we are not entirely sure of Maxime's handling the situation, but one has to give credit. And let's just quickly take a look after queen c5 check, king f7. He played very systematically queen c2, making sure that he trades the queens and relied on the good knight versus bad bishop construction. The game featured takes, knight takes h3. The pawn doesn't matter at all because white has this wonderful grip on black's construction. Maxim nicely bringing his king. Yeah, maybe at some point black could have played better, but practically this was total hell. And yeah, we do see knight f4, knight f2, beautifully guarding the d3 square. King d8, knight c5, bishop c8, knight cd3, starting to trade the knights, after which black would be completely doomed with his horrible bishop, knight e2 check. So that's why black was trying this last defense, attacking the f3 pawn. And then MVR just, look at this. Perfect play, knight on e1 guards the f3 pawn, and he is opening the route knight c2, knight d4 for his knight.
Yeah. Yeah, why not d4? Okay, I think now he should have already pushed d4, but okay, it was completely lost strategically. And yeah, king g6 invites to play, I guess, knight takes on e6, or okay, f takes on g5, so that you can take with e6 with a check on and go back. Wait, just a second. King g5, knight e6, king f5. Now it still feels hopeless.
Yes, there might also be somewhere some idea just activating the knight as well. Clearly, Maxim has calculated. He already, he follows it up with knight d3. We can see with the speed how he's playing. And wait a second, knight h3? He will take on e6, or will he try to shoulder that knight with king f3 as well? It's such a terrible situation for black. It's a hopeless situation.
Yeah, knight c5. I think he's just gonna play knight c5, take on e6, go back on c5. So this should be a matter of technique. Can we go back once again to the bird's eye view and see if there's more ongoing games? I got the word previously that there was an interesting game being played, and if we don't get any action from the top boards, we can always jump to that game and see if it's ongoing.
Well, on the big screen we don't see it yet, because okay, the Abdusatov Salic is easy draw. The Yakuboev game against Praggnanandhaa, yes, Prag is trying there with rook g4 to cut black's king, cut white's king on the fourth rank, but still it looks like white is way too active. On the other hand, okay, there are some small practical problems. And the MVR game, we have already seen that looks just fantastic.
Is the game between Aryan Chopra against Matthias Blubaum finished? Because they had a very intriguing endgame I wanted to look at.
It's still in progress. It's still in progress. No, don't be fooled by this king positioning. I think the game ended in a draw. Yes, bishop takes a4, bishop takes a4, king a4. Clearly, because black would have played king c6, king b7.
There was this moment, whichever move it was, where black was completely stalemated. The king was on h8 somehow. White had the pawn on g6. Yeah, exactly here. And I thought this is quite interesting, right? Because one thing we know about endgames is that you always need to activate your king. And unfortunately for black is playing the same game down a piece. I mean, he doesn't have the king at all. And it's quite amazing that this position is even holding. I guess, actually, not entirely sure why. Somehow,
White has decided to push the pawn to g5 because otherwise he would lose the pawn on g4. That's how I understand the reasoning. So g5, d2, king e2, h take g5, king takes d2, pawn to a4. Wow, I understand your amazement. That if this is not lost, then what is lost, right? It's kind of crazy.
I mean, white has an extra king, so it should matter.
Yes. King f2, g4. Yeah, so basically black can hang on to this pawn. It's pretty crazy. King f4, bishop e2, and there are no Zugzwang issues, yeah, that King g3, okay. Winning
And probably
some time.
also Aronian was amazed that there's no way he can capitalize on this position, right? Okay, now he played King e5 to play f6. I was trying to figure out if there's some Zugzwang ideas, but apparently not.
Wow, let's just show this, yeah, that g3 would have lost the game on the spot because of f6. Seemingly the pawn is unstoppable, but yeah, g2, f7, followed by f8 wins. And also g takes f6, king takes f6, followed by g7, and g8 is winning for white. So bishop d3, very, very important defense. Matthias is famous, of course, for incredible defenses. How many times he have saved completely hopeless, seemingly completely hopeless positions. f6, bishop takes g6, bishop takes g4.
Wait, f7. Oh, f7 you can't play because you now suddenly can't stop the g pawn. Oh, that's unfortunate.
And we see the pawn on c6, yeah, taking away the d5 square. Just bishop takes g4. Still, position looks extremely unpleasant because black's king is still very far. It seems like white will just walk over to the queen side and capture all the pawns. But it's Matthias. Yeah, bishop d3, bishop e6, a huge defense. King f6 tempo. Everything comes with a tempo. This is some kind of a fairy tale that black survives this.
Unbelievable that he was able to save the same game down the rook, down a king. Yeah, I mean, white couldn't make a progress without losing the pawn on c4, and with that he lost all of his chances to win the game. Yeah, beautiful defense by Matthias right there.
Yeah, sensational stuff.
So shall we go back and see what else is happening there? Maybe, Peter, you spot something interesting. Obviously, MVL is still fighting. Maybe let's check this endgame of Prague, because we haven't really seen Prague in any action. The endgame where he has the extra pawn in the rook endgame versus Yakoboyev, I believe.
Yes, I have the game. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Yeah, that basically white has this active defense against rook g4. Yeah, so rook b7, rook g4 happened, and then f6 check, king g6, rook b8. And the point being that after rook g5 check, white will just give up the pawn. Yeah, king f4.
Hold on. How easy is this?
Will we be seeing f and h? Wow.
Hold on, is this so obvious? Because, I mean, I know it's a draw, but I have never had the chance to test it myself in a practice. Again, my knowledge comes from Turecki's Endgame manual, and all I remember, Peter, are two main principles. And principle number one is your rook should be in the furthest corner so that you can give side checks and these checks on the diagonally, not what I'm saying, horizontally and vertically, and also position the king in the front of the most advanced pawn, so that after black at some point is going to give it up, then you can focus on the remaining pawn. Is this true, or there's some better understanding?
I think the best understanding is only proven when you hold this position. Yeah, if you are just talking, yeah, you can always explain that, yeah, you draw like this, you draw like that. We know exactly that the opponent is shuffling around. He will try every single angle. It will never be exactly like in the books. By the way, on the 7th hour, you might be even forgetting everything that is in the books anyway. You just have to rely on your instincts. The big question is that how often the players had it in practice. Yeah, that we know that the young players are actually very active, playing hundreds of games, if not thousands of games online. Yeah, that, for example, in the online blitz or rapid game, you lost it or you won it, then you might have been interested to check out where was the mistake with few seconds on the clock. How did I lose it? And then after remembering and analyzing the position, it can help you with 30 seconds and in classical time control that you make sure that, yes, if I can think, I'm not forced to react immediately, then I'm going to hold it.
But I mean, this position, Peter, already feels like some sort of a progress compared to what Prague had before, right? I mean, of course, it's a draw, right? But if you look at what was happening there before, I mean, White had his pawn on a 4, right? And maybe there was
Yes.
no reason for him to do this. So we started with this position. Yeah, Prague was having this extra pawn on c6. Quite difficult to capitalize on it because there's so few pawns on the board. King e5. Yeah, so eventually White managed to trade a couple of pawns, and we reached the position where he had the pawn on f4 versus the pawn on f7 and h5, which should have been even this. Yeah, should have been quite a solid draw, and yet somehow he lost his f5 pawn.
Yeah, but his king is unfortunate. Yeah, on e5, it's too active. It would be probably nicer to have it, at least safer to have it somewhere else. Prague goes for.
Is there such a term to active king?
Yeah, it's kind of okay. Here it would be also tempting to just get that king back as quickly as possible. Of course, we understand that will eventually cost the f5 pawn, but the same applies in the game continuation as well. So rook b7, rook g4. This is also the situation when the evaluation bar does not help us at all because the computer believes that it's a draw anyway. All right, yeah, White gives up the pawn. I believe that I have won once against Floryanov in the Russian team championship in 2014. F and H pawns, and one time in a rapid game, I drew it. I had the 2 pawns against Alexander Morozevich in Monaco, and that game ended in a draw. And I lost it one time against Magnus in the Time Memorial 2009, but it was when I reached it, I was lost because my king was cut on the first rank. And I even remember that Magnus was saying that yes, that's why he went for the F and H pawns, because he knew that once White's king is cut on the first rank, then it's lost.
Yeah, this I also know. And also you can see that Prague is not grabbing the pawn immediately. He is going to try to first position the rook in a more active square. King h4, rook a4 check, then take the pawn on f6. This is going to be a very long game, I think, because again, to remind you, dear viewers, the rules of chess, you can legally play a position for 49 moves, no trades, no pawn movement. Then on move 50, you make another move. Then the counter starts anew, basically, right? But of course, I don't think it's going to happen. There's no need for Prague to show that he wants to break any world records. But there is, of course, a potential to play this really long because the stakes here are the highest.
Yes, and I do believe that there was a very famous game with the exact same time control in Vaikanze between Vladimir Kramnik and Levon Aronian, where Kramnik had this position. He was from the white side with the 2 extra pawns, and they played some eternity, some game that lasted all the way till the very end, and eventually after some mistakes by Levon, Kramnik went on to win that game. So even on the highest level, we have already seen in classical chess that it can be lost. It's not a given that this will be a draw.
And I love this comment in the chat. Somebody wrote it's going to be a while before the pairings come out. You know, I think that this should come like the pain from the players, because for a couple of reasons. First, obviously, in order to prepare, you need to know the pairings. And there are a couple of guys, there's always those guys who are playing very long games that just don't finish in time. They're playing 8-hour game. This means nobody knows the pairings. And tomorrow there's an earlier round, right? As I understand, because there was a change in the schedule. I'm not sure at which moment they changed it, but the 9th round is not going to start at the traditional time. It's going to start in the morning. And why? There's going to be quite a big parade in Douglas, right? They're celebrating something. And for this particular reason, the round is scheduled to be several hours earlier. And I think this is going to be quite a disadvantage to many players because, I mean, you want to have a rest, have a dinner, have a rest before having this morning round, but at the same time, you can't prepare, right? Because there's Nodrbek, Yakoboyev, and Praggnanandhaa playing this very long rookie game.
Yes, I think if I know it correctly, it's some big festival with fireworks involved. Well, the players will not be enjoying it. Yeah, you are absolutely right. Yeah, this will be a marathon game. When the game will be finished, it will be around 10 o'clock local time, I believe. And till the pairings come out, and in the very next day, it will be 10:30 in the morning. So let's just imagine that after finishing this game, within 12 hours, there will be another game starting, another classical chess game. It's insane schedule. I don't believe that it ever happened before. It's very, very unfortunate on the players. And I already feel very sorry for all of them.
Yeah, I think there were some discussions I remember about this last time about the schedule, and I'm a bit wondering, and I'm curious, what is the argument? Probably they're the costs, but doesn't it make more sense to have another rest day, right? Because I mean, we're looking at the tournaments of the highest level, like the World Championship match. There's a rest day every 3 games. We're looking at the games of FIDE candidates tournament. There's a rest day, every 4 days? I mean, I don't remember precisely, right? And here we have 11 rounds in 12 days. So you could argue, of course, that, playing at the highest level, the World Championship match and candidate cycle, it's a different level. It requires a deeper prep, whatnot. But I mean, what is then Grand Swiss, right? I think it's exactly that kind of tournament. So I think it will be just a bit better, right, for the players.
Yes, I perfectly hear your point, and I also think that because the system, how the organizers are actually, or FIDE, I don't know exactly who is providing the conditions, but the system is like the organizers don't pay all the expenses to the players. There is a certain allocated amount, for travel expenses, for hotel, for food, and so on. So it's up to the player to decide what kind of hotel he wants to choose, how much money he wants to spend on hotel. And in this regard, if you ask the players, I think they would very happily agree that, okay, give us just the same like you give like now, and we will have one extra rest day, and it will not cost the organizer anything extra. Yes, so this is something to think about for the future, because certainly players would prefer to have one more rest day.
Absolutely, right. Considering how tough is the schedule, maybe they could even keep the long time control, just to give a little more time to, recover the strength. But okay, I mean, open. I think that the organizers should be open to suggestions. All right, but this particular game is still progressing. Are we getting some other games to look at?
I'm not exactly sure if too many games are in progress. Most probably, and it will. No, it's not, because there is apparently still Maxim Matlakov against Erwin Lamy. Let me get that game on our screen. Yeah, this is a different story. Yeah, this is. It's simply looking bad for black. The bishop on b6, pawn on a5, white is pawn up. But here we can't be talking about theoretical draw. It feels like practically white has some difficulty converting, but he should be able to do that.
Right.
There is also Gupta against Martirosyan. Let me get that game. This is an endgame here. Black is a pawn up. Black will be trying everything here because, okay, it won't be easy. We see that black's pawns are all fixed on light squares. White has this powerful bishop on b3 and all the pawns fixed on dark squares. Now white has also played the move f3, which is somewhat surprising. Might want to go for g4. Also some very long ending. Then there is Rasmus Swane against Varujan Akopyan. So we have quite a lot of endgames. This is a terrible torture. This will go on forever as well.
Right, because black can't possibly activate at night, right? I mean, you would love to put it somewhere, but there's just no way. And this cannot be said about white, because clearly, I mean, Rasmus is pressing here. If he manages to put the knight on a 4, there are some targets, but ultimately it just might not be enough.
Well, but I feel that he might be able to combine knight a5, eventually also bringing the queen from f6. There are just so many angles, yeah, and it will be with so little amount of space to navigate and to defend these kind of things looks really horrible. Then there is also a game, Adam Fazi against Kirill Shevchenko. Let me pull that game up. Wow, queen endgame. No. This is a horror. This is a total horror. I don't think we want to talk about this.
But I think it's just a draw. It's just a draw because there's so few pawns on the board, and none of the players is actually up anything. So I think it's just going to be perpetual check here.
Wow, and there is also the very, very young Ukrainian prodigy Igor Samunenko against the very young Leon Luke Mendonca from India. So 2 child prodigies playing. It looks very nice for black. It's fantastic compensation. The 2 pass pawns and the beautiful bishop gives black very good winning chances. So those are our games. But I believe we have to be focusing on the Praggnanandhaa because that's the most important for the tournament standing.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. So let's go and see how Prague is doing. Right now, Prague and Yakuboyev, they both stand on 4 points, just exactly as MVL. Whoever scores reaches +2 score, being 1 point behind the leaders, still having a shot to qualify for the candidates. So for Prague, this maybe is one of the last chances to do something.
But okay, don't forget, he's already qualified for the candidates, so there is no pressure for him to qualifying. Yeah, he qualified from the World Cup.
All right. Yeah, I keep forgetting.
So he's playing for the glory and he wants to prove that he is, yes, he had a rough start. We also talked about it. And yeah, this is a typical defense. I believe that Yakuboyev, coming from the Uzbek chess school, with all the coaches, he has a very classical education. I don't see him messing it up. And we might be learning a lot. Yeah, it will be very instructive to see the perfect defense played. But I wanted to make a highlight to Praggnanandhaa that we have been talking. People might have said, yeah, what a start, too many draws. But he's in this situation that people already respect him enormously. Yeah, they know that he's so dangerous and nobody wants to take risk against him. So he's slowly getting also this feeling how to break when his opponents are very solid. I think he's learning quite a lot from this tournament. And it's impressive that after all these draws now, he has won a game. Now okay, but it will be a draw. This game will not be won against Yakuboyev. He's just too good in this endgame.
You know, but I'm wondering about this last move, rook e3, and I was wondering why doesn't he try to slightly spicy up things and play center like rook a2 check, king takes an h3 and king f3. Keep the king not where it's supposed to be, but I guess it's still a dead draw because as far as I know in these positions, the stronger side, he is gonna drop the h pawn anyway, so he has to rely on the f pawn, and as soon as the h pawn drops, the right defending technique for white is to give these side checks, right? And this is precisely the reason why this position is a draw. Yeah, I think it's inevitably going here. Yeah, rook b8, rook b3, and I think there's one rule which I've always remembered, that there need to be at least 3 files between the checking rook and the king, and in this case there's 4, right? So
yes,
it's more than enough, and that's why I think it's inevitably going for this position at some point.
Well, the reason why Pragg has played the move rook e3, it's clear that he will be giving his pawn on h3, and he knows exactly that he needs a rook on the e file. Yeah, so that against the side checks, he will be able to interfere with his rook on e3. I also do believe that against Frolyanov, I also pushed the pawn to h3. I feel like, you know, when you play from the black side, you automatically do it and then hope that, yes, maybe your opponent messes up later. But actually, when think about the Dvoretsky book, I somehow recall like, wasn't it that he was trying to explain that it's a great idea to try to get this rook to the G file before pushing the pawn too far? It was some Kerer's idea to give a check before to White's king, ask him, where do you go? And ask some psychological questions. I also do recall seeing a game, was it by Rajab and Mamedyarov in the Tal Blitz tournament in 2006. I remember as a spectator, I was following the game, lasted forever, eternity, and there also Rajabov was doing this kind of things. He was not pushing his pawn, he was trying to get his rook to the g file, rook g4, rook g5, try all these psychological tricks on his opponent. I do recall that being played. I don't remember how the game ended, but I believe that Raja was trying all these tricks.
You know, actually, I thought I had Dvoretsky's endgame manual right here somewhere because I wanted to pull it up and I could read everything there is in the book, because I'm pretty sure that the book was featuring something like 15, 20 pages, something like that. And there was some deep analysis which I never really bothered to go through because I was not really into it. But yeah, there was something like this, describe some winning techniques, because this is a rather unique endgame which you get so rarely, right? And and I think that the chess players are very practical. When they study endgames, they don't really go very deeply in the endgames. They have very little chance to get, and instead they mostly focus on some principles so that they remember the principles, where the pieces stand, and then when you get there in an actual position, then you figure it out. And I think that Noderbek is doing exactly that. He knows those principles. He knows that the rook belongs on this far corner so that you have access to these checks. But then again, I highly doubt that he really knows very precisely this particular endgame, but he knows for sure it's a draw. He knows where to position the pieces. But ultimately, of course, at some point, he also needs to make the decision.
I do recall, there was a very interesting interview with Ivan Sokolov. Yeah, he was the captain of the Uzbek team winning the Olympiad last year in Chennai. And then he characterized the players. And I was reading very carefully what he was writing about all the Uzbek superstars. And he was highlighting that actually Yakuboev is a player who loves to work on chess very much, not only on his openings. And he wants to make sure to gather as much knowledge about middle game and end game positions as possible. And now that he is so impressive, and basically what I felt like it was impressive that he has given up his f-pawn right from the start. Yeah, so he did not give this impression that he's afraid of this endgame. And I believe that this is also kind of a signal that is very annoying to Pragg, because if your opponent would be terrified and you could feel in his body language and on his moves that he was doing everything in order to avoid this endgame, then you would be confident that, okay, I have a great chance. But knowing that it's a theoretical draw and your opponent seemingly kind of in relaxing mode, putting up the best defenses, that's kind of very annoying.
Indeed, I think that I think that's indeed the case, but I'm not so sure how exactly confident is Noderbek, because he is burning time, right? I mean, the position is not really so obvious, and he knows it's supposed to be a draw, but again, the clock is ticking, and this already is the 8th hour. So with the increment, playing on the increment, right, you're bound to make mistakes, right? And I think this is what Pragg is doing. He's playing it very, very quickly from the Blacks' perspective. Trying all kinds of ideas. I guess the idea is to play f4, king d3, king e2, king f2, maybe f3. But inevitably, I think it's reaching this position where he has to drop this pawn on h3, right? And if Noderbeck will have to make a decisions on increment, that could be a different story, right? Because you can play precise the entire game for 7 hours. Until you get to the 10th trouble, you're nervous, you're tired, you hallucinate, and all kinds of things happen. So I would not completely be totally sure that this game is a dead draw. No, it's not yet a dead draw. Here, Prague definitely has chances. But the question is, Peter, how long do we continue following this game? Because I have a feeling that most of the top boards are finished. We looked at top 10 boards, and this is board number 14, right? All the higher boards are finished. And I think it's a good idea for us to maybe round up what has happened, check the results in both of the women's section and the open section, and then get ready for tomorrow, right? So let's maybe do that and go to the women's section's results and see, to summarize the most important results, what was happening today.
Yes, we're gonna do that. But my feeling is that the game will not last eternity. I feel like it's going to end at some point. Well, it will end at some point, but I perfectly agree with you. Yeah, let's first take a look at the women results.
So what we have here is there's a draw on the top board. Anna Muzichuk playing against Antonetta Stefanova. Also Vaishali. She must be kicking herself for not using this golden opportunity, for not beating Sophie Millet, not because she was an Elo favorite, but she played this beautiful, absolutely stunning idea. Knight g6, rook takes on f7, got to this winning position, but apparently things were not really so obvious. We saw the bar was screaming that it was winning for the young Indian star, but she did not find it. The time was a big factor. And instead, it was Tan Zhengqi who used her opportunity, scoring a major win over Alexandra Guryachkina. For Guryachkina, this is a painful loss, but I think that she already has qualified, right, for the candidates.
Exactly.
So, not really tragic. Leia Garifulina beat Polina Shavalova, 2 draws on the boards 5 and 6. Major results also, board 7, Mongotul beating Irina Bulmaga. And now let's check the standings of the women's tournament, because after the round 8 we have 3 leaders.
Yes, we have 3 leaders, but look at this. It's not only about Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali and Antonetta Stefanova. They have 6 points, but the chasing pack with Tan Zhongji on 5.5, Bakhturai Munguntu with 5.5, Sophie Millier 5.5, Leia Garifulina with 5.5, and who knows, we have to maybe check who else is behind. Is someone there still with 5.5 points? It's anybody's tournament. Yeah, it's just so close. I wouldn't be writing off anyone.
Yeah, it's still not entirely clear who's going to take it out. Oh my goodness, I mean, look at this. There's so many players with 5 points. So, yeah, everything can still happen. There's a huge tie. Now let's go to the open section and see the results of round 8, at least the results that we have right now. Here we see the former sole leader Vidit Gurati playing a solid draw against Hikaru Nakamura. Both players decided not to take their chances. And I guess one of the central rounds today obviously was the huge win of Jespenko against Vincent Keimer. And also Fabi grinding out this very tricky, apparently, rookie game against Frenchman Etienne Macron.
Yeah, and also Daniel Bogdan Deak's endgame masterpiece against Radoslav Wojtaszek, that also stands out. All of these players are actually sharing the lead. So we have Vidit Gujrati, Fabiano Caruana, Andrei Jesipenko, and Daniel Bogdan Deak on +4. Yeah, don't ask me exactly the scores, but +4, that's I'm sure of.
And I think we are now going to check the official standings, unofficial standings, because the round is not over. Here you see, yeah, like you already said, these 4 players. And I think it's a fair assumption that they're going to play between each other. I'm not really sure who against who. The general logic dictates the high-seeded player plays against the 3rd seeded and the 2nd seeded against 4th. So if my calculation is correct, that would be, I'm just guessing here because also the color supply, that will be Caruana against the Diakon, Gujarati against Yespenko. Am I correct?
But the trick is that all 4 players today were white. Yeah, so it's a very tricky situation how the computer will actually pair them together. And we see also that with 5.5 points, there are so many players. Yeah, also Sam Sevian, Vladimir Fedoseev, Alexei Sadana. Sevian has beaten Firouzja, Sadana has beaten Richard Laporte, Ivan Chepalinov has beaten Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Wow, it's so much action ahead. I don't know. I feel like nobody is safe. Yeah, if those who are leading with 6 points, with half a points ahead, think about just slowing down and drawing their way, they will be caught up by all these players.
But I think it's already becoming quite clear, Peter, that there's going to be a new winner here in Isle of Man, because the reigning champion, Alireza Firouzja, lost his game today against Samuel Sevian, so he is not going to be back. So we are wrapping up today's coverage, and Peter, what a amazing long day it was again.
Yes, just as always, yeah, this Grand Swiss is a fantastic tournament. Every single game, every single round, we see tremendous fights. The players are fighting for every inch. Yeah, it's not about winning or losing or drawing, just trying to create chances on the very, very highest level. It's a stunning tournament, and still so much action is ahead. One very important detail, that the tomorrow's round will start much earlier, 10:30 time local time in Isle of Man and 11:30 Central European time. Well, I can't wait for the action, and I also wish that the players will be able to recharge, because we have already talked about this, that just within 12 hours of time a new round will start.
Yeah, and Robert Hess is ready to jump back in action, because tomorrow will be your favorite pair, so to speak, right? It will be Daniel Narodetsky together with Robert Hess providing the commentary for you for round 9. But we are saying here goodbye. Thank you for watching our broadcast. Hope you enjoyed it, and stay tuned for more action tomorrow. Have a great evening.
Bye-bye.